The legendary clock of all things lets Suba supercharge even junkyard gear into legendary equipment. He'd snagged it as a supreme level reward after conquering the 999th floor of the Tower of God video game. But right after that monumental feat, he died, only to jolt awake in another world, a shocking new reality. It was, unbelievably, the very world of the Tower of God itself. Combat classes, life classes, job transfer crystals, everything. All of it was terrifyingly, wonderfully real here. Suba starts wondering, had he truly transmigrated into a parallel world where the Tower of God actually existed? Here, though, the tower had only been cleared up to the 99th floor. Suba senses this is exactly the kind of golden opportunity he'd always craved. If he's the one who cleared floor 999 inches the game, then here, he'd be unstoppable. He thinks to himself, that this must be the glorious beginning of his peak life. Before he can get carried away, the teacher shouts at everyone to sit down quietly so they can receive their long-awaited teleportation crystals. Once handed out, the teacher commands them to crush the crystal to initiate their transfer and wishes them good luck and safe travels on their journey. The kids are hyped beyond belief, and even Subi admits to himself that he's quite excited. He crushes the crystal immediately. A notification blazes to life, greeting him, welcoming him to the Tower of God. It states that personal information has been bound, data is being processed, and he should wait. Then, another message dings, saying that the upload has failed. A pre-registered account has been detected, and it's attempting to log in. Subi feels his pulse race. If it can log into his old account, then he'll be invincible. But soon, another chilling message arrives. Account information does not match. Login has failed, and the system is attempting to clear data. Subi becomes furious. The mere thought of his old save file being deleted irritates him more than anything imaginable. And sure enough, in a horrifying instant, all his hard-earned progress is utterly erased. After the devastating reset, he's welcomed once more to the Tower of God. He immediately recognizes the beginner town, the bustling hub where all new players gather to buy gear and essential supplies before stepping into the tower. While looking around, he receives another system message. Because he had cleared the 999th floor in the original Tower of God, he is being awarded the supreme artifact, clock of all things. He mutters in confusion to himself, wondering what exactly this is supposed to be. In the Tower of God, he recalls, items and gear are ranked by color: white for crude, gray for common, green for rare, blue for perfect, purple for epic, and orange for legendary. The clock of all things, however, is on an absolutely insane level. This quality is marked as a supreme artifact, a heaven-tier reward. It has no level requirement, and its effect is deceptively simple, yet terrifying. A successful upgrade. The description states, it's a clock that can successfully upgrade times anything asterisk, with a 100% success rate, though it comes with a very small price. The vagueness of the effect instantly makes him uneasy. But since he's just a beginner, and doesn't have much to upgrade anyway, he decides to look around town first. He even wonders if the tavern lady here would still remember him. An urgent announcement suddenly shakes the atmosphere. Since Yen Nation was the first to clear the newbie zone, all Yen Nation players receive a blessing. Stats increased by 10%. The crowd erupts in wild excitement, cheering for Sword God Lin, who cleared it first. Subai checks his own stats and thinks aloud. Since the Tower of God is now undeniably real, they can no longer treat it like a simple, harmless game. If someone dies here, they really die. Still, he notes a 10% stat boost at the beginner stage is incredibly useful for job transfers. Then he remembers his supreme artifact. If it really works, even junkyard gear can be upgraded straight into legendary. He tests it on his noob equipment, and to his utter amazement, it succeeds. The clock of all things truly upgrades items at a 100% success rate. He stares at the newly transformed legendary gear in utter shock. Just as he starts to feel overjoyed, another notification abruptly cuts him down. The system tells him that the action has failed due to insufficient coins. Subai suddenly realizes the harsh truth. He is completely broke. With a heavy sigh, he admits to himself that the first step in this world isn't about conquering the tower. It's about making money. After all, in the Tower of God, money solves absolutely everything. At the Tower of God, beginners gathered in the thousands. A sea of anxious faces. The first announcement hit them like a hammer. Their beginner protection would only last 7 days. Fail to change your class in that time, and you're expelled from the tower. That was why every newcomer's top priority was simple: level up fast and get a class change crystal. Some were even willing to buy one from others, at absolutely ridiculous prices. These crystals were times valuable. Even so, countless beginners were eliminated every single year. Inside the tavern, Subai leaned closer to the counter. He told the tavern lady that he had a few cocktail recipes and wanted to know if she was interested. One of them, he explained, was called Rare Beast Blood Wine, a drink so incredibly addictive it would have customers practically crawling back. The tavern lady shot him a sharp look, warning him not to be joking. Subai, ever so calm, offered to sell the recipe for 5 gold coins. He promised no tricks, and after a moment's hesitation, she agreed. 5 gold was nothing if the recipe was real. Still, she warned him, if he was lying, he wouldn't survive the consequences. Period. Subai wasn't worried one bit. He knew the recipe was genuine. It was only a basic tier 1, and he had knowledge of far better recipes tucked away in his brilliant mind. 5 minutes later, gasps filled the entire tavern. The wine glittered in the glass like a glowing red crystal. Everyone stared, wide-eyed and utterly mesmerized. Then, the crowd went absolutely wild. People pushed and shoved, fighting to get a sip. Exactly the reaction Subai had expected all along. The tavern lady tried it herself, and her eyes lit up. She immediately asked how many recipes he had, demanding every single one. Subai chuckled, then told her he had 5 recipes in total. And since they now knew each other, he'd give her a discount. 20 gold coins for all of them. The tavern lady grinned, telling him he was quite the man indeed, and that she was starting to really like him. 20 gold coins in a single deal, considering 1 gold coin meant 100 silver. And 100 silver meant 10,000 copper. That was a small fortune. More than enough to upgrade his cloak. Of all things, again. And the deal didn't even end there. The tavern lady even gifted him a premium quality dagger as a bonus. Subai pocketed it, clearly satisfied. Then, without lingering, decided it was time to move on. The tavern lady tells Subai that if he ever comes across rare wine recipes in the future, she'd be very times interested in buying them too. Subai smoothly replies that she can absolutely count on it, for the sake of their old friendship. The tavern lady laughs, calling him a smooth-tongued kid. Without wasting more time, Subai decides to upgrade his weapon. The process eats up a times of silver, but the stat boost is more times than worth it, as long as he manages to change his class during the protection period. Spending money early is, without a doubt, the smartest choice. Wasting time on slow development? That's not an option. He pours his silver into upgrades and is rewarded with some truly incredible results. With stats like times these asterisk, clearing the first floor of the Tower of God will be as easy as slicing through a watermelon. Out at the beginner zone's outskirts, chaos is already breaking out. Players are fighting over wild rabbits. Subai frowns, wondering why they're crowding around a creature like that. To him, the rabbit looks almost 2 times cute to even think about killing. And as if that wasn't enough, wild rabbits offer practically 0 experience points. Plus, they don't even drop a single copper coin. But then, as other players spot him venturing closer, they frantically yell, warning him not to enter that unguarded zone, claiming it's far too dangerous. Subai, bewildered, wonders what they mean by an unguarded area. Then, without a moment's notice, a massive wind serpent bursts forth, striking at him in a flash. One player, panicking, screams for Subai to watch out and retreat immediately, yelling that it's a wind serpent, one of the most lethal monsters for any beginner. Subai merely smirks, muttering that a puny serpent like times isn't even enough to get stuck between his teeth. With one swift strike, he slays it. Instantly, the entire crowd freezes, utterly aghast. They whisper in disbelief, demanding to know how he could possibly kill a level 1 wind serpent so effortlessly. Subai waves it off, declaring there was nothing difficult about it. It merely took a flick of his hand. Still, the other players persist in their warnings, reminding him that if a wind serpent lands a critical hit, it can instantly obliterate a beginner. With their weak gear and low stats, none of them could possibly survive it. dying once in this world means being gone forever. Subai simply tosses a few copper coins their way, thanking them for the heads up. He tells them to take care of themselves, too. The players wish him luck as he walks away. However, once he's out of earshot, their tone completely shifts. They whisper amongst themselves about his utter recklessness. One of them grumbles, lamenting that he even tried to help Subai but was coldly brushed off. He mutters that Subai will likely be dead in 5 minutes anyway. Meanwhile, Subai pushes even further outside the safe zone, noting with satisfaction that there are far fewer players here, exactly what he desired. Another wind serpent appears, but just like before, Subai cuts it down in an instant. This truly was just like the game, Tower of Gods, but leveling up through rabbits and wind serpents felt painfully, agonizingly slow. Subai realizes that if he wants real progress, he will need to slay far more monsters and blast through the first floor as quickly as possible. More wind serpents suddenly slither out from the tall grass, but he cuts them down one after another. Instead of feeling tired, he feels exhilarated, almost playful. Hunting monsters like this was definitely faster, but the drop rate was still frustratingly low. Then, an earth-shattering announcement echoes through the entire tower. Season 10 of Tower of Gods has officially begun. All first-time players will receive the tower's blessing. Kill records in the beginner zone have been reset. Luxurious rewards await the first killers. New players, give it your all and surpass the pioneers. The words make Subai pause. Season 10. So that meant the race had officially started. If that was the case, that he had no intention of letting anyone else take the first kill rewards, not when he held the divine item, the clock of all things. Around him, the other newcomers in the beginner's zone whisper among themselves. They wonder aloud who will get the first kill this year. None of them dare to dream too big though. They already believe it will go to one of the 3 great families of the eastern region. Those people were born with silver spoons in their mouths. Some even mention seeing the eldest daughter of the Lin family earlier. She was wearing a full legendary set, gear worth tens of thousands, maybe even millions. A complete set could go for tens of millions, and on top of that, she had high-level bodyguards protecting her. Compared to people like that, the ordinary beginners had no chance, so they put the thought out of their minds and go back to chasing rabbits. Meanwhile, Subai keeps mowing down wind serpents, one after another. Then, ding! A notification congratulates. He has reached level 2. As the 823rd player in the eastern region to level up, he has been awarded a black iron chest, along with 2 free stat points. Subai nods in satisfaction. Not bad. But then, another system feature unlocks. The ranking system. He checks it and is stunned. So many players had already reached level 2. The top rankers were even closing in on level 3. He quickly realizes why he is behind. He had spent far too much time earlier studying the clock of all things after entering the tower. That little delay had cost him a spot on the leaderboard. Still, he isn't worried. He tells himself that the others only have a temporary lead. Soon enough, he will be the one standing at the very top. With that thought, he focuses on the black iron chest he just received. He wonders what kind of reward might be waiting for him inside. Subai opened the black iron chest. Inside, he found only a basic cloth armor and 30 copper coins. The system then told him to select which gear he wanted to upgrade. Now he had a weapon and some armor. He thought about it. The beginner boss wouldn't hit that hard anyway, so defense didn't matter much. What mattered was damage. He decided to upgrade his dagger, and the system immediately prompted him, asking how many times he wanted to upgrade it. The maximum was 8, and each would cost 50 copper coins. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai declared he'd push it straight to the maximum, all 8 upgrades. In one glorious go, over 9 silver coins vanished in an instant, but he could certainly afford it. The dagger's stats quickly refreshed. Only the very first upgrade boosted its base attributes, while all subsequent ones simply stacked more raw attack power. Even so, his total attack stat now soared to nearly 100 points. It was still officially labeled excellent grade, yet its raw numbers were already rivaling those of rare weapons. Subai knew this mysterious watch truly was a legendary treasure beyond compare. With such an incredible tool in hand, it was finally time to step onto the first floor of the Tower of God. The beginner boss, however, only spawned 10 times on the very first day. Whoever claimed its kill earned the coveted right to enter the tower. Even mighty teams could only secure a limited number of entry spots. The very first killer, though, was almost guaranteed entry. Subai hurried towards the boss's supposed location, but when he arrived, he heard the frantic clash of steel and the savage roars of goblins. Someone was already there. He couldn't believe it. The first kill was supposed to be his. On the field, a large group was fiercely battling goblins, their excellent grade equipment shining with a brilliant, empowering glow. At the very center was a young woman, clad head to toe in rare gear, Lin Yuchan, the esteemed miss of the Lin family. Compared to her, Subai's freshly upgraded dagger suddenly felt utterly worthless. Lin Yuchan calmly called for her second faction to regroup. She instructed the third to push forward aggressively, and ordered her men to swiftly distribute potions. They followed without a moment's hesitation. One of her aides informed her they would soon reach the first floor at this pace, but Yuchan reminded him sharply not to underestimate the Li and Bo families, since multiple routes could lead to the plains. Then, her sharp gaze landed directly on Subai. Her men noticed him too, asking who he was. Subai coolly explained that he was on his own, not part of any team, and that they could continue their fight while he simply passed through. The Lin family members exchanged doubtful looks. For their fully equipped battalion, it had taken half an hour just to clear this forest, yet this young man had arrived. Alone? It simply didn't add up, her aide warned Yuchan that Subai was trying to use their fight as cover, to slip past and snatch their boss. Yuchan immediately barked new orders. She told her 3rd battalion to cut potion use, and instructed them to coordinate with the 4th to stop Subai with absolutely everything they had. She wasn't about to let anyone take her first kill. The soldiers instantly turned towards Subai, ready to block his way. Subai merely sighed, seeing them as nothing but a nuisance. He frowns, telling them they're already battling their own monsters. So, why bother dragging him into this? The Lin family's assistant only snorts, rolling his eyes. Subai is just a level 2 rookie. He can't understand why this kid dares to resist. The man barks orders, telling the soldiers to get rid of Subai quickly. He insists they cannot let the young miss lose her chance. At the first kill, the troops rush forward without hesitation. Subai doesn't even feel threatened. Instead, he decides to toy with them for a while. Arrows whistle toward him. With a flick of his dagger, he deflects them all. The motion is so effortless that even Lin Yuchan herself stares. More fighters leap at him, blades flashing, yet they can't land a single blow. Subai slips through their formation, dodging with ease, and takes them down one after another. The assistant freezes in disbelief. To him, this is impossible. A level 2 rookie shouldn't be able to wipe out trained fighters. In an instant, the men falter, then they retreat. Subai warns them that while they may be stronger than the average rookie, they are still far from enough to bring him down. He moves again, striking with ruthless precision. Critical hits land one after another, dropping soldiers. Before they can even react, the assistant blurts out in shock. These are critical hits. He can't process what he's seeing, but then he quickly shouts for everyone to fall back. Even while retreating, he grits his teeth and warns Subai not to get too cocky. He asks if Subai even knows whom he has angered. Subai dismisses him coldly. He tells the man that he doesn't care who they are. Anyone who stands in his way won't walk away unscathed. The threat hits hard. The assistant's face twists with rage. Before he can retort, Lin Yuchan suddenly cuts in. She tells her aide, Zhang Fei, to shut up. Then she looks at Subai and calmly suggests that perhaps they should make a deal. Everyone is stunned when Lin Yuchan suggests making a deal. Subai narrows his eyes, curious about the details. Yuchan studies him carefully. He arrived alone, yet from the way he fought earlier, he is clearly no ordinary player. She tells him that there can be no understanding without a fight, and asks him to name his price. Her assistant, Zhang Fei, looks uneasy, but Yuchan silences him, delaying their progress. In the Tower of Gods would bring real consequences, and she knows very well that Zhang could never shoulder such a massive responsibility. Suddenly, Subai speaks, declaring the matter decisively settled. He guarantees no further attacks, but in return, they must pay a protection fee, calculated per head, 1 silver coin per person. To him, that's a perfectly fair price. Zhang explodes in fury, demanding if Subai has lost his mind. But Subai simply replies, coldly, "This is the cost of your very lives," and then asks, "Does anyone have any objections?" Once more, Yu-chan cuts Zhang off. She readily accepts Subai's demand, but then offers him 3 gold coins instead, saying he can consider the extra a simple token of friendship. She even asks him to add her as a friend. Subai then informs her that to add her as a friend, 1 more gold coin is required. To everyone's utter disbelief, Yu-chan agrees. Those standing behind her clearly dislike this arrangement, but none dare oppose her decision. Zhang mutters that this stranger is shamelessly exploiting the situation. Ignoring him, Yu-chan proposes something else entirely. She suggests that Subai join them to hunt the beginner area boss together, so they can claim the first kill reward. Subai thinks to himself, the first boss in the eastern beginner area must be incredibly important to her. He agrees, but adds a crucial condition. He will lead the group. This pushes Zhang completely over the edge. He snaps that Subai must be dreaming. Lin family elites, trained since childhood, have no reason to follow a mere level 2 rookie. Subai remains firm. If they want to kill the boss, they must follow his orders. Otherwise, he has nothing more to say. He won't let anyone slow him down. Yu-chan surprises everyone by agreeing to his demand. Zhang, however, protests. Again, he reminds her that Subai is a stranger, not someone they can trust. Yu-chan dismisses his objection. She tells Subai that while he may move freely, leadership is something she cannot hand over. Subai doesn't argue. He simply says that if that is the case, then there's no need to waste more words. He turns to leave. Yu-chan calls after him, asking if he doesn't want to reconsider. She offers him 100 gold coins, but Subai only replies that the first kill reward is worth far more than 100 gold, and he won't let them waste his time. Zhang sneers at his retreating back, saying that this man thinks he can break the world record for the first kill. To Zhang, it is nothing but a fool's dream. Yu-chan secretly doubts him. A solo player? Even I can't guarantee success, let alone him. Meanwhile, Subai sits by a rock and calmly checks his notifications. Now, with his pockets absolutely overflowing, he wastes no time in upgrading his equipment. A hefty 1,650 silver vanishes as he pays to skip the agonizing wait. The silver melts away, and his weapon begins to glow, radiating with formidable new power. His stats skyrocket, HP now soaring past 300. With this, he feels absolutely ready to confront the beginner area boss. Meanwhile, back at the bustling tavern, the rumors are flying. Some patrons muse that this year's crop of rookies seems unusually driven, and the first kill of the beginner area boss will likely be decided very soon. The tavern lady, leaning on the bar, openly wonders if Yen Nation can reclaim that coveted honor. She vividly recalls how, last year, their guild proudly held the first kill record all the way up to the 9th floor before tragically being overtaken by a phenomenal super rookie from the rival Beacon Nation, an SSS class profession, no less. With a heavy sigh, someone laments that Yen Nation hasn't seen an SSS rookie like Lin, the legendary Eternal Swordsman, in ages. If even one were to appear this year, it would be an absolute miracle. At the cliff, Subai descends with lightning speed, the burning ambition of the first kill searing in his mind. He simply cannot afford to lose. But then, up ahead, he spots a large group already clashing with monsters. For a moment, a pang of dread suggests he's too late. But then, his razor-sharp senses pick up something subtle, the faint, telltale trace of energy concealment powder. It's a rather cheap trick, truly useful only against monsters of a similar level. Against high-level bosses, however, it's utterly worthless. Still, it's incredibly costly, easily worth millions, and seeing it here reveals that these rivals are exceedingly well-funded. Dozens of their fighters are locked in a frantic struggle against the mobs, while their aloof leader observes from a safe distance. Subai feels a wave of relief. The boss hasn't been provoked yet. If it had, he would be stuck waiting an agonizing hour for its respawn. One of the group members spots him and asks if they should stop this unexpected newcomer. Their leader, Wang Zishi, the legitimate son of the powerful Wang family, one of the 3 great families of the eastern region, simply waves him off. To him, Subai is nothing more than an insignificant lone wolf. Li Yura, daughter of another great family, sneers openly, scoffing that this fool dares to covet what isn't his. but her sneers quickly fade when Subai completely ignores everyone and strides directly towards the boss. The fearsome Goblin King roars to life as Subai closes in, a stark notification flashing in his vision. Beginner area boss, Goblin King. The others merely wait for the inevitable slaughter, certain the massive monster will effortlessly crush him. Wang Zishi smirks, declaring there's absolutely no need to interfere, and Li Yura readily agrees, dismissing him as mere trash. Then, the fight truly begins. The Goblin King swings his massive club with terrifying force. But Subai slips past with breathtaking ease. His dagger flashes like lightning, landing a critical hit that viciously tears away over 100 HP in a single, devastating strike. The king howls in agony, but Subai scoffs, calling him nothing more than a barking dog, and relentlessly continues. Another blinding critical hit slashes deep across the monster's chest. Another 100 HP vanishes in mere seconds. The crowd stares in utter disbelief. The Goblin King's weak points its chest, lower back, and eyes are being exploited with flawless precision. They can't believe what they're witnessing. A mere level 2 rookie is standing toe-to-toe, parrying blows and landing devastating counters against the area's strongest monster. Even Li Yura is stunned. None of them expected this lone stranger to last more than a few seconds, let alone completely overwhelm the boss. The lady turns to Brother GC and asks what's wrong. Brother GC replies that he simply cannot understand how Subai is using Flash Step, especially since all three of his attacks have been critical hits, something that shouldn't even be possible. Flash Step is a high-level technique that even top players rarely manage to use. So this sight leaves everyone deeply unsettled. They begin debating what to do next, wondering if they should take him down right away. But Brother GC tells them not to rush. No matter how strong Subai looks, there's no way he can finish the boss in a single strike. He reminds them of the mantis and cicada proverb, saying that they should wait until Subai is nearly at his limit, then strike when the opportunity is perfect. Meanwhile, Subai continues his fierce fight with the Goblin King. He tells himself that defeating this opponent will be no harder than chopping vegetables. The monster swings at him again, but Subai answers with another precise slash that lands as a critical hit. He remarks mockingly that screaming won't help the Goblin King, and then strikes directly at its kidneys. The monster howls in agonizing pain, but this time, the roar sounds different. Subai quickly realizes the boss might be summoning reinforcements. The other spectators soon notice it too. Just when they thought the battlefield was almost cleared, more goblins begin to appear. The lady points out that the boss has summoned goblin guards. Brother GC immediately orders everyone to switch into assault formation and break through the encirclement. His teammates rally behind him, encouraging each other to give it their all. The lady, frustrated, wonders aloud if these endless goblin guards are appearing because of Subai. Brother GC ignores her complaint and gives another command, telling everyone to clear a path for him. His teammates respond with fierce determination, saying they'll get him through and urging him to take the lead. Another member adds, "We'll carry him forward," all shouting encouragement for Brother Wang to push ahead in his own thoughts. Brother GC believes there is still time. With Suba's damage output, there is no way he could possibly deplete the boss's remaining health by using a magic scroll. Brother GC is certain he can secure victory and claim the first kill in the eastern zone for himself. He vows not to let anyone else steal that glory. But Subai also sees through their scheme. He understands that they are planning to strike at the last possible moment to steal his achievement. He notices that they have even brought along a mid-grade magic scroll, proof that this is indeed a wealthy rival trying to overpower him. Still, Subai feels a surge of defiance and tells himself that he wants to see them try at that moment. Brother GC declares that Subai will be destroyed. Along with the boss, he then activates the mid-grade flame burst, unleashing a massive explosion. Across the battlefield, everyone around begins cheering. Believing that their leader has finally done it, they praise Brother GC as awesome and assume the victory is his, but the supposed winner himself grows uneasy. He starts to worry when they remain silent. Then with growing dread, he blurts out why the system hasn't announced the result. Yet at that very moment, the no notification appears. It declares that the East Zone Beginner Town boss has been defeated by player Subai and encourages everyone else to keep working hard. The news hits the entire crowd like a thunderbolt. Their excitement collapses into shock and disbelief. Many cannot understand how this outcome is even possible. Even Brother GC himself mutters that it makes no sense for Subai to one-shot the boss. Subai, standing over the fallen Goblin King, explains coldly. He tells them they are fools for not knowing that fatal wounds can stack damage. He reveals that he deliberately targeted the Goblin King's critical weakness and finished it off when it had only 5% health remaining. He adds that he could have ended the fight earlier, when the boss dropped to 20%, but he waited. Instead, he let the others drool over victory until Wang GC wasted his mid-grade scroll, and only then did he deliver the final blow with a sigh. Subai remarks that it must hurt to think about losing such an EXP expensive item, one worth thousands of gold, for nothing for Subai. This is more than just a victory. He has been waiting for the chance to teach these wealthy player bullies a lesson. Those who rely on throwing money around to crush free-to-play players, now they are the ones humiliated, left only to wait for the boss to. With a sly smirk, he bids them farewell and turns to walk away. The announcement quickly sweeps through the tavern, where players are already buzzing with talk about someone defeating the East Zone's mighty Goblin King. The news shocks them further, causing jaws to drop when they realize the first kill, the coveted prize, did not go to one of the three great clans. Speculation immediately erupts. Some wonder if the East Zone has a hidden noble Su family behind this mysterious player. Others insist that whoever claimed this monumental kill must be a serious contender, perhaps even from a secret clan. A few consider that it could actually be Subai, but another player quickly dismisses the thought, arguing that Subai is just an orphan and could never surpass the three great families, suggesting it must be another person with the same name. Euchre, upon seeing the notification herself, is left utterly speechless. She lashes out in pure frustration and orders her team to advance straight to the settlement at full speed. Her command is met with an immediate, unified response of agreement from her people. Meanwhile, Brother Wang's anger burns hotter than ever, now fully directed at Subai. 9:16 p.m. The lady turns to Brother GC and asks what they should do now. Brother GC replies that everyone should rest and regroup, and in an hour, they'll farm the next boss. But before his words can even finish, a portal rips open in front of them. Out steps Yu Chan, her expression burning with fury. She demands to know if they intend to take the second boss as well, snapping that she never gave them permission. Just then, a notification flashes before Subai. It announces that he is the first player in the East Zone to defeat the Goblin King, granting him access to the Tower of God's reward, silver chest. Another line follows immediately, declaring that he is also among the first 100 players globally to unlock the same chest. Two gleaming silver chests materialize right in front of him. Subai decides to open them before moving on, reasoning that rare gear might lie within. Inside, the first chest grants him rare boots called One Step Away, along with 10 gleaming silver coins. The second chest provides a small XP potion and 30 more silver coins. He inspects the boots, noting that they grant a valuable speed boost, though the level requirement is still beyond his current reach. As he organizes the rewards, another crucial thought strikes him. Since he secured the first boss kill *, the Season 10 Global Tower leaderboard should now be open. He pulls it up, eagerly checking his standing. His name appears at rank 98, a surprisingly low placement, considering he left the beginner village less than 2 hours ago and already defeated the Goblin King. He realizes that the top players in other regions must have defeated their bosses nearly an hour earlier. Clearly, wealthy and powerful competitors aren't limited to the East Zone. They're scattered across the world, determined not to fall behind. Subai immediately activates the small XP boost, gaining a temporary 10% boost to experience gain. He steels himself, thinking that he has no time to waste. 9:16 p.m. With the buff active, he prepares to grind as quickly as possible. Turning back to the portal that has opened, he steps forward without hesitation. He's eager to see what awaits inside the first dungeon of the season's Tower of Gods. Suba steps into the Tower of God's first floor and immediately recognizes it as the notorious Dark Maze. The tower's beginner zone dungeons are infamous for their wild variety, each one entirely different in theme, layout, and enemies. The Dark Maze, though only an entry-level floor, is notorious for being mid to high difficulty for most new players. It is a death trap, but Subai remembers this place. Every path, every turn, every hidden dead end, he had memorized it all from his years in the game. The maze hasn't changed. The same patterns still apply, and that gives him a major advantage. Before he can take more than a few steps, however, a pale hand bursts. Through the ground, a gaunt figure drags itself up, skin stretched taut over bones, eyes glowing faintly. A notification identifies it as a ghoul. Subai recalls their traits: fast, aggressive, and lethal in groups. If they manage to encircle him, he's done for. He reacts instantly, activating Flash Step to close the distance, in a blur, and driving his blade into its skull. The critical strike drops the monster instantly. But another ghoul erupts from the floor right behind him. Without hesitation, Subai pivots, strikes again, and lands. Another decisive blow. This one also falls. The chain of kills, combined with the Goblin King's earlier XP, pushes his level up to 3. Encouraged, he presses deeper into the maze. Soon, he reaches a fork where 2 glowing inscription tablets await. One blue, one red. The blue tablet signifies an easy route, while the red marks the hard path. Subai doesn't hesitate. Harder paths mean greater rewards, and he chooses red. The tablet vanishes, and a massive door materializes in front of him, throbbing with ominous energy. Meanwhile, as the plot thickens, far across the lands, in the majestic Yan Kingdom, the Yo Dynasty Guild headquarters is absolutely abuzz with urgent reports, echoing through the guild's conference room. There, a formidable woman delivers her critical update. Young Master Junkai's progress, she declares, has been remarkably smooth so far. Sitting at the head of the table, guild leader Zhou Wang listens, his expression a mask of calm, yet stern authority. He sharply reminds her that an early lead means absolutely nothing, for the coveted title of Rookie King belongs only to the one who truly seizes the ultimate prize. The woman offers a polite smile, insisting that with leader Zhou Wang's meticulously careful arrangements, young Master Junkai is practically guaranteed a resounding victory this season. But her confident words ignite the leader's explosive fury. He roars at her, branding her a fool, warning that the revered Rookie King title is absolutely not a title that can simply be inherited or bought. Every past king carved their name into history with sheer blood and brutal survival, against truly overwhelming odds. One of the guild's assistants bows his head low, silently agreeing with the leader's harsh criticism. Zhou Wang then exhales, slowly, his temper cooling, as he admits softly that he only hopes his son won't disappoint him. Back inside the perilous maze, Subai's situation only grows harsher. More horrifying ghouls continue clawing their way up from the very floor, their piercing shrieks echoing terrifyingly through the oppressive darkness. They aggressively try to encircle him, lunging from every conceivable direction. But Subai stays lightning sharp, cutting them down, one by one, before their deadly trap can fully close in around him. So far, Subai's perfectly timed critical hits have been carrying him through this trial remarkably well. In less than half an hour, his kill count has absolutely stacked up, and the tower's generous experience rates keep pushing him relentlessly forward. After finally clearing a room full of terrifying ghouls, something truly unusual catches his keen eye. A mysterious gray tablet, half hidden, against the jagged wall. It marks a hidden chamber. Picking the hard route has definitely paid off, and this is his incredible bonus. He decides to go inside. The moment he steps in, even more ghouls surge violently out of the ground, far, far more than before. Their piercing shrieks echo fiercely in the chamber as they swarm him from every single side. He quickly counts. There must be at least 5 times as many. With zero hesitation, he instantly dives into the fray, slashing through them in an absolute blur. Flash Step becomes his relentless rhythm, his blade carving out critical strikes, as ghoul bodies collapse one after another. Half an hour later, the final ghoul finally falls. Subai is breathing hard, but the triumphant notification, flashing before his eyes, makes every struggle worthwhile. He has leveled up to 4 and gained 2 precious free attribute points. With the hidden room utterly cleared, he is awarded an S-rank battle evaluation, a perfect clear. The tower generously grants him 1,000 experience points, and a gleaming stack of gold. His perfectly balanced attribute growth makes him genuinely grin. This is exactly what he was aiming for. Now, he feels ready. The moment has arrived to challenge this floor's boss. Checking the global rankings, he sees Zhou Junkai dominates at number 1, Lin Mengxian at number 2, yet neither name boasts a boss clear. Subai sees this as a direct challenge. If no one else has claimed the first clear, then he times will. He pushes open the door to the boss chamber. Inside are rows of towering statues, all frozen in place, surrounding a massive goat-headed figure seated upon a throne in the center. The floor 1 boss, the Minotaur, level 5, 55,000 health points, and infamous for punishing careless adventurers. Around him, ghouls begin to rise, moving to intercept. Tsubai wastes no time. He uses Flash Step to cut through the fodder. Instantly, his focus locked solely on the boss. The Minotaur rises slowly, silent and imposing. Axe in hand, just like in the game, it exudes an oppressive aura. Tsubai hurls his sword at it, testing its defenses, but the boss does not fall for the trick. A thunderous roar follows, as a violent wind blasts across the chamber, shaking the floor and rattling the walls. Even the statues along the sides begin to move, stone dragons tearing free from their pedestals to join the fight. Instead of fear, Tsubai feels his blood pumping. The fight has finally become worthy. The Minotaur swings its axe in a devastating arc. Tsubai leaps high, using a gap step to avoid the crushing strike, and drives a critical blow against the shoulder. The hit lands, but the boss's massive health bar barely shifts. Only a sliver disappears, a mere 150 points gone, and the real battle has only just begun. The Minotaur lashes out, its massive axe slashing towards Tsubai. He sidesteps with Flash Gap, unfazed, and turns the momentum against the boss and its stone minions. The beast stomps the ground, triggering a glowing magic circle. Flames burst outward as the Minotaur activates its signature skill, Bull Charge, and rushes forward with incredible speed. Tsubai is caught off guard by how quickly the skill has been used, but he regains his composure instantly. Instantly, he vaults into the air with Flash Step, avoiding the charge, and drives his blade down in a vicious strike. The hit lands, cleanly this time, tearing away a full 1,000 points of the Minotaur's health. The statues surrounding the chamber close in, sensing an opening while Tsubai is locked against the boss. But he cuts through them in a blur, turning their ambush into free experience. A new notification flashes. Level up, level 5, plus 2 attribute points. Without hesitation, he equips a new pair of boots, boosting his speed to terrifying levels. Now, he's everywhere at once, darting across the arena, faster than the boss can react. The Minotaur roars and swings, but every attack misses. Tsubai spins around it, unleashing a flurry of attacks from every angle, making the monster grow, frantic and utterly unable to pin him down, when suddenly, Tsubai reappears behind it. The Minotaur tries to retaliate, immediately activating its berserk state, but Tsubai anticipated this. With its stamina rapidly burning through, the effect sizzles out, extinguishing before the boss can even land a decisive blow. Tsubai seizes this critical moment. A deep, piercing stab tears through its tough hide, inflicting heavy bleeding as its health bar plummets, dropping like a stone. The Minotaur is left reeling, staggering helplessly. An easy target. Tsubai presses in mercilessly, showing no quarter, delivering a final, devastating critical strike that rips away 3,000 HP in one monstrous blow. The towering beast collapses onto the cold stone floor, its colossal body dissolving into shimmering motes of light. The tower system flares, with a triumphant, congratulatory message. Boss Minotaur slain. Tower of Gods, Floor 1, cleared. His reward? An entry ticket to Floor 2. The system congratulates Tsubai once more, as a new notification appears, announcing him as the first player of Season 10 to slay Floor 1's boss, granting him a golden treasure chest, a beginner's experience orb, and a pile of gleaming gold coins. For him, this pace is perfectly acceptable, neither too slow nor rushed. In the past, he would have blazed through a floor in half an hour, just to move on, but this season, he knows resources and hard-earned experience are worth far more than raw speed. Elsewhere, a massive explosion rocks the war-torn battlefield of the Zhou dynasty. Junkai, armed with his father's perfect-grade weapon, the 10,000 Calamities, Annihilation Cannon, remarks on its sheer, destructive power. The weapon is brutally effective, though incredibly costly to wield. Feeling utterly confident, he prepares to continue his relentless bombardment, until a sudden, startling notification freezes him mid-action. The system declares that player Tsubai has broken the first clear record, officially clearing Floor 1, and securing the Yen Kingdom's first victory in the Tower of Gods. Junkai is utterly stunned. His disbelief quickly boils over into pure rage. To him, the very idea that someone managed to clear in under an hour 58 minutes and 59 seconds is completely absurd. He insists it must be cheating. Word spreads like wildfire across the global leaderboards. Subai's name flashes to the very top, not only for the tower but also for the beginner zone rankings. Players everywhere are shaken to their core. Many question whether such a time is even humanly possible, while others marvel at the sudden appearance of a newcomer this strong. Comparisons are immediately drawn to Li Jiangxian, the last terrifying prodigy the Yen Kingdom had produced long ago. Excitement spreads. This year's Rookie King title is anyone's game. Could once again be claimed by the formidable Yen Kingdom's headquarters. The kingdom's furious leader scrutinizes the leaderboard, even as his assistant attempts to soothe him, reminding him that young Master Zhou's time still ranks among the best ever seen. But the leader remains absolutely furious. For him, there's no consolation in second place. A loss is simply a loss. Still, the assistant gently reminds him there are 9 more floors to conquer. If Junkai manages to complete his job transfer ahead of schedule, there's still a crucial path to overturn the standings and seize the coveted Rookie King crown. The leader immediately orders an investigation into the identity of this mysterious, record-breaking newcomer. The assistant instantly agrees, rushing to execute the command. Elsewhere, Yuchan sends a direct, urgent message to Subai. She first questions if he was truly the one who interfered with Wang Jiqi and Li Yuan's boss, kill, then acknowledges that he has truly seized the world's first clear record. Finally, she extends an invitation. If he is interested, the Lin family would gladly welcome him as a powerful ally. Standing near the portal, even she admits that they had severely underestimated him. Meanwhile, Subai stands before the dazzling golden treasure chest, the kind that only appears for first boss kills and monumental events. As the very first chest of the season, he knows it must contain something truly extraordinary. When the lid finally opens, golden light absolutely floods the chamber. Inside lies a perfect grade item, the golden hoe. Subai stares in utter surprise, wondering if this could be the legendary tiring tires with Mang version he once heard about, an item of immense value in the later stages of the game. Alongside it rests a beginner's experience orb. Using the orb immediately rewards him with a whopping 60,000 experience points, pushing his level up to 6. Without hesitation, he spends 3,280 silver to instantly skip upgrade times, enhancing his equipment on the spot. The stat increases feel incredibly satisfying, and the temptation makes him upgrade again, laughing as his power continues to surge. With preparations complete, Subai steps toward the portal. He sets himself a small but ambitious goal: clear the first 10 floors within just 24 hours. The scene shifts to the scorching Nakad Desert, where he materializes on floor 2. His trial progress is currently at 0. A timer begins to count down, 1 minute, until the dungeon officially starts. The rules here are simple, but grueling. Survive 10 waves of monster invasions. Too slow, Subai thinks. If he wants to maintain his incredible momentum, he'll need to find a way to force the monsters to spawn faster. Just as the countdown continues, a sudden threat times emerges ***. Suddenly, a terrifying sawtooth lizard materializes. It pops up right behind Subai, but it's not alone. Dozens more follow suit. They swarm from the shadows, crawling forth to surround him completely. Yet, faced with this overwhelming sight, Subai feels nothing but sheer impatience. The pace is agonizingly slow. These waves are a total time sink. If he lets them drag on, his coveted first clear record will slip away. So instead of waiting, he takes the electrifying initiative. His blade flashes, every single strike landing a devastating critical hit. In mere moments, the entire monstrous group is reduced to lifeless corpses. The system timer keeps relentlessly ticking, an unforgiving countdown. Normally, surviving this wave should take a grueling 10 minutes, but Subai finishes in less than 2. Another furious surge of monsters pours out from the portal, but he dismisses them as still far too slow. To accelerate this trial, he activates his powerful skill, One Step Away. Since fate itself had gifted him such a glorious restart, he vows to push beyond every single limit he once knew, shattering them completely. Each monster falls to a single, decisive blow, and he triumphantly declares that he will absolutely shatter all the suppers records from his past life. Moving with relentless, blinding speed, he tears through Wave 2, Wave 3, Wave 4, and Wave 5 without a single pause. At last, he steps into the ominous boss chamber of Floor 2. Waiting there is the little werewolf, growling fiercely with challenge. Subai hardly considers it a threat. He simply wants it to die swiftly and not waste a single moment of his precious time. With one electrifying strike of steel flash, the creature collapses instantly. The glorious, clear notification rings out, triumphantly awarding him a Floor 2 entry ticket, granting passage to the next level. Laughing to himself, Subai turns toward the spectacular reward waiting at the center of the chamber. It's another gleaming, golden treasure chest. He opens it eagerly, and as expected of a perfect clear chest, brilliant, blinding light spills forth. Inside rests a magnificent piece of perfect grade equipment. It's the linked purple gold armor. He upgrades it just once, careful not to push the level too high, or else he won't even be able to wear it yet. The cost is steep, draining a good chunk of his silver, but when the upgrade completes, the armor's radiant glow absolutely eclipses everything else in his inventory. As expected of perfect grade gear, it radiates unmatched, supreme quality, making every other item seem utterly second-rate by comparison. By using the Novice Experience Orb, he instantly gains a massive 50,000 experience. A notification triumphantly pops up, congratulating him for reaching level 7, and awarding him valuable free attribute points. Not bad at all, Subai figures. This should be more than enough to handle Floor 3, so he moves forward. But just like that, over 100 gold coins vanish into thin air. He realizes he really needs to start earning cash faster. Stepping into the shimmering portal, he enters Floor 3, the Silken Cavern. A truly huge horde of monsters immediately rushes toward him. Rats, massive spiders, all kinds of creepy crawlies. Subai laughs, playfully calling them little cuties as he effortlessly slashes through them. Right away, several other players are locked in battle with a massive boss, but Subai barely notices. He gauges its might with his 10,000 annihilation cannon, noting the boss poses no real challenge. Notifications confirm his success, congratulating him for slaying the Minotaur and clearing Floor 1. He's then awarded a Floor 2 entry ticket. His clear time, 2 hours, 25 minutes, 30 seconds. Subai exhales, admitting to himself it was intense, but manageable, since the boss's rage mode had its limits. Suddenly, another notification pops up, delivering a rare weapon, the exquisite long sword. He can't help but laugh at the reward. He then notices a world announcement, stating that player Subai has set the first clear record for Tower of God, Floor 2 a win for the Yen Kingdom. Subai notes the clear time, a blistering 29 minutes, 42 seconds. He thinks it's insane, then admits to himself that he's still too weak, and wonders who else might be out there. He then tackles a giant spider, explaining to himself that it's time to show what true speed leveling looks like. Another notification pops up, congratulating him for setting the first clear record on Floor 3 inches 25 minutes, 45 seconds. Another victory for the Yen Kingdom. On Tower of God, Floor 4, the Crimson Flame Desert, Subai is already tearing through a horde of reptilian monsters. Despite the chaos, he still sets the first clear record, finishing in 22 minutes and 23 seconds. On Floor 5, the Misty Swamp, he moves even faster, taking down monsters and clearing the floor in a blistering 19 minutes and 58 seconds. News of his feats spreads like wildfire everywhere. People are buzzing about Subai's insane speed 3 floors, cleared in barely over an hour. It's unreal, and whispers float. Is he a genius? A monster? A god? Some claim he just gets stronger the higher he climbs, while others wonder if maybe the rookie floors this season are unusually easy. Then, someone brings up Zhou Junkai, the Dynasty Guildmaster's son, noting that they heard Junkai brought the 10,000 Annihilation Cannon into Floor 1. Another player confirms it, explaining, the cannon vanished from the weapon rankings, probably melted down into a newbie weapon. Yet, everyone wonders if Subai somehow snagged an epic-grade weapon for himself. Later, in a strategy group meeting, a cluster of Yen Kingdom elites stands around. Hai Ling Xiao comments on how intriguing Subai is, while Non-Cyan adds that his background is a complete mystery. No parents, no backing, and at school, his combat class scores were utterly unremarkable. Hai Ling Xiao wonders aloud if Subai might have discovered something extraordinary in the tower, Nancy-Ann quickly points out that even for a first year, epic grade gear is incredibly rare, with only about 10 pieces existing across the entire Yan Kingdom. She teases that Tsubai must have some nerve, being one of the top 5 assassins, and already coveting a kid's weapon. Another member notes, it's easy for her to say, considering she wields the legendary silk-tasseled Fire Phoenix spear, while most in their group don't even have a full set of perfect grade gear. The discussion escalates until strategy group Captain Kong steps in, clearly frustrated, telling everyone to calm down. Captain Kong tells the group that if Tsubai emerges without pulling an S rank or higher job transfer crystal, they should try to buy his epic weapon, but if he does pull one, they'll don't invite him for a strategy group trial. One of the members cautions the captain, saying the second-tier team is essentially a reserve squad, and newcomers should start in the rookie squads first. Only if they perform well should they move up to the third-tier team. Kong interrupts, saying that the rookie squads these past 2 years haven't produced much. If Tsubai can become rookie king, there's no harm in cultivating him. The member opens his mouth to argue, but Kong simply walks off, declaring the matter settled. Nancy-Ann is reminded to worry about her own progress. If she can't make her second transfer this month, she might roll down to the second-tier team. Meanwhile, through another portal, Tsubai checks his character attributes. He notes that his luck isn't bad. Every level up gives him 8 random stats, but upgrading gear is draining him dry. Each upgrade now costs about 13 gold, and with only 300, he can't afford many. Clearing Floor 10 will net him roughly 500 gold, and claiming the Rookie King title adds another 200. Still, he worries about where he'll get more money. He's basically broke. Then he remembers Lin Yuchan's messages. She'd asked if he was the one who sniped Wang Jai-Sai's boss, congratulated him on the first clear record, and offered cooperation. The Lin family is willing to welcome him as a guest retainer, even offering a 20 million annual contract, later raised to 30 million. They'd already transferred 100,000 inches real currency to his account, calling it a red packet in case the deal didn't work out, and apologizing for chasing him earlier. After reviewing the messages, Tsubai, our hero, decides it's prime time for some serious business. He immediately messages Lin Yuchun, wondering if she's interested in a deal. She fires back a reply almost instantly, eager for more info. Her first question, what's the going rate for those job transfer crystals? Tsubai lays out the prices. D rank crystals will go for 1 gold coin each, C rank at 5 gold. And anything higher is negotiable. Lin Yuchun quickly observes, noting that these prices are quite a steal. They're far below market value, but she's not complaining and agrees immediately. I'll take every single one you've got, she declares without hesitation. Tsubai informs her he has 13 currently, with plenty more on the way. He gives her a tight 6 days to gather the necessary funds. They'll make the trade once he's out of the tower, a detail Lin Yuchan confirms. Tsubai can't help but let out a satisfied chuckle to himself. He muses on the sheer power the wealthy command. Now that this lucrative deal is set, with business handled, he swiftly refocuses his attention back on leveling up. He moves purposefully toward the next portal, ready to conquer floor 6. The 6th floor? It's the wild oasis, nestled deep within the awe-inspiring Grand Canyons. A few fierce wyverns ominously circle the skies as Tsubai takes a careful look around. He declares that the wild oasis presents a significant leap in overall difficulty, explaining why. The boss here is a relentless, roaming type, always on the move, which means it has no fixed spawn point. Luck, or lack thereof, will play a massive role. Luckily, he's got his flying dragon crossbow, upgraded to a mighty +10. It's a rare grade weapon, boasting truly impressive attack power. He swiftly equips it, remarking to himself with a grin, "Good thing I prepared some top-tier long-range gear in advance. What a foresight." Still, he admits a minor oversight. He didn't bring quite enough arrows. He'll need to use them sparingly if he wants to maintain his current pace of clearing. With that fantastic crossbow in hand, he presses forward, and it's not long before a monstrous creature comes hurtling straight at him. For Tsubai, this is the absolute perfect chance to test out his gleaming new weapon. The creature drops, utterly defeated, before it even comprehends what hit it. One after another, more monsters attempt to strike from various angles, but his bolts connect with pinpoint accuracy, slicing through the air, taking them out instantly with deadly precision. When a few daring foes sneak up from behind, Tsubai reacts instantly. He spins, unleashing a flurry of precise shots in a swift, full sweep, clearing them out completely as well. Once the area falls quiet again, he nods. In clear approval, he states the weapon's effects are undeniably solid, and the arrows can even be reused if he's careful enough. That clever trick should be enough to sustain him for at least 2 or 3 more challenging levels. Feeling utterly satisfied, he adds that he plans to sell it to Lin Yuchen when the opportune moment finally arrives. He then recalls a crucial detail. The boss should be wandering somewhere north. Along the water source, he follows the stream, and soon, he hears the distinct sound of rushing water. Smiling, he exclaims, "That must be the river!" But instead of the boss, he finds a whole group of amphibious monsters lying in wait for him. Murlocs. While seemingly ordinary, these murlocs are surprisingly dangerous foes. Each is at level 9, boasts 70 attack, 45 defense, and a hefty 400 HP. Their skills include some truly nasty surprises. The bite and fish murlocs attack the moment they spot him, and the battle explodes. But before the murlocs can even launch a single strike, Subai's bolts swiftly cut them down in rapid walking succession. The ambush is so sudden, they have no chance to respond. As the very last one falls, the valuable loot drops to the ground. 20 copper coins, and, most importantly, a B-rank job transfer crystal. A system notification instantly prompts him to pick it up. He chuckles to himself, stating that the rumors about this floor's incredibly high drop rate definitely seem to be true. Without wasting a second, he lists the crystal for bidding, curious to see what kind of response it will generate. Lin sees the trade request and instantly remarks, "As expected of Subai, he is incredibly efficient." She then offers 10 million in cash, along with 100 gleaming gold coins, as the highest bid, plus an additional 1 million in cash. Subai agrees, and Lin excitedly responds, "We have a deal." With the transaction complete, Subai keeps on hunting monsters with fierce determination. As he continues, he notes that this method of making money is incredibly efficient, not slow at all. Then, he hears something different. This time, he's sure the sound belongs to the floor boss. He heads directly toward it and comes face to face with the formidable Oasis fish monster, Ellie. At first sight, he observes that the creature looks quite unique. With a confident grin, he mutters that he will play with it. But the boss has absolutely no intention of playing. It roars furiously and charges. Subai reacts instantly. He leaps upward with his electrifying flash gap skill, fires his crossbow mid-air, and lands 3 devastating critical hits, each inflicting over 1,000 damage. Enraged, the boss hurls its weapon, but Subai dodges effortlessly. He taunts the monster, declaring it still as stupid as ever, and has made no progress. He then unleashes another fierce barrage, this time slamming critical hits straight into its face, dealing over 3,000 damage in total. A system notification chimes, congratulating him on defeating the Oasis fish monster and triumphantly clearing the 6th floor of the Tower of God. He receives an admission ticket to the highly anticipated 7th floor, since he is also the very first player to defeat the Oasis fish monster in Season 10. He is rewarded with 1 glorious gold chest, 1 novice experience orb, and 50 shimmering gold coins. His clearance time is officially recorded at 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds, setting a dazzling new first clear record for the 7th floor. He also earns the coveted title, Murloc Hunter. Though he admits the level took more time than he expected, he feels the extra rewards are absolutely worth it. 5 silver treasure chests then appear around him, one after another. The notifications excitedly inform him of the glorious loot. 10 small blood replenishers, 5 gold coins, 50 silver coins, and a magnificent piece of excellent grade equipment, the fish demon gauntlets. He also snags 10 small experience potions and a neat 30 copper points. Glancing over his haul, he can't help but mutter that the drops aren't extraordinary, but hey, better than nothing. Inspecting the fish demon gauntlets, he quickly decides to upgrade them. After enhancing them to +8, he equips the gauntlets and notes that their properties are actually quite impressive enough for now. With his new gear in place, Subai then heads straight toward the portal leading to the 7th floor. He sets his sights on a crystal-clear goal to conquer the first 10 levels within just 20 hours. He tells himself that if he can finish within a single day, the Rookie of the Year title will surely be his. But just as he prepares for the next step, a sudden global announcement resounds across the entire tower. It congratulates player Lin Mengswan for training. The S-level profession, Berserker. The news utterly surprises Subai. He winces and admits to himself that he hadn't expected the first S-level player to be Lin Mengswan. Wondering how that player managed to appear so quickly, people everywhere erupt into chatter about Lin Mengswan. Many wonder whose eldest daughter she could possibly be, since the Lin family from Beijing already has a Lin Mengswan, the one who married Li Jensen. And times Li Jensen is an invincible figure, ranked no. 1 inch the entire world. When the news truly spreads, most players simply can't believe their eyes. From their perspective, Lin Mengswan has the potential not only to become Rookie of the Year, but maybe even surpass future competitors. After all, someone who climbs their way to the very top can sometimes utterly outshine even the current first-place holder. If even the second-ranked player can't deal with such a force, then what hope do the rest have? The shock only grows when people realize times Lin Mengswan is actually Li Jensen's future daughter-in-law. That connection makes her rise, even more times intimidating, as it means Li Jensen's power and influence will undoubtedly back her up. Still, it feels impossible. Subai has already reached the 7th floor, yet she hasn't even cleared past the 3rd. But with her pre-job change completed, her combat power will increase dramatically. By the time she reaches level 10, her strength will be absolutely undeniable. Some players speculate further. One woman points out that Li Jensen must have prepared some truly big tricks for her, because there's simply no way he wouldn't. Another guy agrees, adding that even the King of Zhou handed down his legendary weapons to his son. Meanwhile, someone quickly checks the ranking list. It shows Subai in 1st place, Lin Mengswan in 2nd, and Zhou Junkai in 3rd. Zhou Junkai himself grows visibly irritated as he stares at the board, muttering to himself. He says, "It's fine to be behind for now. Just wait until we all reach the 5th floor." He's ready to make them pay. Deep within the tower, the 7th floor, the Dark Castle, reveals itself, teeming with monsters. These creatures are terrifying to most, but to Subai, they're nothing more than piles of old bones. He remembers every weak spot perfectly, landing critical hit after critical hit, clearing enemies with absolute ease. It seems even this floor won't slow him down for long. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, the Scarlet Desert, Lin Meng Suan is pushing herself relentlessly. She refuses to lose to anyone, even though she's just gained the Berserker rank. She knows she must push past Subai if she wants to secure her place at the top. Zhou Junkai finally reaches the Tower of God's 5th floor, the Misty Swamp. Laughing proudly, he declares that with the fake 8-stone fragment, he can finally change his job. A notification soon confirms it. He has obtained an SS-level job change crystal and successfully transferred to the rare SS rank gunner class. But while Zhou is celebrating his breakthrough, Subai is already far ahead. He's battling through the Tower of God's 8th floor, the Abyss of Pain. Grim Reaper-like monsters that lurk here don't stand a chance. Subai keeps landing critical hits, shattering their bones one after another. He even mocks them, laughing as he points out just how useless they are, since they're nothing more than bone monsters. At this point, only 2 more floors remain before he reaches his goal. Meanwhile, Lin Mengswan, holding 2nd place, is still stuck on the 6th floor. Determined, she tells herself that she will catch up to him, no matter what. But fighting the monsters here is no easy task. She realizes she's wasted too much time in the oasis and pushes herself harder, desperate to close the gap. By now, Subai has already entered the 9th floor. The Nightmare Town. The place disgusts him, the monsters, the atmosphere. Everything feels rotten, he grumbles, about how he doesn't even want to stay here longer than necessary. So he rushes forward, clearing enemies as quickly as possible. While Lin Mengswan struggles her way into the 7th floor, Subai pushes straight into the 10th Nightmare platform. There, he finally comes face to face with the floor boss, Nightmare Harms. Subai doesn't waste a single second. He calls it the Little Nightmare and declares this is the final hurdle standing between him and the Rookie King. Title: The monster roars back, unwilling to tolerate his mockery. But Subai isn't interested in playing around. He charges in, delivering a crushing blow directly to its kidneys. The boss staggers, reeling as the Nightmare Harms lashes out, trying to grab him. threatening dire punishment for daring to desecrate its nightmarish domain. Subai merely scoffs, kicking its colossal hand away in midair, as he mocks the boss, declaring that pathetic trick never worked before, and it certainly won't work now. Before delivering one final, ruthless strike, telling the monster its rightful place is deep in the fiery pits of hell, rather than standing stubbornly before him. With one massive strike, Subai finally defeats the towering boss. The monster lets out a truly pitiful, wailing cry, insisting that nightmares are supposed to be utterly invincible, wondering aloud how it could possibly be defeated by a mere, insignificant young man. Almost instantly, a dazzling wave of notifications fills Subai's vision. He is congratulated for absolutely shattering the first kill. Record, clearing the notorious 10th floor of the Tower of God, and securing yet another glorious victory for the Yen Kingdom players. His clear time is recorded at an astonishing 54 minutes and 23 seconds. The system also announces that he is truly the very first player this season to conquer the 10th floor. As a magnificent reward, he receives a random SSS-level job transfer crystal, and at last, the long-awaited Rookie King title. This coveted title boosts monster hunting experience by a whopping 100% passively, increases all attributes by 20 points, and remains valid until the very start of the next season. Subai can't help but feel utterly delighted. He remarks to himself how he has finally achieved both the incredible SSS-level crystal and the illustrious Rookie King title, something he tragically never managed to obtain, even after clearing 999 brutal levels in his previous life. Looking ahead, he notices a dazzling line of gleaming gold treasure chests waiting for him. He decides to open 5 of them at once, hoping to unearth something truly worthwhile. From the first, he is congratulated for obtaining the incredibly rare grade weapon, the White Tiger Sword. However, he instantly dismisses it as utterly underwhelming, noting that its attributes simply aren't really suited for his specialized build. The next chest grants him a fabled lost treasure map, which genuinely excites him. He reflects on just how incredibly useful treasure maps can be, since with enough luck, they could lead to perfect grade equipment. Another gleaming chest rewards him with a rare grade energy shield, followed by a light effect stone. He acknowledges that while this particular shield isn't particularly useful for his current build, the stone is incredibly valuable, as it allows equipment to be hidden and prevents unnecessary trouble. Finally, he draws the ultimate perfect grade equipment, the Fire Dragon's Fist. This incredible catch immediately grabbing his attention, he quickly slips it on and notes that the gloves boast nearly epic-level stats, and the flashy movements they create are truly impressive. He's absolutely confident that this incredible gear will make tackling much tougher monsters significantly easier. Moving forward, thoroughly satisfied, he pops open his stat window to check out his current progress. His profile flaunts, name, Subai, level 10 cannot be upgraded yet. Occupation, not yet changed. Strength, 80+8. Agility, 80+8. Physical 80+8. Spirit, 80+8. Health, 880. Calculated from Constitution multiplied by 10. Subai checks his stat window. Once more, he sees his magic value is 880, derived from Spirit multiplied by 10. His physical attack rockets to 176, strength multiplied by 2, while his magic attack also hits 176, Spirit multiplied by 2, and his equipment slots? They're absolutely stacked. He's got the Clock of All Things, Supreme Artifact, Fire Dragon Fist, +1 perfect grade, Chain Purple Gold Armor +1 perfect grade, Flying Dragon Crossbow +1 perfect grade, an Exquisite Dagger, +8 excellent grade, and just one step away from rare grade. His constitution sits at 10 times the base, and to absolutely top it off, he also has the Fire Dragon Belt +1 perfect grade, Chain Purple Gold Tube +1 perfect grade, Flying Dragon Crossbow +10, and an Exquisite Lantern Sword +8 excellent grade. Looking at all this, he grins wickedly, and knows that with these stats, upgrading through the Clock of All Things will transform his punch into a devastating force. He then decides to clear out the remaining 30 or so silver treasure chests, mostly to exchange for cold, hard cash. The notifications just keep rolling in. Congratulations for receiving exquisite swords, an iron sword, moon earrings, 10 small experience potions, 5 gold coins, and even a sleek pair of dark green leather boots. Suddenly, the announcements start booming across the entire server. The first declares that in the 10th season, player Suba has become the first to clear the 10th floor of the Tower of God and has officially been awarded the legendary title of Rookie King. Another announcement follows, confirming that Suba cleared the first 10 floors in just 17 hours, 2 minutes, and 34 seconds, completely shattering the historical record for this achievement. He is rewarded with yet another magnificent SSS level, Job Transfer Crystal. Everywhere in the Eastern District, the Shinshin townspeople lose their minds over the news. Some shout in disbelief that an SSS level crystal has appeared, noting, it is only the 10th one since the Tower of God was first established. Others remind each other that the SSS level warrior from the Yen Nation, Li Jingxian, now ranks number 1 in the world. Crowds are even praying for blessings upon the Yen Nation. Meanwhile, inside a bustling conference hall, the atmosphere is no calmer. Leaders scramble as the captain demands every single bit of information on Subai. He orders Pei Lingxiao to follow up immediately, making sure their team engages him as soon as he leaves the novice area, warning not to let any other squad get ahead. When Pei Lingxiao cautiously mentions that proper recruitment should involve offering conditions, the captain cuts her off sharply. He tells her to forget the negotiations and just use the highest standards of their elite 11th team. Pay whatever it takes, he insists, recruit him directly into the first-line squad. He declares that with Subai on their side, they'll have an SSS-level combatant under their banner. That would put them second, only to Li Jingxian's team, and elevate their status beyond anyone's reach. Pei Lingxiao finally agrees, privately thinking that the captain is right. She looks forward to shutting down the arrogant mockery they've endured from the 5th and 6th teams once and for all. Meanwhile, at the beginner's tavern, people are chatting restlessly. One person brings up how Subai still hasn't changed his job yet. Another agrees, pointing out that to achieve such incredible results without switching classes means his strength is truly terrifying. A few wonder why he refuses to change jobs at all and ask if he might return to Novice Town. They admit they'd love to see it for themselves. While they are talking, the tavern door suddenly bangs. Open! The crowd panics and shouts at whoever dares to be so reckless, but when they realize it's Subai, carrying an enormous bag, everyone freezes. No one dares to mess with him. Some whisper that he must be insane, certain the boss lady will beat him half to death for barging in like that. Others back the thought, saying anyone foolish enough to tease her usually ends up dead on the spot. To their shock, the tavern lady doesn't get angry at all. Instead, she praises Subai for being efficient, and even seems genuinely happy to see him, showing no ill will. Subai then tells her to bring him a cup of Falling Star. The boss lady laughs softly and says he must be good at drinking, since that recipe is her exclusive. The onlookers grow uneasy, whispering among themselves and wondering just who this guy really is. They cannot understand. How on earth is the boss lady tolerating someone who just kicked her door open? Yet, she's actually praising the incredible haul he's brought in. She sniffs the bag, and true to her heightened werebeast senses, immediately detects something truly extraordinary hidden inside. Still, she sternly warns him that no matter how sweetly he tries to talk his way out, there will be absolutely no discounts to be found here. It's 1 gold a cup and no credit. As Subai takes a drink, he notices a notification pop up. 1 cup of Falling Star increases all attributes by a full point. The boss lady shakes her head, letting out a weary sigh, lamenting that he doesn't even appreciate the immense rarity of what he's consuming, comparing him to a mere cow chewing on a precious peony. 11 a.m. After finishing, Subai stretches, a tired yawn escaping him, and casually tells Sister Dana to arrange a private room upstairs, claiming the day has utterly worn him out. Just then, another figure enters, and everyone is utterly shocked to see Lin Yuchen herself walk right in. She feels a wave of relief, thinking how incredibly fortunate it was that she hadn't escalated their earlier conflict. Otherwise, she truly fears the outcome would have been absolutely disastrous. Subai greets her casually, saying he had been expecting her. Lin Chuan, standing right beside her, urges her to check the goods. When Lin Yuchen looks inside the bag, she's absolutely stunned. She had never imagined it would be packed with so much. In the private room upstairs at the tavern, Subai finally reveals the astonishing contents of his bag. The others gathered there are immediately stunned into silence, whispering among themselves, wondering if this could actually be a legendary treasure bag. Subai calmly lays everything out, stating that everything they need is right here. The assistant, however, mutters that he's simply too good at putting on this act. Now, the real matter comes up. The price. Lin Yuchen cannot tear her eyes away from the dazzling shine of the treasures. Spread before her, an A-level job change crystal, 50. E-level crystals, 20 C-grade pieces, 30 D-grade pieces, and 5 B-grade crystals. Every single type one could possibly need is right there, sitting in plain sight. Subai even casually mentions that there's a 5-level job transfer crystal available, if she's interested. Then, he casually adds that he also happens to have an S-level job transfer crystal, something he had almost completely forgotten about. The moment he says it, the entire room falls into stunned silence. Out of everything he's displayed so far, this single crystal is the most shocking of all. No one present can believe what they're seeing. An actual S-level job change crystal lying right in front of their eyes. 11 a.m. Lin Yuchen is utterly speechless. She stares at it as the notification displays the item's information clearly. An S-level career transfer crystal? Mage Scholar! The assistant behind her blurts out in utter disbelief. This truly is an S-level crystal. Lin Yuchen picks it up with utmost care, holding it for a moment to feel its surging power, before gently placing it back on the table. Her expression makes it crystal clear. There's no way she can let this pass. She needs it, and she needs it now. She asks him, "How much will it take? How much will I have to pay?" Subai wastes no time explaining that everything, except for the S-grade crystal, will be sold at market price. For payment, he wants 10% in cash and the rest in gleaming gold coins. On top of that, he'll prepare a list of vital supplies and expects her direct help in purchasing them. Lin Yuchen nods quickly, confident such an arrangement won't be a problem at all. After all, supplies are the easiest thing for her to handle. Subai then hands over a sheet of paper, explaining it's the list of goods he wants purchased. A soldier, standing nearby, accepts it with a nod, confirming it looks fine. Lin Yuchen then instructs him to head out immediately and begin arranging the purchase. Once the deal is set, Subai leans back on the sofa, announcing it's time to discuss the S-grade crystal, asking Lin Yuchen to give him her best quote. She starts calculating quickly, unwilling to let such a golden chance slip away, and immediately offers 200 million in cold, hard cash. The number leaves Subai stunned. He hadn't expected something so utterly outrageous. 200 million? He thinks to himself. It can't really be worth that much, he muses. After all, he's already seen treasures of insane value, and this crystal didn't seem to be on that same level. But Lin Yuchen isn't finished yet, she explains. That S-level job transfer crystals are always in critically short supply, so her offer is more than reasonable. Along with the cash, she promises 200,000 glittering gold coins, and even adds a house in Linfeng City, the very first city of the Tower of God. The guards behind her can't hide their shock, muttering that such a property is unbelievably expensive and utterly out of reach for ordinary people. Subai pauses, carefully weighing it all in his mind. The more he thinks about it, the more he realizes the offer is, indeed, worth no less than what she claims. Lin Yuchen waits quietly for his response, watching him closely. Finally, he says he understands and won't haggle further, only asking if payment within 7 days would be acceptable. For Lin Yuchen, that isn't a problem in the slightest. She agrees right away and urges him to sign the contract, without wasting a single moment. The contract is drawn up and signed, with Lin Yuchen watching every stroke of his pen, as though afraid something might go horribly wrong. When the notification confirms the deal is complete, they seal it with a handshake. Subai expresses his pleasure in their partnership, as she replies with equal enthusiasm, sealing the deal and eagerly anticipating their future collaboration. Subai then offers her the floor, asking if anything else weighs on her mind. Lin Yuchen acknowledges that the whole world now knows he's acquired an over SSS-level job transfer crystal, a legendary artifact. She tells him that the prestigious Lin group would wholeheartedly welcome him, but Subai just waves it off, saying they can discuss it much later, since he has absolutely no intention of changing jobs at this moment. This response utterly puzzles Lin Yuchen. She wonders why he wouldn't switch jobs immediately, asking herself, isn't he worried that someone might just come and steal it? Subai simply laughs it off, stating he has his own unique plans in motion. With that, he excuses himself, heading back to his room for some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, at 11 a.m., the tavern is buzzing with rampant gossip, as regulars whisper that this is the very first time they've ever seen the Lin family's eldest daughter act so incredibly gentle with anyone. They excitedly speculate about who this mysterious man could possibly be. Some suggest it might genuinely be Subai, but others quickly dismiss the idea, pointing out incredulously that someone who cleared the 10th floor of the Tower of God wouldn't be wandering around in mere beginner's gear. Subai, overhearing the lively chatter as he walks away, can hear them gradually piecing together the truth. Some recognize him outright, exclaiming that it really was Subai just now. Still, many remain stubbornly doubtful, arguing fiercely that a player of his caliber should be draped in luxurious, high-tier equipment, not dressed more poorly than even an ordinary adventurer. Others counter that truly strong players often hide their identities on purpose, so it makes perfect sense. Even the boss lady joins the fray, scolding him in absentia. She complains that because of Subai, she's now facing all sorts of chaos that's severely affecting her business, and insists he must be held accountable. The furious boss lady storms towards the room where Subai is peacefully sleeping. Silently, she first looks at him and thinks to herself, so he's just hiding here to sleep, huh? Then she steps closer and kicks him lightly. Subai, still half asleep, asks in a drowsy voice, "Why are you here, and why are you so loud?" So the boss lady shoves her face right up to his and tells him furiously that she cannot possibly do her business properly because of him, asterisk. She also asks if his name is Nana, and warns that he had better find a way to fix the absolute mess downstairs, or else she will absolutely kill him. Subai, however, still half distractedly wonders if Nana is truly her name. Then, he pulls out a surprisingly large pile of gleaming gold coins and shows them to her. The boss lady is utterly shocked and surprised. After seeing such a dazzling display, Subai casually asks if that's enough to pay for his room. The tavern lady, she declares the amount is more than enough, asserting her professional problem-solving prowess. Subai, however, casually mentions his exhaustion, wondering if he can just sleep a little longer. He adds that killing people is an option, but the boss lady quickly reassures him that she is absolutely no murderer. Subai then coolly informs her he has a business deal to discuss. The tavern lady, intrigued, wonders if he's brought another rare wine recipe. She excitedly asks how many he has this time, but instead of a recipe, Subai dramatically pulls out a crystal, leaving the boss lady utterly speechless. She gasps, "You're truly capable," and asks if he really obtained an SSS-level job transfer crystal. Subai responds calmly that he plans to begin the god's test. Hearing this, the boss lady's eyes widen. She finally understands, but she still wonders, asterisk, how does he know about the god's test? Subai explains, in his own mind, asterisk, he's taken this test over 100 times in his past life. So of course he knows, but he does not reveal this critical detail to her. Instead, he simply tells her she doesn't need to know the details, only to answer his question. Is he qualified? The boss lady explains that the crystal itself, asterisk, is the certificate for entering the test of gods. She warns that inside, he cannot gain any gold coins or equipment. There is only one reward, the hidden profession crystal. But she also wants to confirm if Subai is completely certain about participating, because once he enters, the crystal will be consumed, and he only gets one chance. Subai thinks about how he failed more than 100 times in his previous life, but this time, he is determined, not to fail. He tells the boss lady that he is absolutely certain about his decision and asks her to schedule the test. This leaves her utterly speechless, and after a stunned pause, she mutters, "If he wants to die, I won't stop him." Subai calmly replies that she doesn't need to worry, since he has a long life ahead of him, and he will not die here. At that moment, the crystal in his hand begins to crack apart. The boss lady swiftly takes the crystal and declares, "We are about to begin." A system notification dramatically appears, declaring that the god's test has officially begun. It asks if he wants to enter, also warning that once he enters, there will be no turning back. So, consider carefully. A huge magic circle suddenly forms beneath the tavern lady. She once again tells Subai that it's not too late to regret his choice. Subai asks her, "When did you become so talkative?" reminding her that this times wasn't her usual demeanor. Hearing this, she times furiously, kicks him, launching him straight into the magic circle, snapping that if he truly thinks she's nagging, then he can just go to hell. With a bang, Subai is instantly pulled into the circle. As he descends, a mysterious voice echoes in his mind, telling him not to use asterisk, that trick asterisk. The boss lady is left behind, frowning as she wonders what that strange message could possibly mean. She mutters to herself that this brat always gives her an oddly familiar feeling. Inside the trial, lava spreads out everywhere. Subai lies on a solid block of ground, surrounded by the molten rivers. As he slowly rises, he thinks about how familiar this place feels. He tells himself that he's back in the gods' test once again. Looking at the system notification, he confirms that it's exactly asterisk, the same as it had been in his past life. The message explains that he has officially entered the gods' test, and that his equipment and backpack slots have been sealed. All amplifications have been temporarily removed and will only be restored after passing the test. Subai begins walking forward through the fiery landscape. Along the path, he notices countless, scattered across the ground, evidence of those who failed to escape. As he passes them, he reflects that the corpses lying in the dark river are all the remains of men who once had the courage to challenge this trial. Although it seems contradictory, it's true. Those brave ones are exactly what he came here to surpass. And in this life, he tells himself, it will not end the same way. Subai checks his stat window again, and sighs that the bonuses from weapons and equipment are almost non-existent. And even his backpack is sealed. His name is displayed as Subai. His level remains fixed at 10, unchangeable. His occupation has not yet been altered. His strength, agility, physical, and spirit stats all show at 100. His health stands at 1000, calculated as Constitution x10. His magic value is also 1000, from Spirit x10. His physical attack is listed at 200, calculated as Strength x2. And his magic attack is the same, Spirit x2. His gear consists only of a novice long sword, rough, a novice short sword, rough, and a beginner's tunic, rough. Even so, Subai reminds himself that at least the golden shovel he had obtained earlier was not sealed by the system. He pulls it out, gripping it firmly in his hands. A new notification flashes before him, warning that a large wave of crypt demons is approaching. All players are instructed to prepare for battle. A countdown appears, starting at 59 seconds. Quickly dropping toward 55, Subai readied his stance. Weapon in hand, he thought to himself that his current attributes were already higher than when he had attempted the gods' test. In his previous life, if he were to fail again this time, it would be far too shameful. The countdown ticked down for 3. Suba muttered that the activity area was only a little over 1,000 square meters wide, which meant he would need to stay completely focused. One wrong step into the surrounding lava would mean instant death at 2 seconds. A portal flared open, dark shapes, and emerging soon dozens of crypt demons poured into the arena. Each was classified as Elite Level 10, with 250 magic attack, 180 defense, and 2,000 health. Their skills included Spiderweb and Burrow. Subai narrowed his eyes. He recognized them immediately, and whispered that he was ready for them. The demons multiplied quickly, filling the ground rather than waiting. Subai launched forward first, striking one with a fierce blow. His critical hit cut down 500 HP in an instant, but he frowned. Compared to the massive numbers he was used to inflicting, the damage felt pitiful. He swung again, and this time his strike pierced deeper, reducing the creature's full 2,000 HP in one blow. The system immediately notified him of his first demon kill, rewarding him 1 point. It encouraged him to continue. Subai muttered that the reward seemed stingy, but he wasted no time. He dashed forward again, slicing down demon after demon. His critical strikes began landing harder, each slashing off 2,000 HP at once. Now 3 crypt demons fell before him in single hits, collapsing under the weight of his golden shovel. Cutting steel was one of the most basic applications of sword energy. Beyond that, there were techniques like sword, chi slash, and sword chi assault skills that could drastically boost a player's combat power. In a situation like this with dozens of monsters rushing toward him, Yubai knew he needed something truly powerful to break through. Even as he fought, he thought to himself that without mastering these techniques, he would never be able to pass the test. Experience alone wasn't enough. But the monsters weren't simple either. They moved with cunning, waiting for the right moment to overwhelm him. Subai, however, sensed the ambush. His instincts sharpened. He immediately dodged, avoiding the coordinated strikes, and countered with a fierce blow. His sword landed cleanly, tearing through one of the demons. With that critical strike, the creature's health instantly plummeted by 2,000. In an instant, it was a spectacular one-hit kill, and he managed to land it 3 times in a row as the system triumphantly chimed. Demons killed, 3. Current points, 10. And then, another notification immediately followed. Tip: accumulate 100 points to gain 1 precious chance to restore your status. That small detail immediately sent his spirits soaring high. With a triumphant grin spreading across his face, Subi launched himself once more, back into the fray, his blades a lethal blur, flashing as he cut down wave after wave of relentless demons. Notifications flooded his screen with every single strike. Meanwhile, on the message boards, the entire forum buzzed with fervent speculation. At floor 25, one user asked why Subai still hadn't used his SSS-level job transfer crystal. Another, on floor 26, complained that he was being far too reckless, saying he should have activated it long ago. On floor 27, someone else openly wondered aloud if he wasn't terrified of losing it altogether. Further down, the gossip shifted gears. By floor 156, wild rumors spread that Lin Yuchan was auctioning off crucial novice gear in town, items of unusually high quality, indeed, including a dazzling variety of job transfer crystals. Floor 157 erupted with utter shock. Players questioned if those items had come from Subai himself, and at floor 158, another poster confirmed it with absolute certainty, saying there was no doubt that Lin Yuchan was only level 4. Who else could possibly have supplied such treasures, if not Subai? At level 159, some players speculated that Subai would never sell his SSS-level crystals. Yet, the relentless rumors and intense debates continued endlessly, even spilling into the Novice Town Tavern. Inside, the tavern lady snapped fiercely at the restless crowd, warning them in a sharp voice that if they dared step onto the second floor again, she would treat them as thieves and kill them on the spot. She made it crystal clear that Subai was not upstairs, and that his SSS-level job transfer crystal had already been shattered into useless fragments. She hoped that this would put an end to the constant harassment aimed at Subai. But the restless crowd refused to believe her. Some muttered that there was no way such a crystal could have been destroyed, demanding proof. Another scoffed, calling it utterly impossible. The lady only sneered in response. She reminded them that proof wasn't necessary to kill someone. She insisted that she had crushed the crystal with her own hands, and if they dared doubt her, they were welcome to test her grip strength themselves. Her words carried a chilling edge as she asked if it was strong enough to crush their hands or even their heads. But she warned that anyone who dared to volunteer for such an experiment might not even live through it. Meanwhile, back in the strategy group's meeting room, the atmosphere was absolutely charged with tension. The leader and his team were deep in reviewing vital intel when a scout burst in, face pale, and delivered a shocking report. Dana, the tavern keeper, claimed to have personally obliterated Subi's SSS-level crystal. The leader was utterly stunned, demanding confirmation, as the rest of the group fell into a shocked silence. The crushing truth: Dana was an NPC, and NPCs simply times don't lie asterisk. This meant the news was undeniably true. With that chilling realization, despair washed over them. They had just lost the very last thread of hope they'd been desperately clinging to. Far away, the wider player base erupted in a flurry of mixed reactions across the bustling message boards. On floor 1008, someone savagely mocked Subai, cackling that yarn country had birthed a fool who flaunted his precious crystal everywhere, but never used it, only for it to be utterly destroyed. On floor 1059, another player declared, between bursts of laughter, that it was like a cooked duck flying away right as it was ready to be eaten, using Yarn Country's own saying to drive the insult deeper. By level 1324, The tone had shifted to something far darker. Players insisted this was destiny, that Yarn Nation was simply unworthy of possessing an SSS-level crystal. They proclaimed that only Fabing Nation deserved such glory, and that the honor of having a second SSS-level superplayer would undeniably belong to them alone. At level 1,447, players from Sakura Country grew fiercely confident, boldly declaring that their next SSS-level superplayer would surely emerge from their proud nation. They placed all their hopes on Yomori Guang, the brilliant son of Lord Yomorita, insisting he was destined to surpass even his father's legendary mastery. Meanwhile, back at the strategy group meeting, the atmosphere remained incredibly tense. The leader slammed his fist on the table, roaring in sheer frustration, furious that such an absolutely vital crystal had been lost. One of the men present smirked, then coolly remarked that he had always maintained Tsubai was unworthy of a spot on the first team, and this incident only proved his point. Pei Ling Xiao, standing nearby, glared daggers at him and sharply snapped, demanding why he always had to stir up trouble. But the man just laughed mockingly, teasing her and brazenly suggesting she might be attracted to Tsubai. She angrily told him to shut his mouth. The boss cut in, clearly irritated, demanding to know why they were wasting precious time bickering. When all the SSS-level newcomers were already gone, Pei Ling Xiao quickly clarified that shouting at them was utterly pointless. After all, she wasn't the one who had crushed the crystal. The boss waved off the quarrel and issued his next urgent command. Their mission: defend the Tower of God. And the very moment Tsubai stepped out of the novice area, they were to seize him instantly. Another subordinate boldly questioned, "Why even bother with Tsubai now?" He scoffed. "It's unrealistic to expect him to produce another SSS-level crystal." But the boss countered sharply, branding them all useless. He fiercely reminded them that Tsubai's record-breaking performance in clearing stages proved he possessed incredibly rare skills. With such immense potential, it wasn't impossible that another SSS-level crystal could emerge in the future. Pei Ling Xiao chuckled and conceded that the boss's reasoning was far sharper than their own. One of the men then asked, "Which method should we employ? Torture, coercion, or inducement?" The boss scolded him harshly, asking if he was a common bandit or some prison thug. "Torture," he declared, "is both foolish and impossible, especially against someone like Tsubai." Instead, he ordered inducement. No matter the cost, no matter the money it takes, they are to lure Tsubai and make him unleash his true skills. This, he declared, is absolutely critical for the future of Yan country, and none of you are allowed to fail. Back within the God's Test, at the first level, Tsubai faced another relentless wave of spiders, rushing at him. He slashed them down effortlessly, landing critical hits and felling each with a single, deadly strike. Laughing in pure excitement, he challenged them as if they were mere little devils before his blade. Soon after, a triumphant system notification rang out, congratulating him for successfully passing the first level, and urging him to press onward. Tsubai finally let out a deep sigh of relief. 10 grueling hours had passed, and the first stage was at last over. His body felt utterly drained, but there was no time to celebrate. He sternly reminded himself that this was only the very beginning, just the first level. Ahead of him stretched 9 more grueling trials, and to clear them all, he would need to slay 1,000,000 monsters and push his way to the coveted SSS rank. As he stepped into the next area, the environment shifted drastically. The blazing fire and molten ground of the first stage vanished, replaced by a vast, open space filled with jagged, menacing rocks, some even floating unnaturally in the air. Tsubai quickly glanced at the counter and calculated 11,034 enemies waiting here. It was only a fraction of the total, yet the road ahead already seemed absolutely endless. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, informing him that he had entered the second level. His status had been refreshed, but a massive wave of stinging demons was rapidly approaching. The countdown began at 59, ticking lower by the second. Tsubai steadied his breathing, focusing his mind. He began circulating his magic, a surge of power. His strength returned as the novice period was rapidly nearing its end. No time could be wasted. A low, ominous buzzing reached his ears, then the swarm appeared. Bees, thousands upon thousands of them, they shot toward him, their wings slicing the air like razor blades. he immediately recognized the grave danger. Their venomous stingers could drain his very life with every hit. The sound of their wings filled the entire space, a suffocating, deafening cloud of noise. Instead of panicking, Subai coolly muttered to himself that this was troublesome, but in a way, precisely what he needed. He swapped his weapon for the iron whip of thorns. It was nothing special, merely novice grade, yet its wide, sweeping arc made it far more practical than a single blade. The ability to freely switch equipment during the trial was a massive advantage. As the swarm closed in, Subai lashed out once, simultaneously stepping back as the whip tore through the air, unleashing a crushing wave of force. 20 demons dropped instantly. With that single critical strike, a small smile crossed his face. Exactly as he had predicted, the whip was absolutely perfect for this fight. The bee demons might have incredible speed and deadly poison, but their defense was pitiful and their health astonishingly low. Without pausing, he instantly followed up with sword extinction, with cutting down another 20 in a single, devastating sweep. Another strike fell, obliterating 30 more, and then another 40 vanished in one hit. The notifications flickered non-stop as his kill count surged upward, and Subai pressed forward with relentless momentum, carving his way deeper into the endless swarm. 12 hours later, Subai was still fighting, unyielding. His movements had become almost mechanical, critical strikes flowing, one after another. The swarm of stinging demons had seemed truly endless, but with every lash and every strike, their numbers thinned. His latest kill was 19, in a single blow, bringing his total points to an astonishing 2,552,100. Finally, the very last of the bees hit the ground, their lifeless bodies covering the shattered battlefield. Subai stood tall amidst the silence, his chest rising and falling with profound exhaustion. He muttered to himself that he was finally, truly, done. He had killed them all. Switching back to another weapon, he began moving forward once more. The second level, he reflected, had not been so bad after all, even though nearly 250,000 bee demons had been waiting for him there. A system notification then urged him to recover before proceeding, reminding him that even more trials awaited. He obeyed, steadying his breath and regaining his strength. Soon after, another notification appeared. You've ascended to the third level, all stats refreshed. A massive wave of witchcraft imps is closing in. Players, prepare to push them back. The countdown restarts. 59, 58, 57. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai swiftly switched weapons. These witchcraft imps excel at long-range spellcasting, so he snagged a short bow, their most effective counter. With it, he could unleash arrows at lightning speed, before the imps could even finish their chants. As the goblin-like creatures materialized, they locked onto Subai, raising their hands to chant in chilling unison. Dark magical energy pulsed at their fingertips, poised to strike him down. But Subai was already drawing his bowstring, loosing arrow after arrow in a seamless, deadly rhythm. The battlefield erupted with the shrieks of wounded imps, their casting faltered, spells fizzling midway, their concentration shattered by his relentless assault. He knew their weakness well. Long chanting times left them utterly vulnerable to anyone with faster reflexes. And speed? That was his greatest strength. With sharp confidence, he declared to himself, when it comes to speed, I've never feared anyone. Critical arrows pierced through their defenses. 5 fell instantly. One after another, he adjusted his aim and fired. Again, targeting those who had managed to finish their chants. Bolts of dark magic streaked towards him in return. But his agility saved him, dodging at the last possible moment. Yet he realized, grimly, that even one hit could prove fatal. He had to be faster still. Meanwhile, far away in the Tower of God, the 10th floor shook with excitement. An announcement echoed through the sky. Congratulations to player Lin Manchuan for clearing the nightmare platform. On the 10th floor of the Tower of God. Time, 40 hours, 23 minutes, 15 seconds. The woman herself stood with a calm, yet intensely determined expression. Though she had secured her place, her eyes narrowed as she thought aloud. Second place isn't enough. Somewhere out there was the one who had taken first. Subai. If fate allowed, she intended to meet him. Then, let's take a look at a notification window. About Novice Test Day 6 inches the city. According to the latest stats, more than 4.5 million players have qualified this year. By the end of the Novice period, The number of players who finish the game is expected to be about the same as in previous years. This year's list of new professional classes has also been released. There are 110 S-rank newcomers and 21 SS rank players. Among Yen Nation's newcomers, 8 have advanced to S rank or higher, 6 S rank, and only 2 SS rank. This news is spreading like wildfire across the city. And just like that, the rumors start flying about. Outside, groups gather, eagerly chatting about the latest rankings. One man lets out a deep sigh, muttering that this year feels just like the last two. Yen country, always, starts strong, but then falters in the second half. Still, he concedes, it's certainly an improvement from last year's lone S-rank player. Another pipes up, noting they at least have Zhao Zhangkai this year, a top-tier gunner, and Weilin, a formidable two-handed swordsman, both from high-damage professions. A third voice reminds them that Lin Mingxuan's berserker is also solely focused on raw, violent damage output. And Lin Yuchan herself is an S-rank, mage scholar, no less. Then, someone wonders aloud, where's Su Bai? Later, in a pub, a man confronts Lin Yuchan, asking why she rejected the invitations from Lin Mingxian and Zhao Jiankai. He presses her further, insisting there's absolutely no need to forfeit such a prime opportunity just for Su Bai. He argues that had she accepted the Dongqing, Lin family could have ascended to greater heights. But Lin Yuchan calmly sips her drink and asks, instead, if he'd completed the last-minute tasks she assigned him. She reminds him today is the final day. The man quickly replies that he's ready, but still tries to argue his point. Before he can, however, Lady Yuchan cuts him off, stating she has her own distinct plans. And even if she were to explain, he simply wouldn't understand. Finally, a new system notification window dramatically appears. She swiftly swipes through a few menus, pulling up her friend list, which highlights Su Bai's abnormal state, along with Suchi Online and Chung Fei Online. After reviewing the notification, she smiles, a faint remark escaping her lips. It's already been 6 days since that abnormal state was flagged. News about the crystal's destruction has spread everywhere. Because of that, she reasons, Su Bai must still be trapped in the novice zone. She admits she can't even begin to guess what kind of surprises he'll unleash upon the world once he finally emerges. But she's absolutely certain he'll bring forth something utterly unexpected. Her curiosity runs deep, because so far, everything she's witnessed Su Bai do has been astonishing, always unpredictable, always soaring beyond all expectations. People may try to guess his next move, but he never follows those guesses. At least she and her group are among the lucky few who can clearly witness his progress, unlike the others who can only speculate wildly, without any real clue as to what he's truly accomplishing. Our journey now plunges into the 7th grueling level of the God's Test. It's a breathtaking, mountainous realm, utterly shrouded in thick, swirling clouds. You can barely tell if it soars high in the boundless sky or plummets deep beneath some dark, abyssal ocean-like chasm. There, a massive horde of terrifying, stone-bodied monsters, each with colossal eyeballs, are locked in a brutal, desperate battle. They're relentlessly bombarded by countless, shimmering blue magical arrows, each arrow exploding with a thunderous impact, sending sharp shards of stone scattering everywhere. The attacker is none other than Suba, fighting all by his powerful self. He unleashes a blinding barrage of razor-sharp ice arrows, each one striking with devastating, icy precision. Every single shot lands as a perfect critical hit, instantly dropping the monstrous foes. Instantly, it erupts into a dazzling chain of one-hit combos, and, just like always, Suba's relentless, chilling assault works absolute wonders, clearing out wave after relentless wave of enemies and securing his triumphant path forward. Suba scoffs, utterly unimpressed by the monster's feeble defense, remarking that high defense means absolutely nothing when faced with freezing attacks. The harder the target, the more terrifyingly brittle it becomes once frozen solid. Against any other opponents, these mighty stone creatures might have been truly unstoppable forces, but against Times Him asterisk, they are absolutely nothing. He then powerfully prepares to climb ever higher, contemplating how it's already the 6th level, with 3 more thrilling levels still left to conquer. He knows he absolutely must speed up the process. Suddenly, a notification dramatically pops up. Level 8, reached. All statuses refreshed. Incoming threat. Poisonous armored holy insects. Prepare for battle. Countdown begins. 59, 58, 57. As the urgent timer relentlessly ticks down, Suba sees the overwhelming swarm of venomous insects moving in to fully surround him. But he simply laughs at their futile attempt, declaring, "If they truly think they can trap me, they are only dreaming." With one massive, earth-shattering strike, he delivers critical hits that instantly obliterate 29 of them. 6 hours later, another monstrous foe roars in fury at him. Suba, now wielding a blazing fiery sword, mocks it for being far too agonizingly slow. With a powerful sweeping strike, he lands another devastating series of critical hits. A staggering 14 enemies fall in one spectacular blow, followed by another 10 inches the very next. A system notification then triumphantly rings out. Ding! God's test score has reached 1 million points. There are 24 hours left until the end of the novice test. New players, please pay attention to the time. Excited, Suba leaps high into the air. Absolutely thrilled at reaching this incredible milestone, he knows there's still the epic final level boss waiting, and defeating it will grant him the legendary, coveted Brave achievement. After decisively finishing off yet another monster, he pushes relentlessly forward, until he arrives at a mysterious, glowing orb, pulsing with an ominous red light, and crackling intensely with volatile electrical energy. Determined, Suba braces himself. He reaches out, touching the orb, ready to summon the ultimate boss, as a colossal seal erupts across the ground the instant his fingers connect. Then, with an earth-shattering boom, the Red Lotus demon materializes. Its terrifying details flash before his eyes. Type: Demon King. Level: 10. Magic. Attack: 5,000. Defense: 2,000. HP: 1 million. Skill: Hellfire. The battle for the final stage has officially begun, and Subai, standing on solid ground, is instantly even more pumped. He declares that this is exactly the opponent he craved. The monster raises its weapon, letting out a primal scream, vowing to annihilate all humans. With a flashy, devastating move, it attempts to strike Subai down. But Subai immediately dodges clear, admitting to himself that this demon is still extremely difficult to handle. He muses, this truly is a genuine demon-level boss. With a defense value of 2,000, he realizes landing any real damage on it is impossible, for now. The monster, clutching its enormous sword, glowing like a miniature sun, scans the battlefield to locate Subai. Subai reminds himself he'll have to keep fighting strategically, and decides he must wait for the perfect opportunity to deal the finishing blow. After carefully preparing his strategy, he leaps into the air. The monster instantly notices the movement. At that moment, Subai is engulfed in pulsing blue energy. He muses, this battle feels like a cat-and-mouse game he's played dozens of times in his previous life. But now it's far more exciting. He adds, this time he has a trick to rely on. As he flies on a block of rock, Subai locks his gaze on the demon, ready to unleash his strategy into action. Suddenly, Subai is startled as a group of skeletons appear right beside him. Each one is being controlled through thin, glowing threads of energy he sent out. He tells himself he wants the monster to taste its own magma. He lands back on the ground, while the monster screams that it will cut him into pieces and avenge the brave warriors that Subai had defeated before. Subai replies sharply. A dagger, forming out of glowing blue energy in his hand, gleams brightly as he rushes forward. He shouts for the monster to die, and slashes hard, landing a strike that severs one of its limbs. The monster is absolutely shocked at the sudden attack, but Subai announces that this is the end for it. He charges again, this time drawing his bow, and begins firing arrows. At point-blank range, the monster is caught completely off guard, unable to react, forced to stand helplessly as arrow after arrow pierces into its body while the monster reels. From the hits, another surge of blue energy races from rock to rock, and the demon is struck once again by an arrow. Subai laughs loudly, saying that as long as he can break through its defense, he can kill even gods with that confidence. He readies yet another arrow on his shining bow before he can fire the finishing blow. The monster lets out a furious scream. It curses humans, shouting that it cannot believe such fragile beings would be the ones to defeat it. Even worse, it realizes, is the humiliation of being brought down not by an army, but by a single human Subi, alone for the Red Lotus demon. This is the greatest shame it could ever face. Even as the monster was getting torn apart, it kept trying again and again to fire blast back at Subai. Explosions shook the whole area, the shockwaves echoing everywhere. But the creature didn't stop. It kept spamming attacks, desperate not to let Subai slip away. But in the middle of its frenzy, the monster suddenly realized something terrifying. Subai was no longer in front of it, he was right beside it, too close. Subai called it an idiot, saying that this was the end. The monster tried to fire one last blast, at point-blank range, but it was already too late. Subai's sword came down, slashing through in a clean arc. The monster's wings were sliced apart, feathers scattering like ashes in the air, and its body plummeted. Toward the ground, a notification chimed. Instantly ding, congratulations. You have passed the god's test points. 1,082,022. You have reached the requirements to redeem the only hidden. Do you want to redeem it? Suba barely glanced at it. Too tired to care, he let out a long breath, muttering that it was finally over. But then another notification popped up. Once you redeem your 1,000,000 points, you will receive the super professional title Brave. That woke him up. He jumped to his feet laughing. This was it. The legendary hidden title. An exceptional profession, far above even SSS rank in his past life. This very title had carried him all the way to the 999th floor. This was exactly what he had been aiming for. Still, he forced himself not to rush. Instead, he thought about the golden hoe and the legend tied to it. Supposedly it could copy items. If that was true, then maybe he could double his rewards. With a quick prayer for luck, he tossed the golden hoe into the air, hoping this wasn't just a fairy tale. But then, silence. The hoe didn't return. Subai froze, his face darkening, as panic began to creep in. It was gone, just like that? This wasn't how it was supposed to go. The system still showed his points intact, but the missing hoe left him rattled. Just as he was wondering what could have happened, the ground rumbled violently beneath his feet. Lava flared up around him, sparks of volcanic fire bursting into the air. Then it happened. From one side, something golden burst forth, radiating blinding light. From the other, something dark and purplish surged, exuding a chilling, destructive aura. Subai stared at both, wide-eyed, feeling the incredible clash of energies. His body tensed as one of them suddenly exploded, as all the golden and dark energies clashed and converged on Subai. A new notification flashed before his eyes. Congratulations. You have obtained a twin career, the Brave Man and the Demon King. Immediately, Subai felt his body shift. His form began to change. Half of him radiated light, the other half draped in shadow, resembling a man split between two worlds. The transformation wasn't painless. Power surged through him like fire and ice, colliding in his veins. But despite the strain, strength poured into him like never before. A massive portal then opened in front of him, its energy swirling like the very boundary between two realities. Panels appeared one after another, showing his updated stats. Name, Kenbi. Level, 10. Occupation, Sick King Hero X. Strength, 500. Agility, 500. Constitution, 500. Spirit, 800. Health, 5,000. Magic power, activated. Physical attack, 2,000 plus Brave bonus 100. Magic attack, 3,200 plus Demon bonus 100. Special traits, Quinto Group Hero Vibration. Can learn any non-physical skill with instant, full proficiency. You want Firepower Part 3. Unlimited mana. All non-physical skills have no cooldown. Equipment equipped. Cloak of All Things. Supreme Artifact. Fire Dragon Fist. +1 perfect level. Chain Purple Gold Armor. +1 perfect level. Subai stared at the panels, mesmerized, and felt a surge of satisfaction. His 4 attributes had increased more than 5-fold. His wise stats had doubled thanks to his new passive ability. His mana pool was now limitless. With this kind of power, he could crush anything in his path. He could walk sideways across the world without fear. Looking at the corpses of countless challengers who had failed before him, he bowed his head slightly and promised them that he would carry their will forward. This time, he swore he would not stop until he killed 2 gods at once. Elsewhere, Lin Yuchan nervously. Her gaze was fixed on her friend list, heart pounding. Then, Suibai's name times blazed times to life, revealing him on Xiao Chunfei's team. She froze instantly, every fiber of her being stunned. After a beat, she blurted out in sheer shock, Suibai has finally reappeared. Her words unleashed a wave of absolute panic, sweeping through everyone nearby, leaving them wondering what was going on. The tremors from above intensified, shaking the very foundations of the town like an earthquake. Meanwhile, Back at the tavern, the boss lady cautiously eased open the door. To her utter astonishment, she found Suibai sprawled out, completely at ease, as if he had just awoken from the most relaxing nap. She was speechless, muttering in utter disbelief. He succeeded? He had actually pulled it off. Suibai merely smirked, reminding her, "See, never doubt me." The lady, still vibrating with both excitement and overwhelming relief, could only exclaim, "You really did it, you conquered that impossible task." Suddenly, the tavern lady's expression grew serious. She informed Suibai gravely, "Heroes and demon kings are not meant to coexist." Suibai just laughed, replying, "I am the strongest among the strong, and you were sharp enough to see it at a glance." He then rose, brushing off his clothes with a confident flourish, declaring, "I've been gone for far too long. It's time to step out and truly see the world once more." He even asked Dana, the tavern lady, "Care to join me?" Dana flatly refused, stating, "The outside world has absolutely nothing to do with me." Suibai understood, promising, "If I miss your wine too much, I'll be back." Just as he was about to depart, Dana stopped him, pressing a magnificent reward into his hands for clearing the god's test. Suibai smiled, commenting, "You're being quite generous," as the reward was none other than the legendary Hidden Badge, a perfect-grade artifact that can conceal his property panel, status, and even his very image. Dana warned him, "The tower is crawling with countless forces opposing the Demon King. If you show yourself carelessly, you might not last long." Suibai laughed again, a warm light in his eyes. "This just proves you care about me, doesn't it?" He thanked her. Dana, flustered and embarrassed, snapped at him, shouting, "Just get out of here!" The scene then dramatically shifted to Lim City, the first grand metropolis, after Nova's town. Here, players could accept vital quests, master professional skills, and meticulously prepare for the perilous higher floors of the Tower of God. Portals, just outside the city gates, led directly to the 11th through 30th floors. As Suibai strode through the bustling streets, a powerful wave of familiarity washed over him. Quietly, he murmured to himself, "I'm back." Soon, he spotted Yuchan, standing with her group nearby. He smirked, telling her, "You found me quickly, didn't you, Yuchan?" Yuchan, clearly bursting with relief, ran up to him, exclaiming, "I finally waited." At last, she asks him where he's been, ever since he vanished for days. Chapter 17. Deep within the Lin Chamber of Commerce, Yu Chan politely urged Subai to take a seat, which he readily accepted. He mused inwardly that the Lin family truly lived up to its legendary reputation. Only they could open such a lavish private club in the very heart of Lin City. Once everyone settled down, Subai quickly acknowledged their swift gathering of resources, remarking that their sheer efficiency was truly impressive. Yu Chan confirmed this, presenting the inventory, explaining that after deducting the 3,000 gold coins spent on vital supplies, the remaining 17,000 gold coins were all perfectly intact. She sipped from a fine drink while the guards surrounding her exchanged quiet, knowing glances. A small cough escaped her lips before she smoothly shifted the topic. She then asked about Subai's current career rating, and Subai frowned. He wondered why she wanted to know. Yu Chan waved her hand slightly, insisting it wasn't meant to offend him, only that rumors were rapidly spreading. Rumors claiming he had lost his job change crystal, with many online even mocking him for it. Subai was utterly surprised, and wondered aloud how anyone could have possibly known about that. Yu Chan explained that word had spread because Dana, the novice tavern owner, had claimed to have crushed his crystal with her own hands. Subai admitted this wasn't wrong. Yu Chan was quietly unsettled. The rumors seemed true, yet Subai showed absolutely no hint of worry, not even regret. She reassured him politely, calling him a man of truly exceptional ability, someone who stood above their entire generation. To her, his calmness could only mean one thing. Perhaps he had already acquired a new SSS grade crystal. That thought brought her some relief. But Subai only dismissed it, brushing off the matter as nothing more than an SSS grade crystal, something hardly worth concern. Then, he looked back at her and asked directly what she truly wanted from him. Yu Chan gathered herself and finally explained her crucial request. She wanted him to join the Lin Family's Guild and work together to fight the boss. At that moment, Subai's expression hardened. He understood, well, that the Tower of God's difficulty had escalated dramatically after leaving the novice area. So, her suggestion wasn't unreasonable. Still, he made his stand, clear. He would times help them attack the boss. But he would not join any guild. His responsibility, he decided, would only be to lead them in clearing the 5th floor. The team composition required 5 magic professions. We need all times high damage types. Too many. Support or defensive roles would utterly kill any hope of a record run. Yu-chan's eyes went wide as saucers, and she practically leapt to her feet, demanding if he truly intended to set a new record. Subai merely shrugged. Inwardly, he knew the math. Normally, it took 20 people to clear a level cleanly. Going for a record, however, meant a very times different build altogether. Yu-chan then wondered aloud if such a feat was even remotely possible. Subai simply told her not to bother. If she didn't believe him, he added, the reward for a record wasn't nearly as good as a first kill reward anyway. So, he didn't have time to do it for the money. He started to walk off, but Yu-chan trailed after him, quickly covering her earlier surprise and asking when they should start. She also asked if the team name could carry the Lin clan prefix. Subai agreed to begin tomorrow. He had matters to handle today. Yu-chan beamed and immediately set things in motion. Her assistant pulled her aside and whispered that Subai supposedly had no Hapanity SSS-level crystals anymore. Could he really lead them to break a record? The assistant muttered that the whole thing smelled like a lie. Yu-chan glanced back at him, sharp and cold. She reminded him that when Subai was a newbie, he'd sliced through 3 or 4 of them like it was nothing. If they had treated him as an enemy back then, they might all still be stuck in novice town. With that, she ordered him to arrange for B-rank magicians and hold 1 slot open for her as backup. No more stupid questions. The assistant stammered his compliance, but kept his private resentment to himself, thinking Subai was simply courting a quick death. Later, at the city lord's mansion, a guard named Wu Kai stepped forward and barked that Subai couldn't barge in without permission. The guards would shoot first and ask questions later. Subai tilted his head and asked, "What's the fuss about?" Then, he offered to share a secret to get in. The man blinked, suspicious, but curious. Subai simply told him that the only real requirement was strength. If you were strong enough, entry would be no problem at all. As Subai approached the entrance, the guard suddenly straightened, his tone changing completely. He addressed Subai respectfully, calling him Sir Brave and inviting him inside, explaining that the city lord was currently at the training ground. The onlookers outside froze. None of them could believe what they had just witnessed. A complete newbie had simply walked into the city lord's mansion, as if it were his own courtyard. To them, it was outrageous. Inside, Subai was quickly surrounded by guards and escorted through the halls. Suddenly, a deafening explosion ripped through the ground ahead. Subai narrowed his eyes, immediately spotting 2 figures. In the distance, one of them breathing heavily. It was Guard Captain Orlando Mullen, level 180, an Earth magician. The other was none other than the Lord of Rim City, Black Ryan, level 200, a human swordsman. Subai felt his pulse quicken. This was it. The famous, hidden plotline of the City Lord's mansion. He had stumbled into it by sheer, incredible luck. And luck like this meant one thing: a chance to comprehend rare, high-level skills. A soldier glanced back at Subai and respectfully asked him to wait, explaining that the City Lord was currently training with the captain. Subai nodded. He didn't mind at all. In fact, his thoughts were racing. Despite having gained dual professions, he lacked both active and passive skills, and had no clear development path. Until now, the only option before had been grinding for random skill books. But this was something else entirely. Here, he could observe and learn directly from masters. Sure enough, a notification appeared before his eyes. C-level basic. Swordsmanship detected. Do you want to study it? Subai's lips curved upward. This was no ordinary swordsmanship. It was the personal skill of a level 200 great swordsman. Another alert flashed. D-level Earth-type primary stone wall detected. Do you want to learn it? He grinned, recognizing it immediately as one of Orlando Mullen's signature spells. He thought it would be a complete waste not to take advantage of this, so he confirmed without a moment's hesitation. The notifications cascaded in rapid succession. Congratulations on successfully learning the skill. Stonewall. C-level. Continuous step detected. Do you want to learn it? D-level Earth element primary stone. Spike detected. Do you want to learn it? C-level upward attack detected. Do you want to learn it? Subai couldn't contain his excitement. He laughed under his breath and kept hitting confirm again and again, greedily devouring every single skill. This, he told himself, was exactly why he had come here. 10 minutes later, the exhausted magician was finally enveloped in a soft glow of healing magic. Subai, who had been standing off to the side, stifled a yawn and thought to himself that it was about time. They had spent all this while training, and he had only just finished mastering a few new skills before boredom started to set in. At that moment, a guard approached, respectfully, and informed the city lord that the brave had been waiting. Black Ryan, the lord of Lim City, froze in surprise. The brave? He repeated the title, as if testing his own ears. He questioned if the man before him was truly a brave. He then requested to see his proof of identity. A glowing notification above Subai clearly displayed the word brave. Subai gave a short acknowledgement, and the city lord's expression immediately shifted to awe. Without hesitation, he lowered himself into a deep bow, followed quickly by every guard and attendant in the chamber. Subai, caught off guard by their sudden reverence, awkwardly greeted them and told them to rise, remarking lightly that the ground was cold. Once he stood, the city lord regarded him with deep respect. He declared it was beyond belief the brave had finally returned, the first to appear in over 100 years. Subai, puzzled, asked what exactly he meant by appearing again after 100 years. Inwardly, he recalled having heard something similar in his previous life, but had never understood the full meaning. The city lord explained solemnly that, according to legend, every century, the Tower of God would give rise to an adventurer marked as the brave. That chosen one would pierce through the darkness and one day lead the people toward the dawn. Subai, however, brushed off the mysterious prophecy. He was far more interested in practical matters. He told the Lord he had come to take on a quest, and asked if one was available. For a moment, the city lord hesitated, thinking it was unusual for someone with the title of brave to request a task, especially at only level 10. He suddenly brightened as if struck with inspiration, and offered a simple request. His dog had gone missing, and perhaps the brave might help search for it. The reward, he added quickly, could be 10 gold coins. Subai's face darkened immediately. To him, this was nothing short of an insult. He glared at the city lord with fiery red eyes, demanding to know if he was being treated like a beggar. The weight of his anger filled the chamber, and even the Lord of Limbs City, a level 200 swordsman, felt a pang of panic under that oppressive gaze. The magician standing nearby, realizing the tension in the room, quickly stepped forward. He offered an alternative, suggesting that if the brave hero did not mind, he himself had a few quests prepared, most of them rewarding skill points or basic skill books. Inwardly, Orlando Mullen could not help but think that asking the brave to look for a lost dog was nothing short of an insult. Almost immediately, a series of notifications, a new notification flashes before Subai's eyes. Magician Orlando Mullen has a quest. Collect 200 skull flowers for a reward of 10 skill points. But wait, Magician Orlando Mullen has another times quest. Collect 1,000 skeleton soulfires for 10 more skill points. Subai nodded with a satisfied grin. Not bad at all, he mused aloud. Mullen practically beamed with pride, even letting out a nervous, delighted chuckle. He profusely thanked our brave hero for the compliment, when suddenly, another times notification. This one, also from Magician Orlando Mullen, announced a new quest. Wizard's Madness Law, Part 1, awaits. The reward? 1 random magic book, plus a cool 10 gold coins. Just then, Lord Black Ryan looked like he was struck by lightning, bursting with inspiration. He loudly proclaimed that he too, had a far more suitable task tailor-made for our brave hero. And boom, a fresh notification flashed before Subai's eyes. Great swordsman Black Ryan has a quest. Unusual movements in the suburbs of Rim City, Part 1. The reward? A sweet 10 skill points. Subai's eyes instantly lit up. He immediately recognized this as the long-awaited main quest for Rim City. A mission that had been completely untouched for 10 whole seasons. He thought to himself, reflecting on how players always focus solely on challenging the towers, completely overlooking the crucial daily quests that truly shaped their very strength. But then, another times notification. This one immediately grabbed his attention, something far more enticing than any before. Great swordsman Black Ryan has another times quest. Warrior's Guidance, reward, a massive 50 skill points. The city lord then fixed his gaze directly on Subai, a grave expression on his face, speaking with utmost seriousness. He explained that, in all legends, heroes are always described as unparalleled masters of combat. Then he asked, with the heavy weight of expectation in his voice, if our brave hero would be willing to provide guidance to his own warriors. Subai immediately understood. This was a test, a direct challenge, not just of strength, but of his very reputation. Subai asks, is this meant to be a challenge mission? And then, how do you plan to compete? He muses to himself that sparring high-level NPCs isn't usually his jam, but this offer is just too tempting to refuse. The city lord thanks him, then generously offers a handicap. He'll cap their levels and skills to make it fair. He tells Subai not to hold back, to strike as hard as he likes. Subai decides to warm up, requesting that both opponents be set around level 30. Orlando blinks in, pure surprise, asking if Subai times really intends to fight two powerful people at once. He points out that Subai has just returned to full-time play, and likely doesn't have many skills developed yet. Black Ryan agrees, confirming that level 30 will cover the basics. Subai, however, tells them to stop the chatter, and just fight times now, he has other business to do. The two high-ranking fighters exchange a quick look, then immediately switch to a respectful tone, asking the brave hero to teach them. They quickly remind each other that when the Lord, and once, the captain and he teamed up to take down a formidable level 200 elite boss. A sight rarely, if ever, witnessed in a century. Now, with time almost up, Black Ryan summons the brave, and the entire training ground fills. With a palpable, tense hush, he channels his raw aura and lunges, with a devastating heavy slash and a wild charging blow. Subi, with a mere blink, dodges, then instantly blinks straight behind the Lord. Noticing his perfect timing, Orlando, enraged, immediately spams a volley of primary stone spikes, attempting to pin Subi down. Subi warns him not to get too flashy, and deftly sidesteps every single spike in a blinding blur. The stunned onlookers fall silent, then erupt. In a chorus of whispered astonishment, they marvel at the brave's unimaginable speed and the terrifying raw power he possesses. The Lord and the magician regroup, quickly planning a devastating combo attack. The training ground itself shudders, as Orlando swiftly forms an elementary quagmire, powerfully anchoring the field, and Black Ryan winds up for a fearsome second stage slash, an attack far more powerful than the first. Subi, however, dodges, yet again, in a matrix-like weave, and tells them bluntly, "Your strikes are far too direct," he urges them. "Use your heads." The Lord, clearly displeased by Subi's remark, barks at him to come again. And, without a moment's hesitation, he lunges forward, stabbing continuously. In a blinding blur of motion, Subi dodges every single strike with effortless ease, and in one swift counter, snaps the Lord's sword clean in half. But the Lord isn't done yet. He warns that there's no place left to hide, and unleashes a chained attack, a three-stage slash so impossibly fast it leaves fiery arcs shimmering in the air. When he glances at the magician, he suddenly realizes the poor man has already been taken hostage. The spectators gasp, shouting in disbelief, "It's unbelievable! In less than half a minute, the Lord has fallen." They cheer, chanting that the brave hero truly lives up to his legendary title. The magician calls out, urgently urging his lord to move, but Black Ryan hesitates. He wonders, is this truly the kind of strength a mere level 10 adventurer should possess? The doubt gnaws at him. What hidden power is concealed inside this man? Determined to uncover the truth, he steadies his stance. Once again, he flat out refuses to admit defeat, especially to someone so low level. The thought alone feels utterly humiliating. With renewed fury, he charges, unleashing a devastating four-stage slash, now wrapped in blazing fire. The raw energy surges towards Subi like a burning storm. But before it can even land, Subi vanishes from sight. In the blink of an eye, he's already behind the Lord, his blade glowing fiercely as he performs a sword kai flash. The devastating impact sends the Lord sprawling, utterly unable to stand. When the dust settles, even Black Ryan has no choice but to admit defeat. Subi points his sword toward him and coolly states, "You're still far from reaching my level." Then, as calmly as ever, he opens his interface and quickly checks the notifications. The quest warrior's guidance is complete, and the rewards have been received. Oh, and the rewards? Of course, they're the best part, and Tsubai doesn't waste a second diving into them. Meanwhile, the Lord lowers his head, humbled as he admits that in his younger days, he'd heard legendary tales of a hero, unmatched among his peers. But he'd never truly believed them until now. He finally realizes just how narrow his vision truly was. The magician readily agrees, stating that even if they were both reduced to level 50, the brave hero would still utterly overpower them. That brief, intense exchange of blows was more than enough to completely convince them. Tsubai commends them, saying their skill control is truly impressive, and promises he'll return to spar again when he finds the time. He then mentions he has an urgent mission to finish and turns to leave. The Lord simply nods, assuring him he's always welcome at the mansion. Tsubai waves a hand dismissively, telling them there's no need to bother seeing him off. He promises to drop by again next time. And just like that, he walks out, leaving the stunned guards and the silent training ground behind him. As soon as the match ends, Tsubai rushes past the surging crowd without a word. He has no intention of chatting with anyone or soaking in their widespread admiration. He just wants to move forward. Behind him, the Lord watches in silence before finally speaking. He tells the magician that Tsubai truly lives up to the prophecy, the one destined to lead them toward the dawn. The magician, still puzzled, asks what that dawn after darkness truly means. The Lord simply replies that time will reveal the answer, telling him to wait and see. Outside, the bustling city of Rim stretches vast and busy, its streets divided into two main circles, the inner district for the privileged nobles, and the outer ring, absolutely packed with adventurers. Most players here travel using teleport points scattered across the land. Tsubai moves through the crowd with purpose, thinking it's far safer and more efficient to focus on learning new skills before taking on any quests. He opens his skill panel, his remaining skill points, 50. The screen lists his options in glowing text. C-level basic swordsmanship upgrade, requires 20 skill points. C-level uppercut, 20 points. C-level continuous stab, 20 points. D-level primary stone wall, 10 points. D-level primary stone spikes, 10 points. He pauses, for a moment, meticulously analyzing the synergy between his abilities. Upward jump, he realizes, can combine with continuous stab to create an infinite combo chain. Exactly the kind of brutal efficiency he's after. New notifications suddenly appear. C-level stabbing and D-level stone thorn are now available. Tsubai, so, he decides to master stone thorn too, reasoning that combined with his endless firepower ability, it can be cast infinitely. This will make monster clearing ridiculously fast. Moments later, a cascade of system messages floods his screen. Congratulations on learning C-level pick. Congratulations on learning C-level continuous stab. Congratulations on learning D-level stone thorn. Tsubai grins, reviewing his updated stats. Character name, Tsubai, level 10. Occupation, Demon King Hero X. Strength, 500. Agility, 500. Constitution, 500. Spirit, 800. Health, 5000. Calculated as Constitution x10. Magic value, Infinite. Demon King passive, physical attack plus 2000 brave bonus, plus 100. Magic Endo. Attack, plus 3200 Demon King bonus plus 100. Professional traits, all weapon mastery, brave. Can learn any non-magical skill. Proficiency, instantly maxed. Endless firepower, Demon King. Can learn all non-physical skills. Cooldowns are removed entirely. Skills, C-level uppercut level 20. Launches enemies into the air 10-second float duration. C-level Refin. Continuous stab level 20, maxed. Executes 10 rapid strikes within 3 seconds. C-level Stone. Stab, level 1. Conjures 3 piercing stone spikes. Tsubai studies the numbers, smirking to himself. These stats may look ridiculous for a level 10 player, but that's exactly what he is, the hero with the power of a Demon King. Apart from his skills, Tsubai's equipment list reveals 3 powerful items. The Clock of All Things, Supreme Artifact, Fire. Dragon Fist plus 1 perfect level, and Chain Purple Gold Armor plus 1 perfect level. As he examines them, he quietly remarks to himself, having a high thinking. A tribute truly makes a difference. Every skill level seems to increase by 10, and all martial arts proficiencies are instantly maxed out. He feels a rush of satisfaction, as he considers that with this combination, even the land of the dead would pose no problem. Confident, he decides to head there next. When he arrives at the teleportation gate, the guards on duty ask where he intends to go. Subai thinks for a moment and recalls that most of Orlando's missions take place in the land of the dead. He tells the guards his destination. One of them informs him that the teleportation will cost 80 copper coins and warns that the return trip will cost double. Subai frowns slightly, thinking about how expensive traveling is. If he keeps teleporting like this, he might just go blind from all the costs. Moments later, a flash of light engulfs him, and he finds himself standing in the eerie land of dead souls. The air is thick with gloom, and an icy wind slashes through the desolate air. He mutters to himself, "This feels so much more realistic than any game I've ever played." He glances at the sole weapon he salvaged after selling all his other gear. Suba grimly decides, "I'll just have to make do with this for now." The relentless chill seeps deep into his bones, and for the very first time, he truly realizes just how incredibly cold this world can be. He immediately regrets not bringing more layers, but quickly tells himself, "It'll be fine, as long as this cold doesn't turn fatal." Suba looks around, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, as he spots a new monster shuffling menacingly toward him. A skeleton warrior. It's an ordinary type, level 21, boasting 260 attack, 150 defense, and a hefty 3000 HP. Their skills are pretty basic too, just a simple slash and block. Since these guys seem to have a bit more health, Suba decides it's the perfect chance to test out his brand new skills. He actually waves at the skeletons, practically daring them to come at him. He's ready to see what his upgraded powers can truly do. The moment they rush in, he unleashes a barrage of sharp stone spikes that fly straight into their skulls. Clean headshots, each one drops instantly. 3 skeletons go down in one move. Then 4, then more than 6. No matter what he uses, every single hit lands as a critical, wiping them out in one shot. He starts laughing, totally reveling in his power. With over 3000 magic attack power, it's no surprise everything's getting absolutely deleted. Notifications keep popping up like crazy. Plus 500 XP, plus 100 bonus XP, again and again. But Suba isn't done yet. He draws another magic circle, launches even more spikes, and declares to himself, "Now this is what real monster farming feels like, compared to the early game." Soon, another notification appears, congratulating him for reaching level 11, and instantly gaining 20 more skill points. He remembers how, back in his previous life as a hero, even 10 points was considered utterly insane. For an F-class profession, most people only ever got 1 per upgrade. Now, he starts wondering if having 2 classes means even the skill points are doubled. He opens his panel and quickly checks his stats. Strength 5 is greater than 10. Agility 5 is greater than 10. Constitution 5 is greater than 10. And Spirit 8 is greater than 20. Leveling up adds 10 points to everything, and he can't help but think that this X-level class might be even scarier than the so-called SSS level 1s. Meanwhile, more skeletons keep coming from all directions. Subai doesn't even flinch. He unleashes another devastating wave of stone spikes, then effortlessly raises a stone wall, chuckling to himself about just how clueless these monsters truly are. He knows he'll need to hunt down more quests that grant skill points if he wants to keep pushing his power to unimaginable new heights. As Subai gazes upwards, a notification abruptly pops right in front of him declaring, "Collection of Skullfire. 1000 out of 1000 has been successfully completed." The message also urges him to turn in the task promptly for a reward, 10 shiny new skill points. He smiles, thinking that finally, one task is done, a small victory earned. Though a long, winding road still stretches ahead before he can truly relax. More skeletons begin crawling from the shadows, and among them, he spots a significantly larger, more menacing one. The kind of monster that just screams trouble. The name floating menacingly above its head confirms it. Skullfire, an ordinary boss, level 48. Physical attack, 1000. Defense, 800. And a colossal 500,000 HP. The skill list isn't short either. Soul Absorption, Sacrifice, Stomp, and Critical Strike. This is getting good. Without wasting a single precious second, Subai raises his hand and launches another brutal round of stone spikes. He laughs, muttering to himself about how the more of them that show up, the more exhilarating this whole thing gets. His attacks tear through the skeleton army like paper, utterly shredding them. 18 go down in mere seconds, then 23, then another 40. The regular monsters can't even process what's happening. They just keep charging, but every single one is deleted in an instant. At some point, even the boss seems to finally notice how terribly things are going. The remaining skeletons frantically start gathering around it, almost as if they're having a quick team meeting mid-battle. Subai watches them closely, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He wonders if this is some kind of special, coordinated move. But then he reminds himself, with a confident smirk, that with his infinite magic power, there's absolutely nothing they can truly do against him. A few moments later, he realizes exactly what's going on. The skeletons aren't retreating, they're sacrificing themselves. The more they offer, the stronger Skullfire becomes, powering up with dark energy. Subai's expression shifts from pure confidence to genuine intrigue. He mutters in his head that this might actually get truly interesting. It seems like the boss is preparing something huge, something dangerous, enough that even he might need to stay on guard. Still, Subai can't help but find the whole situation a bit amusing. He thinks that the boss should have probably tested out a few smaller attacks first, instead of jumping straight into the big one now that all its minions are gone. Now, it's all or nothing. He grins, feeling that thrilling mix of danger and excitement, and says with a confident smirk that he's absolutely ready. Bracing for what's next, he instantly activates his levitation skill, getting into position as the ground shudders violently beneath him. The air around him electrifies with raw power as Subi prepares to unleash a counter to whatever devastating move Skullfire is poised to unleash. Subi barrages him with spike after spike, each one slamming straight into the boss and carving off another 5,000 HP at a time. He doesn't even think about stopping. He's grinning, utterly reveling in every second, telling himself that this isn't over yet. Meanwhile, the boss, on the other hand, is visibly growing annoyed. It's taking hit after brutal hit, but it's still holding back, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to unleash its ultimate move. It seems utterly confident that when that moment comes, Subi's done for. Subi can practically read its mind and merely laughs to himself. He scoffs, "Trying to provoke me? Is that it? Fine. I'll give you another beating then." Without a shred of hesitation, he soars high into the air, aiming straight for the giant skeleton's head. While suspended mid-air, he muses on the sheer convenience of his skills. None of them are the dreaded charge-type martial arts, meaning he never has to worry about frustrating cooldowns at all. He's free to spam them endlessly, and in just moments, his next spike explodes and smashes right into the boss's exposed skull, delivering a pristine headshot that instantly knocks off a whopping 20,000 HP in a single, devastating hit. The boss lets out a furious roar, but it's utterly, irreversibly too late. Subi can't help but mock it in his mind, musing that perhaps if it had only relied on its own strength, instead of greedily siphoning power from others, it might have lasted a while longer. But now, it's nothing but another pile of bones. Moments later, the boss utterly collapses. The colossal skeleton shatters and rains down into glittering fragments all around him. A glowing notification instantly appears. "Congratulations, you've reached level 12 and earned 20 skill points." Subi calmly dusts himself off, a smile gracing his lips, and says, "So, the second mission finally shows up, then, huh?" Around him, small, skull-shaped flowers start eerily rising from the ground, glowing with a faint, ethereal light. Then, another notification flashes across the screen. "Collected. Bonfire Longsword." Immediately followed by another. "Collected. Skillbook. D-rank Undead Summoning." This instantly rank catches his attention. He stares fixedly at the skillbook, wondering what incredible ability it truly unlocks. Without a moment's hesitation, he instantly spends 10 skill points to learn it. Instantly, a new message flashes before him. "Congratulations. You've learned D-rank Undead Summoning. Effect: summons 3 skeletons from nearby corpses." Subi simply nods in approval, finding it incredibly interesting. He decides to test it right away, and as soon as he activates the skill, the ground starts to rumble. A few skeletons rise from the remains of the fallen enemies. But this time, they're not here to fight him. They're here to fight for him. He checks their status. Window out of curiosity name, Skeleton Warrior type, melee attack 500 defense 500 HP, 6000 skills flash block duration, 30 minutes. Seeing them line up in front of him, like a small army, Suba folds his arms and looks at them with a mix of pride and curiosity. Already thinking of all the ways he could use this new skill in battle, Suba looks at the panel and realizes there's no fixed level for his summons. Their strength is based entirely on his own stats. He figures that makes them about as powerful as level 40 monsters, which is honestly pretty impressive with that kind of backup. He thinks he could just sit back and let his new skeleton army handle most enemies for him, feeling proud. Subai watches his skeletons line up neatly in front of him and laughs to himself. He thinks that while these summons might not be much help in a one-on-one duel, in a big fight they definitely shine. To test them out, he orders them to start picking skull flowers, since that's what he needs for his current quest. While the skeletons obediently go about their task, Subai strolls around casually, enjoying how much easier things have become. A notification soon pops up telling him the flower collection is complete, and that he's earned 10 skill points. He grins, feeling satisfied, and thinks to himself that it's nice to sit back and enjoy the results of someone else's hard work for once. He even feels a bit generous, deciding not to overwork his skeletons. After all, they've just been brought back from the dead. Later, he reaches a new area called Death Swamp. Place looks grim and full of fog, and he wonders if the strange creature moving in the distance could be his next possible summon. Without wasting time, he orders his skeletons to attack. They rush forward while he supports them from behind with his magic. The battle ends quickly, and Subai notices a new entry in his log, a skull-horned lizard with decent attack and defense stats. He studies the details and feels pleased with the result as another message appears, saying his summoning the dead skill has leveled up. He becomes curious about how far this ability could go. He wonders if one day he might not even need to fight personally anymore. His army could do it all. Just then, some movement catches his attention in the mist ahead. Subi senses something, a strange occurrence, so he decides to investigate. He mounts his new skull-horned lizard and rides straight into the unknown. Subai fixates on the monster before him, pondering just how many creatures were sacrificed just to stitch this monstrosity together. The beast suddenly whips around, slashing violently through the air, flaunting its terrifying, raw power. Subai deftly leaps back, instantly realizing this isn't just a monster, but a twisted creation of dark wizardry. He tells himself that he'll simply have to free it from its cursed existence, and with that, he starts hurling rock spikes at it, the very same kind that had easily taken down countless monsters before. But this one? This monster swings, again, easily swatting away his attacks like they're utter nothing. Subai can't help but admit this foe is a bit times impressive. He swiftly grasps that a change in tactics is absolutely essential, and since this enemy is clearly unlike any other he's ever faced, this time he pulls out his dagger and rushes in. His strike lands, and the monster flinches. Notifications pop up, -3000 HP, twice. A small, confident grin forms on Subai's face. It's working. Calling the monster trash, he goes in for another round. This time, his powerful strike lands a massive, devastating critical hit, dealing a whopping 100,000 damage. Even the monster doesn't see that coming. Before it can even recover, Subai lands more, hits one for 10,000, then another for 8,000 HP, until the creature finally collapses, defeated, to the ground. Standing tall over its fallen body, Subai mutters that it was massive and quite a handful. He then casually picks up some skull flowers nearby. A notification pops up. Quest, Wizard's Mad Diary, completed. Subai notices another task on his list that has no time limit, so he decides not to worry about it and just head to his next appointment at Remo City West. People glance his way, whispering among themselves. They can't quite see his face clearly, but they do notice he's carrying a surprising amount of loot and wonder if the local stores have finally been restocked. As Subai reaches out to grab something from a stall, he sighs to himself, thinking that killing monsters all night only earned him a measly 20 gold coins. Breaking records still seems to pay better, but this kind of grind isn't sustainable. His forging level is far too low. He starts wondering where he could find a high-level blacksmith. Just then, a loud voice calls out his name. A group of people rushes over, and one of them yells for him to stop, accusing him of losing his SSS level job transfer crystal, and still having the nerve times to show up in public. Others around them start murmuring, realizing that this times is the Subai cursing under his breath. Subai's hand flies to his face, a sudden thought striking him. The only people left who could possibly still recognize him now must surely be from the Lin family. With way too many eyes around, Subai realizes he needs to escape fast. Reaching the city's outskirts, he keeps his face hidden, nervously scanning his surroundings, desperately hoping no one's tailing him. But it's no use. That persistent group is still hot on his heels, following him, dead set on tracking him down. One of them shouts out, trying to draw even more attention, loudly calling for everyone passing by to witness Yan Country's famous super rookie. Another then steps forward, directly asking, "Are you Subai?" Still masked, Subai points to himself, acting completely bewildered, feigning ignorance, as if he doesn't understand what they're talking about. He tries to play it off, insisting he's just Sui, not Subai. But the crowd isn't buying his act, and some even start arguing, joking that there's no real difference, anyway, between Suibai and Suimomo, right? They mock the very guy who called him out, claiming he's going crazy over every guy named Sui. But among them is Jing Pang Xian, a formidable level 49 player who then steps forward and demands Suibai explain why he lost the SSS level job transfer crystal. Now, at this point, Suibai has officially had it. He tears off his mask and snarls back, declaring it's his item, and he owes no one an explanation. But still, the crowd refuses to back down. Someone then shouts that whatever players obtain within the Yen Nation's novice zone belongs to the Yen Nation itself. And that's the line Subai was waiting for. He then tells them that if they truly think that way, they can all come at him together. He has no time to waste. But before he can walk away, one yells for his team to get ready. Team 1, attack. Team 2, provide support. And Team 3, handle healing. Their plan? Take him down and claim all his treasures. For themselves. Instantly, weapons flash as they swarm him. Subai just sighs and gets ready, a smirk playing on his lips as adrenaline rises. He figures it's the perfect time to stretch his muscles. The moment they attack, he unleashes a devastating burst of magic straight at them. It's an undeniable critical hit. Instant kills across the board. The entire crowd freezes, utterly stunned. No one can even process what just happened. Even level 30 players are instantly wiped out. They can't see the cast time, can't follow the motion, can't react. His spells hit before they can even blink. The scene leaves. Everyone freezes, utterly stunned. They're hit with the chilling realization. Confronting Subai head-on is pure suicide. Even after witnessing his comrades fall like dominoes, one stubborn soul still clings to victory and quickly barks orders. The shield warriors form a defensive line in front of me. The armored fighters surge forward, shields raised high, ready to block whatever onslaught Subai hurls their way next. But Subai is already ahead, unleashing another terrifying barrage of stone spikes. He fixes them with a cold, serious gaze, one that screams, "Don't you dare test me." The shield warriors, still radiating overconfidence, believe their mighty defense is more than enough to withstand anything thrown their way. Then, the spikes hit. A bone-chilling cracking sound rips through the air as, one by one, their supposedly unbreakable shields begin to shatter. Pure shock flashes across their faces. These shields have never, ever broken before. The dreadful realization slams. Even their strongest defenses are utterly useless here. From a distance, a handful of stunned bystanders watch the gruesome scene unfold. They whisper amongst themselves, in hushed, trembling tones, wondering if Subai is even human. One of them finally admits, perhaps now it makes sense how he absolutely shattered records, back in the novice area. Meanwhile, the stubborn leader refuses to yield. Witnessing his frontline crumble, he swiftly switches tactics and bellows orders. Magicians, attack from range. The mages immediately begin their furious chanting, unleashing a storm of spells towards Subai fireballs, lightning, ice, everything they can possibly muster. Subai doesn't even flinch. He casually raises a towering stone wall right in front of him, effortlessly blocking every single magic attack. Their most potent spells slam into the barrier and fizzle out uselessly. His defense is utterly solid, completely unbreakable. Then, While they're still reeling from the shock, he begins to gather his own magic fireballs, ice arrows, spiked stones, all at once. The chilling look on his face says it all. He's about to unleash absolute hell. The very next moment, the battlefield erupts into absolute chaos. One after another, blinding flashes of red and blue explode across the entire area. Notifications pop up everywhere. Critical hit. Instant kill, critical hit. Instant kill. It's an utter massacre. Every single one of them drops in a single, devastating hit. The surviving leader watches helplessly as his teammates fall, realizing this isn't just a strong opponent. This is something utterly beyond all reason. Panic finally sets in, cold and absolute. He desperately tells himself that the only thing left to do is run. Run for his life. Maybe that's his only shot at survival. But even that fleeting thought feels utterly hopeless. Subai doesn't seem like someone who lets his enemies escape. And just as he turns to flee, Subai bursts forward like a bolt of lightning, cutting off his only path. Before the man can even take a second step, Subai is already standing right there, directly in front of him, sporting that same amused grin. It's as if the entire fight was nothing more than a warm-up. He strides up, draws his gleaming sword, and levels it directly at the stunned man. Subai demands to know who sent him, and then issues a chilling warning. There's absolutely no point in trying any stupid tricks this time. There won't be another chance. Seeing no way to escape, the terrified man visibly starts trembling right there in front of Subai. He admits that no one ordered him to do anything at all, that it was all his own foolishness, and desperately pleads for mercy. But deep down, he hears a chilling voice warning that if he speaks the truth, his entire family will die. He realizes he's completely doomed either way. If he talks, he dies. If he stays silent, he still might. So, out of sheer desperation, he decides to take one last, desperate shot and attacks. Subai, however, is ready. The moment the man swings, Subai counters effortlessly and strikes him down in one swift, devastating move. The crowd freezes in absolute shock, their faces utterly pale, while Subai calmly sheathes his weapon and simply walks away, muttering that even if the fool didn't speak, he'll find out the truth eventually. A woman nearby, clearly distressed, calls out to Subai repeatedly. At first, he ignores her, lost deep in his thoughts. But after her voice rings out several more times, he finally stops and turns. She folds her hands respectfully and tells him she's truly sorry for everything, that she's brought the real traitor, and he can deal with him however he sees fit. It turns out the true culprit is none other than the secretary. Subai studies him with a cold, serious expression and asks why he wanted to kill him and what this whole mess was about. The man, consumed by raw rage, yells that Subai doesn't deserve the young lady's attention, and that his arrogance is absolutely unbearable. He admits he just wanted to wipe that confident smile off Subai's face. Subai, now utterly indifferent, tells the lady to handle her own people. She nods firmly and agrees, saying the matter will be dealt with strictly according to family rules. Justice is swift, the traitor faces. Instant retribution, the kind that leaves no loose ends. The lady apologizes once again, clearly regretful, but Subai simply tells her to move on. He notes how decisively she handled everything. No hesitation, no mercy where it wasn't deserved. Justice served, clean and sharp. With that, they both step forward, toward the portal that leads to the 11th floor of the Tower of God. Subai looks around at everyone gathered and tells them that since everyone's here, they should form a team right away. He wants everything crystal clear from the get-go, no lingering doubts later, about who stands with him and who doesn't. The very place they've landed themselves in is essentially a literal monster hotspot, absolutely swarming with grotesque creatures, corrupted by the outer gods from the upper Tower of God. Lin Yuchan steps forward confidently and delivers her swift report, stating they have 3 powerful wind mages and 1 formidable fire mage, all boasting a B rank and hovering around level 20. Subai nods approvingly, and then requests everyone to openly share their unique skills. Once revealed, he meticulously studies each and every one, mentally strategizing their optimal deployment. The revealed list of abilities includes Windblade, Balam Air Cannon, Sandstorm, and Firewall. Quite the formidable setup. While mulling it over, he shrewdly notes that flame demons are exceptionally rare among S-rank beings, and Lin Yuchen must have had incredible luck just being here with them. After thoroughly reviewing everything, Subai locks eyes with her, deadly serious, and states he has just one ironclad condition. She can be an absolutely atrocious cook if she wants, but defying his orders is strictly off limits. If she does, she's immediately out of the team. Lin quickly agrees, and Subai silently hopes she truly means it, because otherwise, things could turn catastrophically ugly. Fast! Once everyone officially pledges allegiance to Lin's guild, Subai gives the decisive signal to move out. A few members whisper amongst themselves, clearly impressed that the Lin clan guild has the sheer guts to tackle the 11th floor. That's certainly not something most players dare to attempt. As they move forward, they come across other players who seem to be patiently waiting for their turns to enter. Lin, glancing nervously at their noticeably small party, nervously asks Subai if they shouldn't consider adding a few more people, given their rather low numbers. Subai shakes his head, explaining that, from the 11th floor onward, the number of monsters you face actually scales directly with your team size. More people means more monsters. Then, he casually adds that he was the fastest one to ever shatter a record here, while the others merely matched existing ones. So, they're already doing more than well enough. Lin looks utterly surprised to hear this, and starts to ask for more details. But before she can, a system notification dramatically pops up. Preparation time is about to end. Please get ready. Everyone quickly draws their weapons. Lin and the mages start furiously gathering their mana, readying their most potent spells as the countdown flashes ominously across the air. 3, 2. Subai draws his sword and calmly tells everyone to stand absolutely still. He doesn't want anyone making sudden moves until they know exactly what they're up against. As the countdown ticks down to 1, a system notification flashes, revealing their opponent, a formidable monster called Wolf Eater, level 13. And he's not alone. A whole ravenous pack of creatures emerges behind him, snarling and ready for a bloody brawl. The mages ignite, their spells crackling to life. Wind and fire magic surge from their hands, but Suba strides forth, declaring he'll handle these first few waves alone. He slams his hand to the earth, summoning rows of razor-sharp stone spikes, which erupt and rocket toward the charging monsters. A few beasts try to dodge, but those struck are instantly, brutally impaled. 1 hit, instant kill, 6 drop, then 25 more. Suba mutters, dungeon experience truly is on another level. As his EXP bar relentlessly climbs. Soon, the 36th monster drops, and the remaining horde finally begins to hesitate. They charged in fearlessly at first, thinking these spikes couldn't possibly inflict much harm. But the rapidly growing pile of bodies proves them horrifyingly wrong. Still, they are mindless beasts. They keep rushing forward, only to get skewered, one after another. Another 29 fall in mere seconds. Lin Yuchan simply stands there, utterly stunned. She always knew Suba possessed strength, but this level of power, it's beyond anything she's ever witnessed. The other mages glance at each other, realizing they're essentially just spectators to a one-man massacre. Lin can't help but think it almost feels like Suba has no cooldowns at all. He's just casting endlessly. When the very last monster finally collapses, the battlefield falls utterly silent. Suba calmly sheathes his sword, dusting off his hands as if nothing happened. Lin, still amazed, tells him she's never seen a mage fight like this, not even among the strongest she's ever known. Suba simply tells her that what she saw was nothing. It can be done even without weapons, using bare hands alone. Those words leave Lin completely speechless, and the other mages begin whispering excitedly among themselves, saying they've finally found a real powerhouse to follow. Lin Yuchan simply nods, agreeing they should move on, and the group begins walking again. Suba leads the way, urging everyone to hurry up and keep pace. After a short while, they arrive at the edge of a cliff, overlooking a massive arena below. From there, Suba begins launching his stone spikes once more. All the mages around him follow suit, unleashing their own spells. Even though they know Suba hardly needs their help, they still join in, wanting to feel useful and contribute. Just as things seem to be under control, a sharp screech rings out behind them. A monstrous simian beast suddenly leaps toward the group. Lin Yuchan, so busy fighting enemies in front, doesn't even notice it, but Suba reacts instantly. He turns, draws his blade in one smooth, lightning-fast motion, and strikes the creature down before it can even reach her. Saving her without a single word, the group keeps pushing forward through endless waves of monsters until the terrain dramatically changes, and they arrive at a place known as Kickapoo Hill. The air here feels incredibly heavy, thick with palpable tension. Subai immediately takes command of the situation, turning to Lin Yuchen with an urgent plea. Summon the flame demon. Lin, acknowledging his order, immediately begins chanting. A summoning circle blazes beneath her feet as flames spiral upward. In the very next moment, Balrog appears, a towering demon wreathed in roaring fire, its eyes burning with pure fury and an insatiable hunger for battle. Subai then commands everyone to prepare for combat. Lin confidently replies that she's ready, standing firmly beside her newly summoned, fiery companion. Not long after, terrifying new monsters appear. Level 14, Hellchurus, even stronger and far more aggressive than the previous wave. The mages immediately begin casting Sandstorm and Firewall, while Balrog charges straight into the horde, unleashing a guttural roar that shakes the very ground. The battlefield erupts into total chaos. Pillars of scorching fire rise all around, consuming enemies one after another. Even Subai pauses for a brief moment, watching with a hint of mild amusement. He notes how every time the demon defeats a monster, it seems to grow even stronger. And then, to everyone's absolute surprise, it splits into smaller versions of itself. Subai can't help but grin slightly at the sight, thinking that having such a creature of his own would be quite fun. The mages, on the other hand, are in utter disbelief. They comment among themselves that the flame demon is absolutely incredible, realizing they can simply focus on ranged attacks, while the smaller Balrogs handle all the close combat, turning the arena into a sea of flames. Amid the raging firestorm, Subai and his team stand their ground. Lin, still keeping a close eye on her summon, informs Subai that the flame demon has already split into 8 forms and that there are only 10 minutes left, though her cooldown still has half an hour remaining. Subai simply nods slightly and tells her that he already knows. Just as he finishes speaking, the very ground shakes. A massive explosion bursts around them, flames surging outward with deafening force and covering the entire arena in fiery chaos. Lin Yuchen looks visibly confused now. She turns to Subai and asks what they should do next, worrying that once Balrog disappears, they won't be able to keep the Hellchurus from closing in. Subai stays perfectly calm and tells her not to worry, assuring her that the Balrog won't disappear. His tone is so incredibly confident that even the fiery demon itself seems startled for a second. Flames begin swirling around Lin Yuchen, making her step back slightly in surprise, not sure what Subai means by that. As the flames burn brighter, Lin grows. As she delves into the puzzle, piecing clues together, she realizes the Balrog, whose fierce flames were once fading, is now transforming into solid stone, not simply vanishing as expected. This shocking transformation leaves her utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the other mages keep unleashing their spells, desperately trying to hold back the Hellchurus, but their attacks are clearly weakening. The monstrous hordes are inching ever closer, poised to break through their defenses. Subai, however, just lets out a faint, confident laugh. He tells everyone to relax, assuring them he'll handle these monsters all by himself. Subai then begins channeling his magic, causing massive chunks of stone to violently tear from the ground. They swirl menacingly in the air, gradually twisting into terrifying, flaming demon skull projectiles. This devastating technique is known as Call to Death. A massive chakra ring forms, and the skulls roar forward with incredible speed, erupting in a violent, world-shattering explosion that engulfs the entire battlefield. Subai casually remarks that the little fire demon has become unexpectedly powerful after this encounter. After witnessing his magic, the nearby magicians stare in utter disbelief. Some start whispering to each other, wondering if this is what true madness looks like. They assume he must undeniably be of SSS rank, and suddenly, his relationship with Lin Yuchen makes a lot more sense. Someone with this earth-shattering kind of power clearly isn't ordinary. Even Lin Yuchen herself is utterly stunned. She thinks to herself that it's been less than 2 hours since they entered this dungeon, and yet it already seems like they really might just shatter the record. Meanwhile, across the city, in the Wong Guild conference room, the Wong Guild's enraged leader slams the table, calling his subordinates utterly useless. He complains that they can't even handle a single newcomer, and to make matters worse, They've provoked the powerful Lin family, making the situation more dire with every passing moment. Someone tries to calm him down, saying there's absolutely no reason to be afraid. If the Li and Wang families work together, there's nothing the Lin family can do. A sharp woman nearby adds that this situation might actually be a golden chance for them. When asked what she means, she explains that Lin Yuchan is now the Lin family's first heir. If word spreads that Su Bai, who is being touted as the traitor of Yen country, lost his SSS grade crystal because of a shady private deal with her, then the public will descend into utter chaos, exactly the way they want. The others seem utterly pleased with this idea. They mutter that it'll be incredibly interesting to see how the Lin family reacts once this rumor spreads. The leader immediately orders his strategist to handle all the necessary arrangements without delay. Tower of God, 11th floor, the chilling snowfield. We're back on the brutal, snowy battlefield, Subai quickly informs the group. Once they clear this area, they must charge straight for the cave ahead. That's where the floor boss awaits. He sternly warns them not to wander, because even though he's strong, they certainly aren't, and a random mini-boss could easily wipe them out. Still, he tirelessly keeps trying to protect them. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashes another devastating burst of wind magic. A mage beside Lin Yuchan suddenly realizes what he's witnessing and nervously mutters that Subai is wielding a full-blown tornado spell, not just an ordinary wind technique. This is absurdly strong. As they press onward, Lin Yuchan checks the time, reporting that 13 hours and 40 minutes have already flown by. Their progress has already hit a staggering 90%. At this pace, she believes they just might shatter the record. Subai cuts in, telling everyone to stop overthinking and keep moving. He warns that if they focus too much on breaking the Evanection record, the record itself might crush times them before they ever get the chance to break it. Even so, as the mages press relentlessly forward and witness wave after wave of monstrous foes, they can't help but wonder why things seem so utterly chaotic. Lin Yuchan anxiously asks what their next move should be. They're so close to the record, but the pressure is only growing heavier. Subai simply instructs her, "Have the Balrogs follow me." Everyone else, he commands. He orders, "Stay right where you are." He then explains that this is the time's final time stage of the floor, so they won't need to lift a single finger. "I'll handle it." Lin is startled. She nervously asks if he really intends to clear the last wave by himself. In her mind, she reminds herself, even though he's mastered spells from all 5 elements, he's technically still a mage. Behind her, one of the mages quietly whispers if they should call him back, but she forces herself to shake her head, declaring, "There's no need." Deep down, she knows Subai has never failed. And with fiery wings unfolding majestically behind him, he hardly looks like someone who plans to start failing now. Up ahead, Subai clenches his fist, activating fist energy, the passive effect of his fire dragon gauntlets. Explosive flames erupt, coating his knuckles in blazing, intense fire. This gear truly lives up to its perfect grade reputation. Flames roar around him, vibrating through the air like an inferno. A notification flickers. F. Rank, Fist Aura, LV. 10. Coats. Both fists with aura that can be released like sword energy. Long duration, commonly used by boxers. Subai grins, practically trembling with pure excitement. Massive fireballs gather around his fists, and he charges straight into the monstrous horde. He declared, more to himself than anyone else, that he'd show them what real time's fist technique looked like. The monsters hesitated, utterly terrified by the chaos swirling around him. Behind Lin, the mages stared in disbelief, wondering if he was secretly a boxer. Yet the blazing explosions clearly screamed pure magic damage. Even Lin was stunned. This whole journey has been a relentless parade of shocks. Just when she thinks she understands him, he unleashes something even crazier. No matter the size or overwhelming strength of the monster rushing toward him, Subai simply meets it with a flaming punch, blowing it apart in a single hit. He laughs wildly to himself, reveling in the fact that dual cultivation of magic and martial arts lets him stack both types of damage at once, doubling his combat power and turning everything ahead into ash. But the monsters ahead just keep multiplying, and their strength isn't low either. Subai decides it's pointless to wipe out every last one. He thinks it'll simply be too slow, and the waves won't stop unless the dungeon boss falls. Suddenly, more undead rise at his command. He summons his own army and charges forward, and alongside them, joking that the guards have arrived. Undead spill out everywhere, filling the battlefield like a dark tide. He keeps summoning non-stop, ordering them to block the entrance. A notification flashes. Summoning the undead leveled up. LV6 now summons 20 spirits. Subai feels ecstatic. This is the exact sensation he wanted, commanding hordes, like he's the raid boss himself. Behind him, Lin Yu-chan and the mages stare wide-eyed. One mage whispers to her that this doesn't feel like tower climbing anymore. It feels way more exciting than any dungeon run they've had before. Another swoons that Lord Subai looks way too handsome doing this and admits she could watch him all day. Lin laughs along, saying, "This is what a true frontal assault looks like." In the chaos, Subai suddenly spots something unusual. An odd monster lumbering in from the blizzard. It's a snow-loving bear. Level 18. This oversized furball is obsessed with snow, and anyone who dares damage his precious ice sends him into a blinding rage. Subai grins and recognizes the creature immediately. This is exactly the mob he's been waiting for. It signals the boss's arrival. He orders his undead to swarm ahead and greet their guest. The bear rears up, ready to maul everything in sight. But Subai channels fiery aura through his fists. Already moving, the beast slammed the ground, shattering the snow. Beneath it, its anger rising with every crack. Subai dodges casually, amused that the bear is throwing a tantrum over damaged snow. He decides to unleash some fire, treating it like a personal warm-up as he strikes back. The bear reacts slowly. The searing flames sear its body, making the monster roar, both from searing pain and erupting fury. Fire is its natural enemy. Every burn means more snow melting and more rage igniting. The snow-loving bear roars wildly, its voice shaking the icy battlefield. Its power begins to surge, as if it's trying to rip past its own limits. It keeps howling, layer after layer of raw strength piling up until its aura reaches a terrifying breakthrough. Just like the bear, push past your limits of support and help us break our limits of subscribers. Subscribe right now to never miss the excitement. The bear's pressure becomes overwhelming. Even Subai instinctively steps back, acknowledging that this limit-broken beast isn't like the others he's crushed. He mutters to himself that the monster is too strong to be ignored. If he doesn't take this seriously, the snow could become their grave. And the worst part? This snow-loving bear would do weird times things with you while you're in the snow because it loves snow so much. So anything times that snow, he would, of course, love that as well. Then, the air grows colder, the ground trembles, and the bear prepares to unleash its full wrath. The snow-loving bear finally snapped. With a furious roar, it charged forward like an avalanche, come to life. The entire battlefield trembled as the mages and summoned warriors braced themselves, ready to meet it head-on. Under Subai's command, the undead army surged forward, their weapons flashing as they struck the beast. From every angle, notifications started, flooding the screen, one after another. Critical hit, minus 10,000 HP. Critical hit, minus 10,000 HP. Subai narrowed his eyes, curious to see just how far this enraged bear could push itself before collapsing. He darted around the creature, circling like a predator, looking for its blind spot, the one place where his next blow would end things for good. As he ran, fire coiled around his fists, burning hotter and brighter with every step. He muttered under his breath that it was time to finish this oversized snow freak once and for all. Then, with a burst of flame, he struck. Another wave of notifications popped up in rapid succession. Minus 10,000, minus 10,000, minus 10, 000. The bear's health plummeted. Desperate, the creature tried to roar again, clinging to its last shred of dominance. But that roar became its final times cry. Moments later, the colossal beast slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash, snow scattering everywhere. The once mighty guardian of the icy field lay utterly still, defeated. Subai stood over the fallen monster, flames still flickering wildly from his formidable gauntlets. He gazed down at the creature's face and murmured softly to himself that it was finally, truly done. It had been a good fight. But if it had dragged on any longer, he joked inwardly. Getting buried under all that snow would have been way too embarrassing, not to mention incredibly awkward, considering what that snow-obsessed bear might have done to his corpse. From a distance, Lin Yuchan and the mages watched on in stunned, breathless silence. They simply couldn't believe how effortlessly Subai had annihilated such a terrifying, formidable boss. They had fought side by side with him before, but this time, his power seemed to have ascended to a completely different, unimaginable level. None of them dared to get close. The sheer, raw energy radiating from Subai was enough to make their very skin prickle. Even Lin Yuchan, despite her unwavering confidence in him, knew better than to step into the explosive blast range of his magic. It wasn't that she doubted him. It was simply that a man who could vaporize monsters of that immense size probably didn't need any backup. Then, just as the intense tension was beginning to fade, a startling new notification appeared before them, glowing impossibly brighter than all the rest. Lin Yuchan froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. The mages around her immediately began whispering amongst themselves, frantically trying to guess what it meant. Was it the system announcing their record-breaking clear time? Or was it something far, far worse? A chilling warning of danger that even Subai hadn't anticipated? The icy winds howled even louder, as if the tower itself was holding its breath. When the radiant notification finally settled, the entire team became utterly still for a moment. Lin Yuchan is the first to read it properly, and her eyes instantly widen, as she finally realizes what the system is proclaiming. It's not danger. It's not a warning. It's time's history asterisk. The system congratulates their party for expertly clearing the 11th floor of the formidable Tower of God. Their official clearance time, 14 hours, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds. Then, the truly thunderous chime that echoes through the entire tower. The world announcement explodes across everyone's screens, whether they're grinding mobs, shopping in the bustling marketplace, or just waking up from a nap. A monumental global notice. Subai, leading the Lin Clan Guild, has shattered the world record for clearing the 11th floor. The notification repeats, over and over, echoing in every corner of the game world, like a celebratory festival bell being rung non-stop. Players everywhere freeze mid-action. Merchants drop their coins. Hunters, mid-fight, cease their swinging. The room explodes into a cacophony of voices, as some players desperately insist, "This can't be real!" They frantically question why the system would pull such a wild stunt. Meanwhile, others vehemently declare it times must times be Subai, because who else could unleash this level of absolute chaos? These players are utterly bewildered, their minds reeling, desperately trying to grasp how someone who supposedly never even changed classes is now casually shattering world records like it's just another Tuesday. Then, the wild speculation truly begins. Someone wonders, aloud, if Subai secretly picked up an A-rank class, and everyone just completely underestimated him. Another guy scoffs, arguing that A-rankers have never, ever pulled off anything like this. Yet another insists they've seen it and that Subai must be harboring a massive secret. There's simply no way this is normal. He dramatically suggests Subai is dabbling in some dark, black wizardry. Others then pivot, wondering if Miss Lin could be involved, pointing out that the mysterious team belongs to the formidable Lin clan. But another person immediately shuts that down, reminding everyone that even an S-rank fire mage like her couldn't possibly shatter the Holy Night King's legendary record. They start reaching out to other players as well, desperately hoping someone, anyone, has an answer to this madness. Fresh faces, joining the frantic discussion, explain that the 11 layers of corrupted monsters can only be tackled by holy classes wielding light attributes. It's the one natural counter against such a dark threat. Someone else adds that even the mighty Li Jiangxian couldn't even dream of a clear time anywhere near 20 hours. Meanwhile, over in the intense Yanghua War conference room, people are in the midst of their own epic meltdown. Their leader slams the table, roaring that he told them to track down Subai. Yet, instead of finding him, other players have gone and smashed every possible record. They haven't even found a trace times of him, he demands. To know if this times is how they do their damn jobs. One of the girls tries, valiantly defending the team, arguing they're the strategy department, not intelligence, but the leader snaps back that they're utterly incompetent in every single affair and still dare to talk back. He insists that if they had just listened to him earlier and diligently tracked Subai down, Perhaps times could have been among the top record breakers too. He rants furiously about how they haven't broken any records, and how times only asterisk. Breaking records can grant them a life free from misery. Without any groundbreaking achievements like that, no one will even acknowledge their very existence. Then he turns toward the actual intelligence officer and demands an urgent update. The intelligence guy reports that, according to their investigation, Subai was last spotted lurking outside the treacherous outskirts of Remy City, where he single-handedly decimated a whole group of players, all above level 30, with the strongest being a level 48 professional. He then adds that Subai's name still isn't appearing on any official lists, but considering Subai traded an S-grade job transfer crystal to Lin Yuchan, logically speaking, even if Subai started from absolute rock bottom, the technical department's assessment of Subai's potential is tentatively set at SS level. The leader doesn't even let him finish, before snapping that they need to contact Subai immediately. Asterisk. They can't afford to wait another second, and regardless of their earlier evaluation, he is personally classifying Subai's potential as SSS level. Everyone immediately agrees in unison, desperate to avoid another round of shouting. Then, the leader flips through the report in his hand, seeing the details. Name, Subai, gender, male, level, 13, nationality, Inkaku, health points, unknown, occupation, unknown. The leader stares at the report, utterly bewildered about who this kid even is. He suspects, maybe, Subai has some kind of special item, but then dismisses the thought immediately. If it were just some tool, he would have heard rumors at least. Whatever Subai is doing is far beyond something a simple item could ever achieve. Suddenly, another informer rushes in. The leader is already on edge and snaps, wondering, what times now? Asterisk. The newcomer says there's urgent news, and hands over a fresh report. The leader takes one look and freezes. He can't believe what he's seeing. A New World announcement has just gone out. Subai and the Lin Clan Guild have broken the record for clearing the 12th floor of the Tower of God in just 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 29 seconds. The leader loses it again. Asterisk. He can't understand how Subai cleared another floor in just a few hours. At this point, he's convinced something about this kid defies every possible explanation. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor of the Tower of God, Shadow, Abyss, the boss NER, level 22, towers over the battlefield. Subai stands, firm as always, while the mages behind him are struggling badly. Even Lin Yuchan is on the ground this time, breathing heavily. But Subai doesn't bother panicking. He simply asks whether they really want to keep going like this. Lin Yuchan admits the current pace far surpasses anything they've ever done during previous tower climbs. She suggests he bring in a new batch of mages. Anyone will do, as long as they can cast. She's clearly worried her group won't last. But the moment she says that, the mages, against all odds, claw their way back to their feet. One declaring, he can still continue. Another, with renewed vigor, pushes himself upright as well. They absolutely refuse to miss this chance. They know Subai isn't someone they'll ever get to climb with again anytime soon. And they remind each other their names are already etched onto the record board. That kind of honor, that kind of glory, isn't something they can simply walk away from. They declare that as long as they're not dead, not truly defeated, they will push through to the very end. Seeing their resolve ignite again, Subai nods, satisfied. He opens up the portal ahead, preparing to step inside and telling them it's time to move on to the 13th floor. Lin Yuchan watches him from behind, still catching her breath, but utterly determined to follow him, no matter how insane the pace becomes. As Lin Yuchan watches Subai step through the portal to the next floor, her thoughts spiral. Even though the other mages have regained their resolve, she still carries a shadow of doubt deep in her mind. She keeps comparing their own performance to his. To her, Subai feels like someone far beyond even ordinary SSS players. Almost mythical, she wonders, how the final bosses of the 11th and 12th floors could possibly fall in under 10 minutes, if not for power truly beyond their comprehension. Next to him, she feels like she and her team are nothing but jokes, wearing borrowed titles. Meanwhile, back in the Bank Guild's meeting room, absolute chaos erupts. A guy stands at the front of the room, clutching the latest world announcement report, and muttering that Subai isn't just strong, he's completely insane. The higher-ups finally understand the sheer scale of what they're truly dealing with. A top-tier newbie that even elite strategy teams would fight over. The more they learn about Tsubai, the more terrified they become. His power seems limitless. The moment the panic settles, the guy turns sharply toward Yuran, trying to compliment her on her brilliant strategies. The rumors she spread, the brilliant moves she made. But Yuran just blinks in utter confusion, acting like she has no idea what he's talking about. He tries, reminding her of their relationship, but she brushes it aside with a dismissive laugh, treating arranged marriages as a joke. She makes it perfectly clear she has no interest in him whatsoever. He pushes harder, insisting she was the one who told him to stall Tsubai. Now that the results of that terrible decision have utterly blown up in their faces, he's drowning in guilt. He keeps blaming her, saying they should have befriended Tsubai, begged him to work with them, anything, because letting someone like him slip away. The getaway turned into a complete disaster, but Yuran utterly refuses to own up to it. She insists she never uttered a single word to him, and dramatically claims he's just blaming her to escape his own pathetic shame. She even declares she prefers a man like Tsubai, someone truly capable, someone powerful. The others watching this scene immediately start to walk out, whispering amongst themselves, pointing out how she's basically playing an award-winning actress. They note how she always knows exactly when to play the innocent victim, when to act utterly offended, and when to smoothly shift the blame. She leaves, dramatically, tossing a final, cutting remark over her shoulder about how they can just continue yelling all they want, pointlessly, if they truly wish. She's done with this. GC panics, trying desperately to stop her, stumbling after her like an absolute idiot, but she doesn't even bother to slow down for a second. She isn't looking for someone like him times anyway. No, she wants someone on Tsubai's level, someone who can fight monstrous beasts, protect everyone, and stand strong without relying on anyone else. Meanwhile, on the 13th floor of the Tower of God, the plane of evil sounds. The moment Zuba steps in, the battlefield erupts. Notifications. Flash nonstop. Critical hit. 1 strike. 1 kill. Whatever shows up in front of him is instantly deleted from existence. The mages behind him keep on, casting spells too, even though their attacks barely scratch anything at this level. Still, they try their best. Even if, in reality, they're like ants, just nibbling on the leftovers, while Subi handles the entire battlefield by himself. As even more monsters appear, Subi gets a little annoyed. Fighting like this feels painfully slow to him, like dragging through mud. The monsters here are called Harsh Free Level 22, rabbit-like creatures that move incredibly fast and burrow deep into the ground. The moment he swings at them, they pop out, nibble at ankles, and dive right back into their holes, before he can even slash them all. So Subi quickly orders the team to guard each cave entrance. They agree instantly, though they know even a single random mob here could probably one-shot them if they slip up. Then Subi switches tactics entirely. He begins hurling fireballs into every single burrow, one after another. Instantly, the rabbits realize they're utterly doomed. Their low squeaks echo all around as searing flames chase them deep underground. Subi just laughs to himself, thinking about how cunning. Rabbits are supposed to have 3 burrows, but he's already taken over every single one. With all the exits blocked and the tunnels now filled with searing fire, he knows the next few moments will be nothing but boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupt everywhere. Every tunnel, every burrow, every corner where the monsters could possibly run is now bursting into infernal flames. With Yu-chan and the mages, all remaining escape paths are now sealed. For once, their working times exactly times as Subi intended, closing off everything. Trapped, the rabbits have no choice but to pop out and get absolutely blasted into dust when it's all over. Subi stands amidst the smoke, giving the battlefield a quick, cool glance, and then just casually notes, "It's done. That was fun. Time to visit the boss." Yu-chan, however, is completely wiped out. She drops to the ground, breathing hard, chugging water like her very life depends on it. Yet, she still manages to gasp. Why does Subi have the energy of 1,000 people after clearing 3 levels in a row? He hasn't even taken a single sip of water yet. She can't tell if he's human or something else entirely. Eventually, they finally reach a gloomy, foreboding mansion. Above them, a swarm of bat-like creatures circles in the sky, while others crawl around below. Tsubai, Yu-chan, and the mages take in the ominous view together. The boss of this floor? Vince Slater, level 25. Inside the mansion, a bunch of terrified children are surrounded by wolves, clearly trapped and utterly helpless. Subai simply states, "The boss is inside, and you all should wait at the entrance. Even the low-level monsters here can seriously hurt you all, so if the boss lands even a single attack, it'll be over." Yuchan practically sparkles at the idea, saying that just watching him fight will be more than enough for her. Subai walks right up to the gate and kicks it down without a shred times of hesitation. Inside, Vince Slater turns sharply when he hears the crash. The children immediately try to run and hide, clinging to the sudden hope that someone brave has finally arrived. Vince Slater warns that anyone who steps into his manor invites certain death. He clearly hates being interrupted, especially by someone who barges in like they own the whole place. From outside, Yuchan quietly suggests they all stay far away, since even from a distance, the boss radiates pure danger. The mages, who were already absolutely terrified, feel instantly relieved with Yuchan also advocating retreat. They can safely stand back without feeling cowardly. Then, Vince Slater unleashes his monstrous fanged hounds, level 23 monsters that could easily shred Yuchan and the mages. But unfortunately for him asterisk, this time they're up against Subai. And Subai channels a surge of magic into his hands, swings once, and the entire pack goes flying asterisk. Stone spikes erupt from the ground, blasting straight through the wolves, before they can even snarl properly. The monsters are left stunned, utterly shocked at being deleted in a single, devastating instant. Once the hounds are dealt with, the boss quickly switches tactics, but he begins weaving intricate hand signs, like some off-brand Naruto villain. After the final seal, a wave of distorted music bursts out, engulfing the entire mansion. The moment that horrifying sound hits Yuchan and the mages, they instantly clamp their hands over their ears, wincing. The noise is sharp, chaotic, and utterly unbearable, like someone smashing rusty metal inside their skulls. They can't focus at all, and now they fully understand why staying back was the right call. 1 second of distraction, like this, and those hellhounds would have torn them apart. But Subai, he doesn't even flinch. He casually remarks that whatever the boss is doing, singing, screeching, or playing some cursed instrument, it's completely useless against him. The noise simply doesn't affect him at all. While the boss is still proudly unleashing his creepy sound jutsu, Subai flashes forward and cuts him down in one clean, decisive strike. Once the enemy is taken down with another sharp, clean, critical hit, its SP drops by 12,000, and its HP also plummets by the exact same amount. The creature can't even process how it was defeated so easily. Of course, Subai knows it's all thanks to his newly upgraded gear, but the enemy has no clue. It just dies confused. Before the boss collapses completely, it rages one last time, vowing that every despicable intruder will face punishment. Clearly, it still has some tricks left, and refuses to go down quietly. A moment later, it unleashes a terrifying swarm of bats, all screeching and thrilled to follow their master's orders. They shoot out from every corner of the room, making a beeline for Subai and the others. The mages, already tortured by that cursed noise attack, now have to deal with this bat swarm piling on top of everything else. But Subai doesn't even blink. He reminds the boss, almost lazily, that all of this is useless. With his equipment fully upgraded and his mental stats maxed out, nothing about the sonic interference or mental attacks can faze him. He practically scoffs, thinking that his mind is so stable right now, there's no way anything could shake it. While the bats flutter around pointlessly, Subai closes in on the boss again and slices through him. This time, the hit is even heavier. 22,000 HP gone in one shot. Subai mentally comments that none of the boss's sound-based tricks work on him, so it's best the monster just heads to the afterlife. Already. Once the fight ends, Subai stands over the defeated boss and remarks to himself that dealing with this guy was ridiculously easy. With his mental energy hitting the cap, it was basically a free win, especially since those attacks weren't even physical. At worst, they might have caused a little eardrum discomfort, nothing more. Yuchan, meanwhile, wasn't nearly as lucky. Her mental resistance isn't high, so she was stuck, enduring all that noise, completely unable to move. Thankfully, now that the boss is down, she can finally relax. She then checks the notifications, and absolutely freezes. It reads, "Congratulations on your team clearing Level 13. Clear time. 5 hours 49 minutes. 11 seconds. Right after that, the world announcement appears. World announcement. Congratulations to Subai and the Lin Clan Guild for breaking the record for clearing the 13th floor. Clear time. 5 hours, 49 minutes. 11 seconds. Yuchan is utterly stunned. I can't believe they took down such an annoying boss so quickly. Especially one that relied on sonic harassment and mental interference. She herself couldn't even lift a finger, and the mages behind her were equally frozen still. In the end, she knows exactly why the record was broken. It was because Subai did everything. They wanted records, and Subai, like always, delivered. Just to calm everyone down, Subai tells them the situation is handled, and suggests they head out to rest for 2 hours, so everyone can recover before moving on. Yuchan agrees immediately. She's clearly relieved and says she's fine with that plan. After fighting non-stop for almost a full day and night, she feels like she finally earned a break. She even admits that following a pro is fun, even if he's the one doing all the actual work. Later, while they're camping, the magicians start chatting excitedly about everything that happened. One of them complains that he's exhausted, but insists it was the most fun he's ever had leveling. Another agrees, saying he's never enjoyed grinding enemies this much before. Subai just sits quietly in the background, letting everyone talk. But soon Yuchan approaches him with food, and tells him he must be even more tired than the rest, since he's been fighting continuously. Subai simply replies that, luckily, his physical condition is better than theirs. Hearing this, Yuchan realizes something. Despite doing all the fighting, using both magic and martial skills non-stop, he still isn't starving or collapsing like the rest of them. It clicks. This break wasn't for Subai at all. It was for times them, asterisk. He could have kept going straight into another dungeon or another floor without even blinking. In her head, Yuchan admits that Subai isn't just a little stronger, he's on a completely different level. Still, even if he's not tired, who would say no to good food? So, Subai finally takes the meal from her and starts eating while checking. His status panel flashes to life, revealing name, Subi, level 15. Occupation, Demon King Hero. Strength, 550. Agility 550. Constitution 550. And a towering spirit of 900 health points, 5,500. A Constitution bonus of X10, and Demon King magic power that's infinite. His passive skill, a monstrous physical attack of 22,000 with a warrior bonus of plus 100. Magic attack hits 3,600 plus a Demon King bonus of plus 100. Now, for professional skills, he's an all-round martial arts master. This hero can master times any times non-magical skill, with proficiency instantly maxing out. Subai scans through the rest of his dazzling status panel. Professional skill number 2. Endless firepower Demon King. Description: he can learn any non-physical skill and times all times non-physical skills. Have no cooldown. His current skill list boasts rank B, Frozen Blade Gun, rank C, Chain Thrust, Upward Slash, rank D, Stone, Spikes, rank D, Stone Wall. His equipment tab proudly displays the Clock of All Things, a supreme artifact, the very tool he uses to upgrade everything. Plus, Fire, Dragon Gauntlets plus 1 perfect grade, and triple-linked, Purple Gold Armor plus 1 perfect grade. Looking at all of this, Subai thinks out loud. The hero class seems to gain 30 attribute points per level, while the Demon King class gains 20. The hero side grows balanced, but the Demon King side simply brute forces raw damage. While rolling through the system interface, he wonders whether he should try using the universal clock to upgrade some of his skills. He considers starting with the C-level skill, Chain Thrust. The upgrade path shows that it can be pushed to rank B. However, the system shows the cultivation time is 30 days. Unless he wants to spend 2,500 gold to double the speed, or a whopping 10,000 gold to skip the upgrade time entirely, he checks again, just to make sure the system isn't trolling him. Thankfully, it seems perfectly functional, so he confirms the upgrade. A moment later, a triumphant notification appears. Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded and acquired the rank B skill, Frozen Blade Spear. While the others relax around the campfire, Subai continues preparing for the next wave of insane battles. He then examines another potential upgrade for his already B-grade frozen blade gun, a B-level skill. The system shows cultivation time, 90 days, double speed, 25,000 gold, or skip time for 100,000 gold. Subai lets out a breath. Even for him, that's way too expensive to casually throw money at. A-level. Skills are rare. Sure, but he's not rich enough to burn cash like times yet. For now, he decides to leave that upgrade untouched. After running the numbers, he notes that once he's done upgrading the cheaper ones, he'll be left with barely 8,000 gold coins. He mutters that the road to making money is long and painful, just like real life. Then he scrolls through more options. He could potentially upgrade later. B-grade frozen blade gun, unleashing a C-rank combo thrust, followed by a C-rank uppercut, a C-level backstab, and a C-rank critical strike. Then a C-rank crescent moon slash and C-grade stone spikes erupt. A C-grade stone wall appears, and a C-rank undead is summoned. Plus, a C-level fireball. The list just keeps going and going. Subai scrolls further down his extensive skill list, discovering a C-level water balloon and a C-level water rocket. Oh, and don't forget those C-level wind speed boots. But even with a dazzling array of skills at his fingertips, nothing brightens his spirits quite like the delicious food in his hands. He's been absolutely ravenous for a proper meal ever since he first entered the treacherous newbie zone. As he savors his food, the other magicians can't help but sneak curious glances, whispering excitedly among themselves. They're utterly amazed that even an SSS-level powerhouse like him still pushes himself with such relentless dedication. They vividly remember him constantly chewing those awful, waxy energy bars, all just to stay powered up and focused. Witnessing his tireless efforts, even at such an incredible level, makes them feel utterly embarrassed about all the excuses they usually invent. Their motivation skyrockets immediately. Soon, they wolf down their food in a hurry, then eagerly line up in front of Subai. They announce they've rested enough and are ready to continue any time. They don't want to waste another precious second. Subai looks utterly confused for a moment, pondering if something secretly happened to hype them up like this. But seeing their collective eagerness and determination, he rises to his feet and readily agrees that they should indeed press on. He instructs everyone to quickly tidy up and get ready. And once they're prepared, he lays down his one crucial rule for this floor: stay close. Because getting lost here? Oh, that won't be pretty at all. Yeon trails happily behind him, a bright, cheerful expression on her face, while the other mages are once again completely fired up. Tower of God, 14th floor, stone. The group soon enters the next treacherous area, immediately battling ferocious flame beetles, all level 24. Staying in formation, exactly as Subai instructed, absolutely proves to be the wisest choice. Because wandering off alone in this maze-like floor? That would be a living nightmare. After pushing ahead a bit further, they suddenly run into terrifying man-eating vines. Subai, ever adaptable, swiftly switches to some of his incredible archery skills, ripping through the monstrous vines with perfectly clean, precise arrow shots. But after walking just a little further, Yu-chan suddenly begins to second-guess their chosen path. She quietly admits she has a strange feeling they might have stepped into the wrong area entirely. Because everything around them feels eerily empty and unnervingly silent. She worries she might inadvertently be leading them astray. Subai, however, quickly reassures her that this is absolutely the right place. He calmly explains that this area is actually a hidden boss zone, so the profound silence is perfectly normal. He tells her to stick close, then, with a determined gaze, he channels his immense magic power, unleashing a glowing magic circle, spreading. The group quickly positions themselves at the entrance, just as before, and the flame demon materializes, once again, with a terrifying rumble. They're not standing by idly, they're preparing for battle. Subai fearlessly takes the lead, striding into the eerie quiet. But suddenly, Yu-chan feels a chilling shift. An odd, heavy sensation in the air, as if something massive just awakened beneath the ground. The moment Subai steps forward, the boss name materializes before them, revealing the twin golems, level 29. Subai immediately recognizes them with a very familiar, almost nostalgic tone. He mutters, "It's been a long time since I last saw these two hulking stone idiots." He studies their massive bodies, casually commenting on how tough their stone shells look, as if he's inspecting antique furniture instead of bosses. He draws his upgraded weapons, and the golems also lock their glowing eyes onto him. Both sides waiting for the perfect moment to strike. That moment arrives. Instantly, as both golems charge, Subai doesn't back away. He leaps upward and stomps down on their heads with a resounding bang. He brushes off their attack like it's nothing, mocking them for being utterly useless. He scoffs that being made of rock is pointless when he carries weapons, capable of crushing anything. The twin golems, meanwhile, keep hilariously bumping into each other as they try to reposition. Their clunky bodies knock together loudly, making them look more frustrated than dangerous. Subai watches them tumble around and waits for the next opening. He's already figured out their routine and knows they've blown through their little trump card. When one of the golems tries to reflect an attack, Subai scoffs at the attempt and moves in lightning fast. He begins destroying parts of their stone armor until both golems suddenly freeze and their eyes begin shining ominously. A huge laser erupts from their bodies. Subai dodges instantly, sliding back as the beam tears a path through the floor. Lin Yuchan watches the explosion from the entrance and nearly collapses. She wasn't prepared for this level of destructive power from a hidden boss, and seeing that beam fly past is enough to make her skin crawl. Subai charges straight at the golem with full momentum, just as he's about to smash his fist into the creature's face. He slips in a precise, knowing blow, a strike, sharp enough to make even a stone giant flinch. The golem staggers back, clearly irritated, but Subai doesn't give it a second to breathe. He keeps unloading attack after attack, as if he's running through a shopping list of brutal techniques. He decides this is the perfect moment to test out his newest skills. He mutters, deciding these golems are perfect experimental dummies. Then, his chemical gun materializes in one hand, ready to fire, a frost blade gleaming wickedly in the other. He wants to see exactly how these combined effects impact a truly tough, stone-type enemy. And oh, the golems definitely feel it. Under a continuous barrage of explosions, frost cuts, and crushing impacts, one of the giants finally cracks apart completely. The other one freezes in sheer fear, realizing it's absolutely next in line. Subai doesn't slow down. He slams it with every single effect he prepared, and soon, even that monstrous golem breaks into a pile of scattered rubble. Once both giants collapse, Subai lands back on the ground, casually, remarking that this is a good place to stop since he's done enough practice for now. But before he can even relax, Lin Yuchan suddenly screams for him to be careful. She warns that the scattered rubble fragments can reassemble themselves into a powerful boss if they aren't handled properly. Subai just tilts his head slightly, snaps his fingers, and declares that reassembly isn't happening today. The technique he unleashed on these golems is completely different from normal damage, and even these golems were a bit special. As the crystal fragments drift through the air and fall around him, the reason becomes strikingly obvious. The other mages run closer, staring wide-eyed in astonishment. They realize he has completely, utterly frozen every single piece of rubble in place. The boss can't reform, it can't move, can't do anything, except stay cold and utterly defeated. Right then, the system notifications pop up in front of everyone. Congratulations on clearing floor 14. Clear time, 30 hours, 45 minutes, 12 seconds. Then, a world announcement blazes across the sky. Congratulations to Subai and the Lin Clan Guild for absolutely breaking the record on floor 14 of the Tower of God. Record time, 30 hours, 45 minutes, 12 seconds. Another floor, another broken record. Lin Yuchan nods proudly and says they've done incredibly well. Subai simply tells them to keep moving, it's the final floor. After all, meanwhile, outside, on Central Long Street of Rim, massive crowds have already gathered. Everyone is buzzing, with a mix of curiosity and panic. One person exclaims he hasn't seen Subai's name anywhere on the professional ranking list. Another asks, does Subai really plan to break records at this dizzying speed, one after another, without any break in between? Then, another person in the crowd starts shouting that the Yan Kingdom has produced another monster on the level of Li Jianshen. People keep talking about Subai, some with frustration, some with admiration, and many with a new sense of worship. Subai has become the hottest topic in every corner of the kingdom. Then, we switch to that one. Watch this frustrated dude sprint across the street, his underlings scrambling right behind him. They're muttering, "Is this even human?" as our guy's expression twists, with pure annoyance, grumbling that As expected, Subai just cleared times the 14th floor. He clearly wanted to be the one breaking these records, and not watch Subai casually steal his spotlight. Again and again. Meanwhile, across the Time's entire world asterisk, other countries are also thrown into chaos. A massive global announcement suddenly pops up, congratulating Subai and the Lin Clan Guild for absolutely time-shattering times, the NPS, record on the 15th floor of the Tower of God, clearing it in just 6 hours, 29 minutes, and 50 seconds. Everyone, everywhere asterisk, goes into utter shock. They just can't believe this guy is breaking records on autopilot, with no intention of stopping anytime soon. Back, inside the 15th floor, Subai simply dusts off his hands and casually says, "Done. See you all." He's standing over two massive, collapsed, teddy bear-like beasts, and a giant bird, apparently the bosses of the floor. Lin Yuchan, however, quickly stops him in his tracks. She tells him that because of his incredible help, the Lin family has gained a truly massive advantage. She wants to discuss with her father about giving him some proper times compensation. Hearing this, Subai pauses, then casually asks, "What kind of compensation do you mean?" The answer turns out to be very attractive, potentially attractive, enough that he might even consider helping them. Again later. Any smart clan head would definitely make such an offer. A moment later, a portal opens, and several mages arrive from the Lin family's side. Lin Yuchan is visibly relieved to see them, then turns to Subai and explains that the reward depends entirely on what he wants, either valuable shops or piles of gold coins. If he chooses coins, then they'll give 10,000 gold per tier. Subai chooses gold. Without a single moment of hesitation, Lin Yuchan nods and tells him to wait 3 days while they gather the immense amount. Even Subai finds it impressive that she can raise that much money in such a short time. It truly shows how incredibly wealthy the Lin family must be. He says, "Okay," and adds that if they want him to break more records in the future, they can contact him. He'll even give them a 20% discount. Lin Yuchan doesn't act surprised at all, asterisk. She already knows exactly what Subai is capable of. Subai, in return, simply thinks, "Sure, whatever you say," and leaves it at that. But the moment Lin Yuchan hears about the discount asterisk, she instantly grabs Subai's hand, her eyes absolutely sparkling. She asks if he really means 20% off. When Subai confirms it, regretting it instantly, she happily declares that the Lin family would like to reserve the first 30 floors. Asterisk. For these record-breaking runs, she casually asks, "Is that acceptable?" Subai, meanwhile, mentally collapses, his thoughts racing. "Great, I should have kept my mouth shut," he groans. The 15th floor. 30,000 gold. Gone. 30,000 gold. Why am I like this? He tries to play it cool, giving a light cough, forcing a laugh, and declaring, "Hey, no problem at all. No problem at all," even though inside he's absolutely screaming. Lin Yuchan, however, is utterly thrilled. She's smiling so incredibly brightly that it looks like her face might just burst into pure sunshine. She thinks to herself that even if the Lin family has to mortgage properties just to gather that much gold, it's entirely worth it, because they'll get their name on 20 consecutive tower records. The rise of the Lin clan finally feels real. But then, Subai says he has just one condition. He tells her, "I only want you asterisk." The moment she hears that, her entire face goes bright red. She completely freezes, stunned and utterly flustered. She honestly cannot believe he said something like that so casually. For a brief second, she thinks this is some kind of confession. She shyly murmurs that it's a bit sudden, but Subai quickly clarifies, before her imagination flies away into the clouds. He explains what he actually meant was that he wants just the two of them to form a team for the tower. No extras, no additional mages, no unnecessary burdens. Nothing romantic, just pure efficiency. It crushes her expectations instantly, and though she hides it well, she nods quickly and agrees, nonetheless. She says it's fine, affirming she'll cooperate fully. She also thinks to herself that on the 14th and 15th floors, they were barely able to keep up anyway. Honestly, they slowed him down more than they truly helped. With everything finally decided, they finally wrap things up. Lin Yuchan waves and says her goodbyes, as Subai waves back, confirming they'll meet again in 3 days, same place, same time. He leaves immediately. Afterward, as he has other things to take care of within Limu City. People everywhere are buzzing about Tsubai's insane tower runs, but ironically, none of them recognize him as he casually strolls past. Then suddenly, a new system notification blazes to life. Wizards, Mad Diary Part 2. An infection source has appeared in the south of the city. As the notifications appear, they inform Tsubai that the Southern Infection Source quest will reward him with 20 skill points, while the Rim City Suburbs investigation will grant him another 10. After reading both, he mutters to himself, pondering. 30 skill points is a pretty generous haul. He decides that clearing all Rim City quests first will neatly fill the 3 days he promised Lin Yuchan. Later, he strides up to the quest board and checks every available mission. He meticulously browses each line, carefully picking out the quests that look fun or promise substantial rewards. Every desired mission selected, now deemed worthy of his precious time, he strides confidently to the reception desk, declaring to the clerk that he's accepted every single available mission outside the city. A confident stretch, and he muses aloud to himself that he's truly taken on every single role available. Soon after, he encounters the city guards. One of them immediately asks him where he's headed. Tsubai confidently states he's off to the Shurshin mine, and emphatically adds there's no need for further checking. The guards immediately activate the teleportation array. A blinding light flashes behind him, and the next moment, he's standing deep inside the Shurshin mine. He rubs his eyes, immediately complaining that he forgot to close them again, warning himself, at this rate, these blinding teleportation lights will absolutely blind him someday. Before he can even start moving, suddenly, another notification pops up. Pei Ling Shuai is sending him yet another times friend request. Tsubai stares at the request, shaking his head. He tells himself, there is absolutely no way he's accepting it, because doing so would instantly turn his peaceful life into an absolute nightmare. After just a brief moment of thought, he rejects the request again. Meanwhile, at her residence, Pei Ling Shu is absolutely losing her mind. She slams her hands onto the table and shouts that Tsubai has rejected her a whopping 27 times. She cannot believe he has the audacity to keep doing this. Her irritation immediately spikes, and she furiously sends yet another request. But this time, the system grimly informs her that the message failed to send. Why? Because she's been blacklisted by the other party completely. She goes absolutely silent for a moment, then her expression twists with raw anger. She grits her teeth, muttering that Tsubai can just wait. She absolutely refuses to believe that someone like her can't corner him. Inside Rim City, she immediately starts plotting her revenge, determined to make him face the harsh consequences of ignoring her. Meanwhile, at the Shurshin mine, Tsubai runs into a formidable group of skeleton dark demon swordsmen, each around level 38. But to him, they're nothing more than mobile XP packets. With one clean swing, he wipes out 8 at once. Another swift slash follows, and 6 more collapse instantly. For now, nothing here is giving him trouble, but he still expects the boss later. Might be a different story. But when he checks his status window, a whole list of exciting messages pop up. He sees that hunting the Dark Demon Swordsman 2000-2000- is triumphantly completed. He also notices that hunting the Dark Demon Boss 1 is finished, and the Dark Demon's Revenge is also marked done. All of them eagerly asking him to deliver them promptly. The reward list is incredibly generous. 30 rare materials, 20 skill points, and 1 random skill book for Tsubai. All of this felt almost 2 times easy. After turning in the quests, he summons more skeletons and immediately notices his summoning. The dead skill has gotten even stronger. Now, he can call out sturdier skeleton soldiers capable of independently wiping out monsters. His undead army keeps growing like an unstoppable snowball. He tells himself that his next destination is the Gartine Snowfield, where the next set of quests should help him grow even stronger, and probably create an even crazier undead army later. Suba arrives at Gartine Snowfield. The whole place is covered in snow. Mountains, trees, rocks, absolutely everything, blanketed in pure white. Seeing this majestic scene, he gets hyped. Again, he says. No wonder everyone is desperate to climb higher. The thrill of commanding thousands of troops. It's just too exhilarating. He even hops around excitedly, kicking up snow, even though it's absolutely freezing. But the excitement doesn't last long. As the cold slams into him like a sledgehammer, His body trembles, and he starts sneezing non-stop. He finally admits to himself that this place is no joke. If he isn't careful, fighting here could become extremely troublesome. So, the next second, he snaps his fingers and drops a fireball at his feet. Flames erupt, giving him some much-needed warmth. Fireballs aren't difficult for him anyway, so conjuring them one after another is easy. With some heat around him again, he feels ready to fight, jump around, and enjoy himself, like always. But then he notices a new problem. His movement speed is reduced by 10% due to the cold wind. Even after the fireballs, the debuff stays. His troops are also slowed, meaning they can't rush to his aid immediately if something dangerous appears. He tells himself that he'll have to factor this in carefully once the monsters start showing up, because Subai still remembers that snow bear he fought earlier. He stays alert the moment he reaches deeper into the snowfield. Then he spots a new group of monsters. The system labels them as fluffy yetis, level 28, and Subai immediately thinks they actually look pretty cute. He laughs a bit and says the yetis are adorable, but he doesn't let that distract him. In his mind, cuteness is not protection. Just because a monster looks fluffy doesn't mean it gets a free pass. He tells himself that he's here to gain power, not collect plush toys. So, without hesitation, he snaps his fingers and orders his skeleton minions to charge in and smash the fluffy idiots into the ground. The Yeti group turns out to be larger than he expected. More of them keep popping out from behind snow piles, from crevices, and even rolling downhill straight toward him. His skeleton warriors are fighting hard, but the numbers just keep increasing. So, Subi decides not to waste unnecessary time and throws a fireball to support them. The moment the flames spread across the snow, all the fluffy yetis start making weird grumbling sounds. Subi's clearly unhappy, but then a disappointing realization hits him. Even with his mighty fireball skill now upgraded to level 3, and the fireball itself is monstrously bigger, the damage is still laughably low for his liking. He mutters to himself that the flame demon is still leagues ahead, even now. After all, trying to upgrade a B-rank skill to A rank once cost him 100,000 gold coins, and going beyond that is just insanely expensive. But he shakes off the frustration and focuses on what truly matters, completing the quest step by step, no matter how much his wallet cries. He starts mixing things up, unleashing stone spikes that pierce forward, landing devastating critical hits. One hit takes down 6 at once, then 13 more fall. The fluffy yetis continue to grumble and growl as even more spikes fly directly into their faces. Then he switches to ice arrows, freezing and piercing through them while critical hits stack up like crazy. 11 yetis down in one go. Subi feels the rhythm kicking in. He thinks his dual chanting is finally smooth, and next time he should aim for higher level multi-chanting. It looks cool, it feels powerful, and most importantly, it's insanely practical. Suddenly, boom! A huge explosion erupts. Nearby, Subi freezes for a moment, utterly confused. He didn't cast anything, he didn't trigger any skill. So what the hell was that? When he looks ahead, he sees all of his skeleton warriors lying shattered in the snow. Even the fluffy yetis are down, collapsed everywhere like someone switched off their batteries. Something times else times caused that blast, and Subi definitely wants to know what it was. As Subi looks around the snowfield, he suddenly notices smoke rising from the ground, thick, black, and writhing like something alive. The moment he sees it, he instantly recognizes what it is. He mutters that this is the resentful spirit smoke, the kind that forms when dead souls accumulate without being purified. He says it looks like this entire snowfield has basically been turned into a giant testing site for dead spirits. The Gartine Snowfield experimental base slowly reveals itself through the hazy air as more and more black smoke hisses out, spreading across the area like poison. Subi frowns. He says the whole place resembles the Death Swamp, another area where no players ever bothered starting the questline, letting resentment pile up endlessly. Only light attribute and dark attribute attacks can damage these spirit-type monsters, and light spells even double the output, so he thinks he'll have to rely on those. But then, he pauses, and then, he suddenly yells out loud, telling everyone else to make a run for it. He declares he can't possibly fight this thing right now, he's just a newbie, and a newbie with barely any proper light skills to boot. He snaps his fingers, again and again, frantically trying to warn the utterly clueless players, who were nearby. Meanwhile, another group of adventurers has also noticed the rising smoke, staring at it nervously and asking among themselves what exactly this ominous black energy is. They were confident enough to deal with fluffy yetis just a minute ago. But this black mist, this feels like death itself. Approaching, the mist begins hissing toward them, greedily sucking away at their very souls, little by little. They don't even wait. They immediately turn around and run for their lives. 3 days later, inside the Lin Clan Chamber of Commerce, within Private Room No. 3, Subi sits comfortably on the sofa, rolling his shoulders, and rubbing his hands together like a seasoned gambler, preparing for a jackpot. He tells himself to just try his luck, and opens the first reward box. A notification immediately pops up. Congratulations. You have obtained a common grade weapon. Long sword. He stares blankly, then opens another. Congratulations. You have obtained a small experience potion. Level 10. Another message pops up. Congratulations. You have received 5 gold coins and 50 silver coins. By freezes, and then his eye visibly twitches. He complains that the drops are absolutely horrendous. He wonders what happened to the so-called newbie protection period. At this point in his strength progression, even items that used to be helpful have become as utterly useless as wet tissue paper. While he's complaining, internally, the door quietly slides open, and Lin Yuchan walks in. She sees Su. By sitting, surrounded by piles of utterly useless junk, and looking utterly betrayed by the cruel hand of RNG, she gently says that the Lin family can handle those materials and items on his behalf, if he wishes. But Subai waves it off. He says it doesn't matter. Garbage is still just garbage, whether someone manages it or not. What use does he possibly have for it now? Lin Yuchan sits down across from him. A moment later, several members of the Lin family staff enter, carrying multiple, heavy suitcases, each of them looking serious and profoundly respectful. Something important is clearly about to happen. The moment the suitcases are carefully set down, Lin Yuchan takes a step forward and calmly tells Subai that she has brought both the gold she owed him earlier and the advance deposit for the next tower runs. She then explains that the grand total comes to an astonishing 100,000 gold coins. Subi nods slowly. He tells her that the Lin Clan Association is certainly quite bold, and in his mind, he's already calculating just how heavy that 50,000 gold deposit must have hit their treasury. He thinks they probably don't have much gold left. After handing that over so openly, Subai accepts the money and then says that if he gets the chance, he'd like to meet her father someday. But the moment he mentions her father, Lin Yuchan's smile falters just a little. She clearly didn't want Subai talking about her father at all. She only wanted him to think about her, at least for now. Still, she doesn't show it too openly. Subai then tells her to go get ready. They'll be heading to the Red Tower soon. Hearing that, Yuchan immediately brightens up again. She waves cheerfully at him as she heads out, and Subai responds with a casual thumbs up. After she leaves, once he's finally alone, Subai looks at his hands and has an epiphany. He mutters to himself that maybe he's been getting garbage loot because his hands were dirty and he hadn't bathed. Maybe luck really does care about hygiene. So, he washes his hands thoroughly, bathes, dries his hair, and sits down again. And with renewed confidence, he clasps his hands together and says that this time, the system should be kind and give him some light attributes. He opens the next bundle of rewards. A notification pops up. Congratulations on obtaining D-grade skill book, Holy Light Shield. Then another. Congratulations on obtaining E-grade skill book, Ice Spikes. And congratulations on obtaining B-rank skill, Holy Light Demon Slaying Bullet. A whole batch of light element skills pours out, including the rare Holy Light Shield. Subai's eyes light up. He says, "This is more like it." He even gets excited after seeing the E-rank ice spikes. He laughs to himself and says that if he'd had these skills 3 days ago, he wouldn't have run away from the Gartine snowfield. Experimental base like that. More notifications scroll past his vision. D-rank crosscut, B-rank battle song, and, of course, the B-rank Holy Light Demon Slaying Bullet that he absolutely needed. Now, he's convinced maybe the problem really wasn't his luck. Maybe the problem was simply not bathing. You guys should also wash hands and bathe after liking this video. Maybe a bit of Subai's charm will also rub off on you. Just when Subai finishes appreciating his new light element skills, The door opens again, and someone else steps. Inside, Subai's instincts kick in immediately. He raises his hand and prepares a fire spell without even thinking. The newcomer casually raises her hands, taunting him on his lightning-fast reaction, even she hadn't expected such a razor-sharp response. And then, Subai finally gets a proper look at her asterisk. It's her asterisk. The same girl whose friend request he'd rejected a whopping 27 times. She strides further in and declares he probably doesn't recognize her in person, adding, with a smirk, that she looks way better lived than in photos. Subai takes one piercing glance and instantly identifies the gear she's wearing, remarking her outfit looks exactly like the perfect legendary assassin set. Dragon Vein, a coveted set for second-tier swordsmen, and since it's almost level 100, he knows there's no escaping this situation now. In his mind, a single thought screams, great. Of all the people, it just had to be her. Ignoring his silent dread and her dramatic entrance, she simply plops down on the sofa like she owns the place. She asks again if he recognized her, then compliments him for being surprisingly knowledgeable. A moment later, Lin Yu-chan enters, and her reaction is immediate. Her eyes widen in pure shock as she blurts out, the newcomer is Pei Ling Shu, a key member of Yan Kingdom's frontline strategy team, and a top 100 player on last season's world leaderboard. Subai keeps quiet, though inside, he's coolly evaluating this with a calm face, masking a very tired heart. Pei Ling Shu sits there like a queen in her lounge, unbothered by Yu-chan's shock or Subai's silence. She simply crosses her legs and asks why he's not surprised. She says she expected him to at least be utterly stunned by the sight of a gorgeous woman. Subai tries to fake a reaction, but all he can manage is a flat, "What's up?" That's the most emotion he can squeeze out. Pei Ling Shu looks disappointed, immediately calling him boring. Meanwhile, Subai quietly admits to himself, asterisk, she is beautiful. Asterisk. Her presence is sharp, her gear is immaculate, and her whole vibe is dangerously stunning. But he keeps that thought to himself, because beauty is not something he wants to get blindsided by. After staring at him for a bit, Pei Ling Shu finally gets back to business. She tells him she's here to officially welcome him to Squad 11 of the first-line strategy team. Hearing that, Lin Yu-chan stiffens. Even though Squad 11 ranks at the bottom among second-tier teams, just being invited, asterisk, into a frontline strategy team at all is something normal players can't even dream of. She knows exactly how huge that offer is. But Subai barely reacts, giving a tiny nod, maybe the bare minimum of surprise, and then answers politely, but firmly, that he'll decline. He isn't interested, not in the reputation, not in the position, and not even in the face of the unbelievably beautiful girl. He's offering it, but only wants to know if there's any real substance to this proposal he's being offered. But then, Pei Ling Shu immediately shot up from her seat, looking absolutely miffed, and demanded to know why he was refusing, warning him not to be arrogant as a newcomer. She insisted that only by joining a top-tier strategy team could he ever access the best resources and a proper growth plan. Subai, ever so calmly, replied that climbing the tower and finding guides were things he could perfectly manage on his own, so he saw no point in relying on others. This clearly irritated Pei Ling Shu even more, and no wonder, mainly because she knew it was true. He had already broken the Van's records for the first 15 floors, entirely by himself. He then casually added that he simply wasn't interested in joining their group. Pei Ling Shu quickly pivoted her approach, even bowing slightly, as she explained that the higher levels of the Tower of God were not nearly as simple as he might think, and that going it alone simply wouldn't get him far. She explained that Team 11 was sincere and genuinely hoped he would reconsider. Subai responded that difficulty wasn't the real issue in his mind. He thought about how, in his past life, he'd cleared 300 floors without taking a single scratch of damage, and in this time's world, he had already cleared around 100, so he couldn't possibly understand why this would be considered impossible. Pei Ling Shu then brilliantly asked if he'd consider joining them as a special assistant, something like a guest advisor. Even Lin Yu-chan stepped in and clarified that it would be similar to her own arrangement with the Lin family. He provided the money, she provided the labor. Pei Ling Shu repeated that arrangement and, after a moment's thought, agreed to treat it as an outsourcing partnership. She declared they would absolutely need a contract, and that their strategy team would support him fully with manpower, equipment, and any other resources he needed. She also thought privately that they had times to win him over before another team snatched him up, because she wouldn't be able to justify losing someone like him once she returned. Then, to everyone's surprise, Pei Lingshu immediately pulled out a times contract asterisk, making it instantly obvious how terrified she was that he might run away. Subai gazed at it, surprised, and noted that she'd even prepared a contract in advance. Pei Lingshu pushed it toward him, urging him to check it and sign right away, insisting that they absolutely could not afford to waste any more time. Subai revealed his final condition. He needed top-tier blacksmiths to immediately forge him some equipment, and he wanted the team's help gathering all the necessary materials. He casually clarified that all expenses would be fully covered by him. Pei Lingxian was absolutely floored. She only wanted him to sign the contract, but now he had more demands. Still, she didn't dare voice any objections. She quickly assured him not to worry about the forging fees, stating the team would handle them all. In her mind, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief that his request wasn't something outrageous like millions of gold coins. Normally, forging expenses were already covered by the team anyway, so it wasn't extra. He just seemed completely unaware of how these things usually worked. As she watched nervously, Subai finally took the contract into his hand and began to sign. He did it deliberately, slowly, fully aware of her anxiety and absolutely relishing dragging the moment out just a little longer, letting her fully understand exactly how much she truly needed him. Once finished, he handed the contract back and mentioned he'd send the materials list and forging requirements later so she could prepare a quote. Lin Yuchuan had been quietly observing the entire process. Pei Lingxian immediately accepted the signed contract, repeatedly saying there was absolutely no problem. In her mind, she was overwhelmed with sheer relief. After all that trouble, the mission was finally complete. She felt she could now confidently return and report her success, regardless of what anyone else might say. As Pei Lingxian prepared to depart, Subai and Lin Yuchuan headed in the opposite direction. Subai told Lin Yuchuan they should get going and continue their grinding. Then, a notification popped up, asking whether he wanted to receive the material list and forging requirements. Seeing Lin Yuchuan following along with Subai, Pei Lingxian quickly asked if they were heading to the 16th floor to break another record, and whether they'd mind her watching. Subai turned back and replied that it was fine, she could watch all she wanted. He even added that he would help her keep up with him in the future. In his mind, Subai was already planning his next power move. He felt this was the perfect chance to showcase his full strength to Pei Lingxian, just enough to remind her that if she didn't handle things perfectly, he might just decide to stick with Lin Yuchuan far longer than she expected. Pei Lingxian. Lin Yuchuan, on the other hand, was utterly convinced this guy was absolutely insane. His thoughts, his attitude, and his behavior were all completely unbelievable to her, but at this moment, she had absolutely no choice but to endure it and follow along. Later, the group was shown trekking across a treacherous mountain path. Zuba reminded everyone to keep up the pace, because the last thing they needed was someone falling behind and wasting their precious, record-breaking time. They were now on the Tower of God's 60th floor, the flame rock ground, a scorching, lava-heated zone. Meanwhile, Pei Lingxian watched everything unfold through the luxurious viewing room's holographic feed. Lounging comfortably on a plush sofa, she muttered to herself that she wanted to truly see what the year's top scorer was capable of, and whether all the stress she went through to recruit him was even worth it. Soon, crab-like monsters began leaping down from the rocks above, ambushing Subai and Lin Yuchuan. One of the crabs launched an attack straight at Subai, but he spotted it in time and instantly fired back with scorching spiked fireballs, wiping the entire cluster out effortlessly. For Subai, it was nothing special. For Pei Lingxian, it was jaw-dropping. She stared at the damage numbers in disbelief, wondering what level Subai actually was, because nothing about him felt remotely close to level 20. Her shock only grew when she saw him casually using Chaos Fire and Fire Rain, unleashing utter destruction without breaking a sweat. Watching from afar, she could only think that the whole thing was absolutely terrifying. Facing this guy in a PvP match would basically mean instant death. Back on the floor itself, Subai simply commented that the smell was pretty good. Lin Yuchan agreed, saying it smelled delicious. That was all the cue they needed. 2 hours later, both of them were happily sitting together, munching on freshly roasted giant crab meat, enjoying a surprisingly peaceful moment in between all the chaos. Su Bai commented that the crab meat smelled unbelievably delicious, and Lin Yuchan looked just as satisfied while eating beside him. What they were feasting on wasn't just any monster, it was Narik, the Lord of the Flame crab. The creature was so massive that they were literally sitting on its shell while using the rest of its body as an endless buffet. At this size, food wasn't going to be a problem for a long, long time. But right in the middle of their relaxed meal, the world announcement now suddenly rang out again. It declared that Subai and the Lin clan guild had broken yet another record, this time for clearing the 16th floor in 7 hours, 8 minutes. In just 59 seconds, the entire world times exploded times in disbelief. Once again, Pei Ling Shui times nearly shot right out of her seat. Asterisk. The times, second time she heard the news, she immediately called headquarters. Practically times screaming times into the comm channel. She knew they had times truly struck gold times this time. She wanted to shout that their gamble had times massively times paid off, that times this guy times was the jackpot of jackpots, and that the boss had been times absolutely spot on asterisk. About contacting him times as fast as humanly possible. Asterisk. She also knew that if the higher-ups hadn't shown such times blazing urgency, asterisk, she wouldn't have endured times half the sheer madness, asterisk, she went through while trying to recruit him. But now that it was done, she finally felt the times sweet satisfaction times of a painful investment paying off. Subai was a times bona fide monster, asterisk plain and simple, and even Lin Yuchan's times stunning times performance made her realize that the Lin clan times really wasn't simple either, asterisk. Meanwhile, notifications continued to times absolutely flood times the world, stating that Subai and Lin Yuchan were times still making waves, asterisk, inside the Tower of God. Outside, however, their legends were spreading like times wildfire across the globe. Asterisk. Crowds everywhere were times frantically times refreshing the announcements. After a week of this times non-stop madness, asterisk 1. Man in the marketplace shouted for everyone to come see the times, great asterisk. Subai again, only 4. Another man to point out that times everyone was already there, asterisk. Everyone was already times glued to the feed, asterisk. Asterisk non-stop, asterisk. Someone else remarked that the 2 members of the Lin Clan Guild were times unbelievably active, asterisk. Appearing in the world announcements, asterisk, every single day, asterisk. So much so that it was impossible not to see them. Then, asterisk, another times global notification appeared, announcing that the Holy Knight King of the Lighthouse Kingdom had personally formed a times massive elite team, asterisk. The team included the Dharma King of the Eagle Kingdom, the boxing champion of the West Kingdom, 3 SSS rank players and dozens of SS rank elites. And still, despite times all that overwhelming power, asterisk, none of them were achieving times anything even remotely close, asterisk, to what Subai was doing times alone, asterisk. People everywhere were times buzzing with excitement times about the newest announcements. One update reported that the Elite Coalition team was currently conquering the times 100th floor, asterisk. Another notification from the 103rd floor complained that the coalition had times shamelessly combined times the strategies of 3 different factions just to push forward. By the 176th floor, another update appeared, grumbling that the Yen Kingdom's progress was only times at 50%, while the most recent American Guild had already reached 82%. People wondered, asterisk, how were they even supposed to compete with that? Asterisk on post 213. One player lamented that the Yen Kingdom seemed destined to simply watch other nations reap all the benefits. On post 268, another player boldly declared that a new historical moment was about to dramatically unfold. It didn't matter where anyone went. Subai's name was absolutely everywhere. The legends about him spread across forums, plazas, guild halls, shops, and even the most remote corners of the world. Fan groups started popping up everywhere. People wanted to watch him play, follow him, copy him, or at least get close enough to brag about breathing the same air as him. Soon, a massive, roaring crowd gathered at the Lin Clan Guild headquarters. shouting over one another about wanting to sign up. The receptionist kept trying to calm the mob, telling them to chill, while desperate, organizing the chaos inside. Butlers were receiving frantic orders from their masters to satisfy every single requirement Lin Yuchan might have. Everyone understood that missing the Subai wave would be a colossal loss. Meanwhile, back in Rim City, at the City Lord's magnificent mansion, this was part of the wizard's Mad Diary questline. The City Lord, who was practically acting like a king, asked Subai whether he was truly certain about what he was doing. He reminded him that once a war started, it wouldn't be just one person's business. It would affect every resident and player in Dream City. But Subai simply replied that he would deal with the problem he created. In his mind, though, he was just thinking about how quickly he could finish this last Dream City mission so he could move on to more exciting things. Lin Yuchan stood quietly to the side, listening to everything. Even the mage present didn't know how to respond, leaving the room in tense silence. Eventually, the City Lord spoke again. He told Subai that if he wanted to participate in the war, then he needed to defeat the City Lord's white captain, Thomas Pett, an 80-level summoner. Subai responded casually, saying it wasn't a big deal, and that they could start anytime. The City Lord almost choked. He clearly hadn't expected such confidence. Inside his head, Subai was thinking that although this challenge was twice as difficult as it had been in his previous life, it was still manageable. After all, it wasn't as if the City Lord expected him to defeat a level 200 sovereign. Lin Yuchan, on the other hand, was utterly stunned. She couldn't believe she was witnessing Subai so casually accept a challenge from an 80-level summoner. It only confirmed what she already suspected. Lord Subai really was on another level entirely. Lin Yuchan was practically trembling with excitement in her mind. She couldn't shake the thought. This duel was an unmissable spectacle. To skip it now, nothing else would ever truly satisfy her. As the grand duel was about to erupt, everyone stepped back to witness the clash. Subai coolly inquired if they were ready, and the vice captain, in turn, questioned if Subai was truly prepared to challenge someone of his caliber, especially in his current state. But Subai remained as confident as ever, so the vice captain donned his helmet and declared it commendable courage, adding that he couldn't wait to see what amazing feats Subai could unleash. He seemed just as thrilled for the duel. Then, the grand summoning ritual commenced. The vice captain unleashed a truly massive dragon, a monstrous giant bear, and an intimidating undead bone boss. Each one a formidable, level 80. The dragon, Barioth, was level 80. The shadow, Grizzly, was also level 80. These were no ordinary summons. They were pure, unadulterated boss-tier monsters, ripped straight from a high-level dungeon. Lin Yuchan was absolutely stunned, as she instantly remarked that the summoning speed was utterly insane, and every single summon was level 80. Basically, 3 simultaneous boss fights at once. Even Subai had shown moments of difficulty with certain bosses before, so facing all 3 together would have been a living nightmare for any normal player. But Subai, surprisingly, stayed relaxed. He decided to first test the waters with Fire Rain, and began casting the spell. When the blistering flames rained down, it instantly became clear the vice captain wasn't taking any damage at all. The skill was far too slow for PvP and forced Subai into predictable movement. The vice captain even seemed to hope Subai would slip up using such a clumsy skill. But Subai just smirked, as if the real show hadn't even begun yet. He then began chanting, again, but this time, summoning forth something entirely different. The ground cracked open beneath the vice captain, as razor-sharp stone thorns violently erupted upward. The vice captain was clearly caught completely off guard. He hadn't expected threats from below after evading the attack from above. He muttered in shock, wondering what those spiky things were, and how they had even erupted from seemingly nowhere. Even the observing mage and the City Lord, watching the duel intently, were left absolutely stunned. They recognized it as rare dual-element chanting, something incredibly, astonishingly rare. The vice captain quickly tried to counter Subai. He commanded Barioth to unleash Frozen Lake, and the mighty dragon instantly froze the entire battlefield, covering everything in thick, gleaming ice. The dragon then took majestic flight, while the shadow, Grizzly, used a shadow-based technique that transformed the entire area into a murky, swamp-like battlefield. But Subai, undeterred, with a dismissive flick, He declared it utterly useless. Effortlessly, he then rocketed into the air, as Suba was still mid-descent from his powerful leap. Meanwhile, the vice-captain frantically bellowed for his Balrog to unleash thrust, desperate to impale Suba the very instant he touched down. But Suba, utterly unfazed, showed no worry even as he fell. He murmured coolly, "To truly catch a thief, you must first catch the king." Then, in the blink of an eye, his attention immediately snapped, not towards the Balrog, but right behind the vice-captain, instead of the incoming Balrog. And in that exact moment, another set of deadly stone spikes burst forth from the earth, brutally coiling around the vice-captain's arms and, with crushing force, locking him absolutely in place. The mighty summoner was now utterly and completely ensnared, before he could even comprehend what had just transpired. Suba landed smoothly, then, with a cool gaze at the utterly helpless man, he casually inquired, "Whether you'll concede defeat, or continue to prolong this charade?" The vice-captain finally heaved a weary sigh and declared, "I concede." After all, the last thing he desired was for those treacherous stone spikes to reach any more sensitive areas. Suba simply snapped his fingers. A crisp, decisive sound, and coolly accepted the surrender. He had no intention of wasting even a single precious second more than necessary. The vice-captain thanked Suba for having shown him such mercy. Suba, after a beat of quiet observation, then replied, with a slight awkwardness, "Ah, it was truly nothing. Just a small, insignificant scene, nothing impressive really." Lin Yu-chun, then, glowing, she commented that the whole experience was absolutely breathtaking, clearly thrilled by what she had just witnessed. Even the king stepped forward to kindly reassure the vice-captain, telling him gently, "There's no need to feel discouraged, since it's only natural to lose against a true hero like him." Then the mage, practically bouncing, hurried over, his eyes wide with awe, practically devouring Suba with his gaze. He burst out, "Suba, were you using some technique that required absolutely no chanting at all?" Suba looked a tad surprised, but before Suba could even open his mouth to answer, the mage excitedly blurted out that he desperately wanted to learn that technique, along with Suba's revolutionary dual-element chanting as well. And then, with a soft *ding*, a notification materialized for Suba. A special mission from none other than Orlando, with a grand reward titled Orlando's Army, and a golden opportunity to obtain one of Orlando's truly exclusive skills. Suba cleared his throat, a grin splitting his face, and immediately felt an electrifying wave of excitement surge through his entire chest. He could barely contain himself. An exclusive Orlando skill, after all, meant, least times, a phenomenal B-rank ability. This was exactly the kind of reward he truly lived for. He then turned to Lin Yu-chuan and, with a winning smile, told her to come along too. She lit up instantly, repeating, "Me?" her face alight, before happily tagging along wherever Suba's path led. She was absolutely ready to follow. The king, with a grave expression, stepped forward. He declared that since Subai had aced the trial, a monumental responsibility now awaited him, a final task impacting every single soul, the entire population of their bustling city. The king urged him to take it seriously, but Subai simply responded with a cool, brief nod. The king then continued, stating the critical mission would kick off in 24 hours, and that Subi could coordinate with the other players to forge an unbreakable, joint defense. But, Suibai coolly replied it wouldn't be necessary at all. He planned to guard the south gate entirely solo. The king was utterly stunned, demanding if Suibai truly intended to defend it single-handedly. Subai confirmed it instantly, without a flicker of hesitation, assuring him he already held a master plan, ready for the entire unfolding situation. The king eventually agreed, stating he'd manage intercepting the second-tier monsters beyond the army lines. Yet, he still needed to make the dire news of the looming beast-tide public. Subai accepted, saying he perfectly understood. Then, a brand new notification dramatically materialized. Side quest unlocked, the last uprising in Rimu City. Reward: 100 skill points and 1 exclusive black skill. A second notification swiftly followed, reminding Subai the rewards were double this time, far surpassing his previous lives, and that the exclusive skill offered was an astonishing A-rank ability, valued at a jaw-dropping 100,000 gold coins. This time, even Subai himself was utterly floored. The colossal reward, the exclusive skill, the insanely doubled bonuses. Everything was light years beyond what he'd ever expected. But before he could even process it all, a global announcement thundered across the entire world. It declared that in 24 hours, Rimu City would face a brutal assault from powerful wizards, and thousands of ferocious beasts were already gathering nearby. From that moment on, the announcement stated, the city would allow entry only, with absolutely no exits. The rules continued. All players below level 30 were restricted to the inner city, strictly forbidden from approaching the walls. The valiant guards of Rimu City and Lotus City would join forces to defend the northwest and east gates. Player Subai, however, would be solely responsible for defending the formidable south gate. All players participating in this epic event would operate under Subai's supreme command, and his battlefield authority took absolute priority over everyone else's. As soon as the thunderous broadcast ended, the entire main town square instantly erupted into a deafening roar of chatter. People whispered that it looked like an incredibly dangerous, large-scale mission. Someone else declared they times definitely asterisk. Heard Subi's name, another wondered, in sheer panic, if the terrifying Beast Tide event was truly real. A frustrated player complained, "This is insane! A level 30 restriction for the inner city?" That he was just one level shy of leveling up, but it was already too late. Another player, already level 40, practically begged, pleading with nearby onlookers to help him join Subai's friend list, even promising to behave. A different voice chimed in, remarking that they thought Subai would simply vanish after triumphing over the 30th floor, yet here he was again, stirring up an even bigger uproar later on. Meanwhile, Subai and Lin Yuchan strolled through the castle's quiet, echoing halls. Yuchan cautiously suggested that they request reinforcements from the frontline strategy team. Subai calmly explained, a high level doesn't guarantee an advantage, especially now. The monsters involved in this beast tide are all below level 200, and considering Earth's current player level cap of 100, players can't truly control the situation. We'd have to depend on NPCs to carry most of the weight anyway. Still worried, Lin Yuchan suggested inviting the strategy team again. But Bai turned to her and clarified his reasoning. He told her that if he alone held the south gate as a level 30 player, the beast tide attacking his side would be capped around level 100. But if second-tier, high-ranking players came to help, the system would scale the monster levels accordingly, and the beast tide would become far more dangerous. This time, Lin Yuchan fully understood. She laughed lightly, admitting she finally got the logic. She now realized Subai wasn't just physically absurd. His strategic thinking was sharp as well. Subai clearly knew what he was doing, whether it was fighting or strategizing. He understood both the how and the when, even in situations where physical strength alone wouldn't be enough. He could always rely on his brain to push through. At that moment, Lin Yuchan asked if she could join him in the upcoming defense. Subai gave her a serious look and told her she could, but only times if she mastered dual element chanting and no chanting within the next 24 hours. Otherwise, surviving would be too difficult. Hearing this, she finally understood why he had been explaining all of that to her earlier. Elsewhere, Lingxian also reacted to the world announcement. She commented to herself, Subai managed to stir up a beast tide. Clearly, he's someone capable of causing large-scale chaos wherever he goes. Curious and slightly excited, she messaged him, asking what was going on and if he needed help. Subai simply replied that he didn't need any. Lingxian sighed, thinking, asterisk. It's true, he rarely needs help anyway. Asterisk. She felt a bit disappointed though, because if the strategy team, if they weren't preparing to conquer the 100th floor right now, she'd be right there, joining in on all the training ground action. Suibai then began instructing Lin Yuchan, explaining that the core of dual element chanting, and even no chanting, lay in pure mental reading. It was all about using raw mental power to compress a long casting process into an instant. Lin could grasp the concept, understanding the logic, even if performing it wasn't easy. Suibai went on to tell her that the incantation needed to be internalized as her own thoughts. The rest would depend entirely on her practice. Once she mastered it, she could even pass the skill on to Orlando. This suggestion startled her. She hadn't expected to ever be teaching Captain Orlando anything, but Suibai simply encouraged her to keep practicing, then casually announced he was off to take a nap, leaving her to her work. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the city, A crowd of players gathered at a bustling pub. The air was electric with chatter about the latest rumors. Someone excitedly mentioned that Wu Kai had apparently been recruited by Sui Bai and was even live streaming Sui Bai's beast-tide preparations. Others were totally baffled. How did some random guy get that opportunity? Someone else chimed in, adding that Sui Bai regularly posted amazing tutorial videos and that even Pei Lingxian and another top-tier Pei goddess from the strategy team had liked his posts. To them, this was undeniable proof he was some kind of absolute genius. Another player sighed, admitting he'd applied to join the defense team but hadn't passed the rigorous screening. Someone asked his level, and he replied he was level 50, yet he still didn't qualify. Someone in the pub muttered that they should just forget the complaining guy, because even he was a level 50 bronze rank elementalist, and still totally failed the screening. He pointed out that the requirement was supposedly level 50, yet none of them had managed to pass. And he wondered aloud whether Sui Bai was really going to guard this entire place by himself. Before they could discuss further, a loud voice suddenly boomed from the screen. Wu Kai introduced himself as the livestream operations officer and apologized for the delay. He explained that he was currently standing precariously on top of Rim City's southern wall, balancing recklessly, right on the edge. All he cared about was showing everyone the real, heart-pounding action. People watching immediately erupted in excitement. Many commented that a live stream was actually happening. "This is awesome!" others yelled, asking, "Where's Sui Bai?" Some even jokingly called him Mosaic. Still furious that his footage always got censored, Wu Kai then proudly proclaimed to the world that the South's guardian today was none other than the Yan Kingdom's legendary super rookie, the Gosu himself. He then dramatically panned the camera towards Su Bai and Lin Yuchun, and as they stood side by side, the entire stream absolutely erupted. Immediately, countless viewers shrieked with joy, ecstatic to finally be witnessing Su Bai in action. Thousands fangirled and fanboyed over his undeniable charm, while some even declared him their personal god. Predictably, a small but vocal handful of jealous viewers began hurling insults, demanding he immediately abandon Rim City. But those hateful cries were instantly drowned out as thousands more continued to fiercely cheer his name. Just then, every single screen was abruptly filled with a terrifying, flashing system warning. It announced one thing: the beast tide was here. Panic immediately erupted. Some viewers instantly feared they would be trapped forever. Others frantically pointed out that only Su Bai and Lin Yuchun were guarding the south, questioning how they could possibly survive. Someone shouted that the event had begun, and another dramatically proclaimed they were all utterly doomed. Then, one sharp viewer noticed Wu Kai's stream had suddenly and abruptly cut off, assuming he had died the very second the fight began. People furiously complained that they hadn't even gotten to see anything, that everything was over before it even started. But on the wall itself, none of that frantic noise mattered in the slightest. Su Bai simply stood, calmly surveying the vast southern field of Rim City. Thunder ominously rumbled across the darkening sky. Lightning fiercely crackled through the dark clouds. Yet he remained utterly calm. He stared straight ahead, completely unfazed by the chaos, and quietly said, "It's time to get to work." Lin Yuchun then calmly tells Su Bai that the battle has already begun. But before she can utter another word, a torrent of fire suddenly begins raining down from the sky. She quickly thinks to herself, her mind racing, that they're incredibly lucky. It's only a level 26 horned lizard, something Su Bai can effortlessly wipe out. Su Bai then utters the incantation for fire rain, unleashing the spell without a moment's hesitation. For him, these weak monsters pose absolutely no threat whatsoever. At that exact moment, the live stream blazes back online. Wu Kai hurriedly announces that he is reporting live from a safe corner of Rim City and profusely apologizes, explaining he got too excited and accidentally pulled the power cord. The chat immediately explodes with a mix of relief and irritation. People shout he nearly scared them to death, while others yell for him to hurry up and show what Su Bai is doing. As the camera stabilizes once more, viewers witness Su Bai flinging out spells, without even a single chant. Lin Yuchun tries desperately to stay calm, repeating to herself not to be nervous, and wanting to keep up with him, she courageously summons the Balrog. And just as Su Bai taught her, she flawlessly manages to cast it without chanting. She triumphantly announces her success. Su Bai merely offers a calm, "not bad," then instantly cranks up the intensity, unleashing a storm of chaos and fire, layer upon layer. Massive magic circles bloom across the sky as the rain of fire intensifies, until it becomes an absolute, full-blown fire hailstorm. If he could surpass 9 chains of fire rain, he absolutely would. But for now, 9 is his limit. The horned fire lizards, however, are utterly failing to handle even this times much. They're dropping like flies. Online, the viewers erupt. Some scream that it's unbelievable. These two are single-handedly holding down the entire south side of the city. Others insist no ordinary person could ever achieve this, proclaiming Tsubai a god. A few argue that this must be the power of an SSS-level existence. And Tsubai, in a low, resonant voice, calls out the next move. Call of the Dead! A literal sea of undead rises behind him, their eyes glowing with an ominous readiness. The audience erupts once more. Again, people start shouting that it looks like a genuine resurrection spell. Others insist, no, it's real necromancy. No one can believe he can summon so many at once. It completely shatters their understanding of the game. Viewers continue to explode with comments. Someone exclaims, the sheer number of undead is just too terrifying. Another points out, Tsubai's abilities are beyond belief. Wondering aloud, what can't he do if he can even perform mass resurrection? Wokai keeps the camera locked onto the chaotic battlefield, trying his absolute best not to scream over the microphone. Even the horned lizard Tsubai killed earlier begins to rise as one of the undead. Wokai, in utter shock, announces that Shu Chun now looks like a modern-day war god, a being who controls fire, rain in the sky, and an entire army of skeletons on the ground, all at the same time. Meanwhile, Tsubai remains perfectly calm. He calmly tells Lin Yuchan to rest for a moment and prepare for what will be a prolonged battle. He can tell she's starting to struggle after so much relentless spell casting. Lin Yuchan agrees, sitting back and watching the battlefield, filled with undead soldiers clashing fiercely against the tide of beasts. She then asks Tsubai how long this beast tide might last. Tsubai explains that it could end in as little as 24 hours, or potentially drag on for several days, depending entirely on how intense the waves become. So, the battle has truly just begun. There's so much more to happen, so if you don't want to miss, subscribe now, turn on all notifications, and make sure to like this video.